Hello. Hi. Oh, Jesus, a hype train. Oh, my God. You can't even. I like being heated and you can't even see me. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hello. It is so good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. Thank you so much, Craven Edwards, for subbing with Prime. Thank you so much. That was so nice of you. Thank you so much. And I'm just pimp chimping. Thank you so much for gifting us up to Tower Bro and Elvis Sete. Thank you so much for subbing with Prime as well. And I think there's one more that I missed. Hold on. Before we get... I think I missed one. Or was that everybody? Was that everybody? I think I got everybody, right? Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience today. We got a very special guest here in the diner today. I'm very excited. Very, very excited. This was an incentive for the Lalathon. And so I'm very excited to have this fella come through and you get to know him a little bit more personally. And I think he's pretty swell. So I'm very excited. But yeah, we're going to be doing some gabbing. We're going to be doing some tier listing today. And then we'll be doing some gaming later after a lovely guest leaves. So come on in. Okay, one at a time. One at a time, please. One at a time, please. Okay? All right. Get your emotes ready. It's time to open the doors. Time to open the doors. Okay, come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in.
You'll never feel happy. Never feel happy. No, you won't. Until you try. You'll never feel happy. Never feel. You'll never feel happy until you try. Never feel happy until you try. You'll never feel happy. Never, 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 never. You never, 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 never. You'll never feel happy until you try. Never feel happy until you try. Never feel happy until you try.
What are you doing, you crazy kids? What are you doing? What is this? We just got started. Wait, we just got started. You crazy kiddo. What? What's happening? Whoa. First of all, deal worded. Holy moly. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, honey. Let me give you a bunch of smoochies. Mwah, 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 mwah. And thank you so much, Wolfish, for 5,000 biddies. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Hi, everybody. Look, come on in. Oh my God, thank you again. Also, Vice and Martha. I can read. I can read. Vice and Martha, thank you so much for tier 1 and for 7 months, honey. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you. Always appreciate it. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. It's very, very sweet of you. Thank you. And dear Whitey, thank you also additionally for the 50 bits. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Thanks for the tip. Welcome on in. Happy. Let's lower this music a little bit. Hold on. Let's lower this a little bit. Hello. Hi, everybody. Happy freaking Wednesday. It's hump day. You survived halfway through the week. and we got shenanigans coming through. And today, Omni, thank you so much for the tip. Even though it is not my birthday. It is not my birthday. Okay? It's not my birthday. Stop confusing people. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. It is. Hi, everybody. So good to see you all. Hello. Oh, hold on. Let me just, hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Give me a second. I'm going to do the hellos in just a second. Hold on. Hold, please. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. Stop. It's not my, listen, it's not my birthday. Okay. It's not my birthday. Okay. It's not my birthday. Oh my God. I look like, put me in a crystal ball and call me Madame Leota. Ooh, I'm a floating head. Okay, wait. Yes, we have a very special guest today. I'm very excited that he's joining us at this humble abode. Okay, all right. You've seen his hands in this stream. You've heard his voice echo in the background a couple of times. You see him in chat, egging you on for chaos. Okay, today our special guest. We're going to chat a little bit before we invite them on. But we have a very special guest. Our guest today is the one, the only. I think he's pretty swell. I think he's pretty wonderful. Mr. Dondon! The Don of the Diner. My Dondon is joining us today. So, Mr. Dondon is going to be joining us. We're going to be talking about movie stuff. We're going to be talking about the film industry. We're going to be doing 2 different tier lists, and I hope you're ready. The first one, we're going to do a nice little Christopher Nolan tier list. You know, he's got like 5 movies, so I feel like that would be pretty quick. And then the other tier list, it's a tier list that I personally am afraid to go down, but I hope we're all strong enough to do this together, okay? All right? Oh, my God. Levels. I haven't been paying attention to hype train. Oh, my God. Level 6? Level 6? Okay, listen. I got to promise. Okay, listen. Listen, thank you so much for level 6. What the heck? Dear White, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Thank you, honey. Mwah. You know, that was very generous of all of you. That was very generous. I think I'll reward you with something in just a second. Let me finish my thought, okay? Because that was, oh my God, heck, that was so heckin' nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, the second tier list. I hope you're ready for this. It is Star Wars.
Let's go, Miss La 54.
It's a Star Wars tier list. Are you ready for this? Are you strong enough for this? Are you strong enough for the discourse that's about to happen in this chat about which Star Wars movie determined to be which are legit and which are not? Which one? Okay, we're gonna do Star Wars tier list. Okay, Star Wars tier list. All right, we're gonna. Okay. Oh, Pip Chippin, thank you so much for the tip. Mwah! Thank you for the 100 biddies. And Emma, thank you so much for Tailwood after 9 freaking months. Thank you, honey. Mwah! Thank you. Hello. Listen. We're gonna do Star Wars. Listen, this is very contentious. Okay, a lot of people got a lot of feelings about this. But I believe we could be civil. I believe in the fact that we can be civil. Don't you? Don't you think we could be? I think so, right? Yeah. Sure. Well, hello, everybody. It's so good to see you. Let me see if I can, I don't know if the chat moved too fast. I'm going to make sure I got everybody to say hello today. If I missed you, make sure to remind me so I can give you a big old ribbon hello. So welcome on in, Sound Caddis. Hello, I'm just Pimp Champion. Welcome on in, Evan the Beast. Welcome on in, Fire Nix. Welcome on in, Cinza Kuroi, DJ Sparky. Dan says stuff. Hi, Dan. Welcome on in. Hello. Elvisente. I know I said hello to you earlier, but I say hello again anyway. DL White, thank you again for your generosity. That's mighty nice of you. Thank you, honey. Mr. Waffles Pancake. Welcome on in. Happy Time Zone. Hi, CJR13 Proctor. Welcome on in. Craven Edwards. Welcome on in. I know I said hello earlier once again, but Just doing it just in case. Hi, Christy. Hi, Christy. Welcome on in. Hello. Hi, Lady Ace. Hi, Mama Berry. Hi, Crazy Finkies. Always good to see you, honey. Hello. Hello, Chris. We got some Dyna management hanging out in chat today. We got some Dyna help in case Star Wars gets out of hand. More like they're making sure that I don't get an out of hand when it comes to Star Wars. You know what I mean? Because, every time Star Wars is mentioned, it kind of goes cray-cray. Rather, I go cray-cray. Anyway, I definitely am not passionate about Star Wars. It's just my favorite sci-fi franchise ever. It's fine. Anyway, Ice Flames Games. Welcome on in. Hello. Hi, Abby. Welcome to the Dyna. Hi, Wolfos. Welcome on in. We got some first timers in the Dyna. Make sure to give them a big hello. If you see that they're first time chatter, make sure to say hello. We want to make sure that everybody knows our Dyna is a place for everybody. Okay. Whether or not you like big tittied anime ladies, or if you like, handsome men, if you like, if you would like furries, if you like whatever it is, as long as you're not hurting anybody else. Welcome on in. You're all welcome. Okay, all right. So hi, Sheppy. Welcome on in, Sheppy. Welcome on in, honey. Welcome to the Dyna. Hello. I hope you had a wonderful stream. We literally just opened the Dyna doors just a few minutes ago. I hope that was really nice of you for sending your community over. That's so nice of you. I hope you had a wonderful time. Hello, my name is Miss Lala. I'm a 1950s Dyna waitress VTuber serving up fun in the 21st century, and I hope you enjoy your stay here today. We're going to be doing, my husband's going to be joining us today, and we're going to be doing some tier listing and talking about movies, and the film industry is going to be a good time. So yeah, welcome on in. Welcome. Theron, welcome on in. Hello. Nairo Graven, thank you for tier 1 and for 7 freaking months. Mwah! Thank you, honey. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Oh, my goodness. Now we can finally fix the fridge in the back. Don't ask about the quality of the food. As long as it goes down, that's all that matters. Also, anyway, welcome on in. Let's continue saying our hellos. Hi, Royal Hairiness. Welcome on in. Hi, Aaron the Badman. Hi, Matt Blood. Toki Speaker. Hello. Hi, Celtic Lord. Welcome on in. Hello. Bananaski. Welcome on in. Hello. Who else we got? Tune on Ray. Welcome back. Nice to see you. Hi, Dom Corp. Welcome to the Dyna, honey. Nice to have you. Hello. Hi, Landon. Hi, cutie. Mwah. Happy hump day. Happy Wednesday. Happy time zone. Stoic. Thank you so much for tier 1. What the heck? Everybody's being so generous right at the beginning of the story. I promise that I will reward this generosity very quickly. I will reward. This is very generous to all of you. I'm gonna reward you. Okay. Mwah. Let me get through all the hellos and then we'll do it. Okay. Hi, Twibbie. Hi, cutie. Welcome. Hi, Daddy. Mwah. Welcome on in. Hi, Ghost. Hello. Hi. Welcome. Lloyd's Fault. Hi, honey. So good to see you. Hello. Hi, North Countrymen. Hello. Who else should we have? Make sure I got everybody. Did I get everybody? Make sure I get everybody. Gear Graphic. Hello. Hi. Nice. Welcome back. Hello, Zapdos Goddess. Welcome on in. Who else? Make sure I got that. If I miss you, I'm so sorry. Let's see. Frosty. Hi, Frosty. Always a pleasure to see you in chat, honey. Hi, Dende. Welcome on in. Hello. Who else you got? Hello. Oh, yeah. Hello. Hi, Pikamitsu. Hello. Hi, SD Angel. Welcome. And I think I got mainly everybody. A Blue Lobster. Welcome on in. Hi, Fetch. Hi. Hello. Okay, hi, Kitty. Hello. Hi, everybody. Okay, I think I got everybody. How fabulous. Wonderful. It's so nice to have you all in today. All right, so this generosity, I think, warrants a reward, okay? I think this warrants a reward. Now, you've been asking about something before we bring our guests into chat in just a second, okay? you've been asking, and I'd love to share with you a lovely update. Okay? All right? Dear Whited, what the heck? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. What the heck? Again? I guess you can't get enough of the smoochies. I see it. If you got a gifted sub, make sure to thank your gifted because that's nice manners, okay? This nice manners is that's very kind in them, okay? All right? Mwah, 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 mwah. Thank you so much. That was so sweet of you. Thank you, thank you. What the heck? That's so nice. What the hell? What the heck? Right, let me pull this up. I got something I gotta pull up for all of you. Where the hell did it go? Where the hell did it go? Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where the heck? Where the heck did it go? Oh, okay, wait a minute. I'm a professional streamer. I'm looking for something in the back. Hold on. That's so nice of you. What the heck? That's very nice of you. That's very generous. Now we can finally. we can also fix the soda gun machine. It keeps on shooting out sludge, which there's only one customer that really likes it. Everybody else is wondering what's been up. So appreciate that. Thank you. thank you. Hold on, let me see if this will pull it up. I don't know if it will. I don't know if you're ready for this. I just saw oh my god, I missed this, so I'm just seeing this for the first time actually. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I totally missed this. When did this come in? I totally missed this. I hope you're so excited. I can't wait to share with you. Do you want to see the plushie? Because everybody's been so nice today. Would you like to see the plushie? Would you like to see the Lala plushie? Would you like to see the Lala plushie? Highlighted. The suspense. Would you like to see it? Okay. I hope you're ready. I don't think you're ready because I'm not ready. I'm dying. It is like so cute. I'm like kind of freaking out. I totally missed this coming in. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Lady Rosebud. Thank you so much for the tier 1 ad for friggin' months. Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. Oh yes. Thank goodness. Okay. I don't think you're ready for this. Oh my god. It's so cute. This is a sample, okay? There might be some changes, but this is a sample. I don't think you're ready for this. Okay. Let me scoop myself over so I can show this off. Okay, let me move my ass. Okay, here we go. Okay, you ready? Okay. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I totally didn't see the sample. I saw the schematic, but okay, you ready? You ready? You ready? Okay. Ta-da! It is me, Angabit, the Incredible Triple Pup. Ta-da! Ta-da! It has a little skates. Let me see if I can. There's another image too. Oh my! It is so cute. I'm dying. It is adorable. Okay, wait. Okay, let me. Let me see if I can. Can I? Will this work? Let me see if this. Let's see. Will this work? Look at her standing! She got a little notepad in her skirt! and a little apron! to take your order! Dear Whitey, thank you so much for an additional 10! What the heck? Thank you so much, honey! Thank you so much! Thank you! Listen, there's a little gambit. Yes, listen, holy moly, dear Whitey, that's so nice of you. Thank you again. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you. It's so cute, huh? It's so cute. It's so cute. I'm dying. Okay, wait. You want to see it? Okay, you want to see it? Let's see it from the side. Let's see it. Let's see it. So she can sit. Okay, she can sit. Okay, it's freaking adorable, right? Right, freaking adorable. Let's look at this. Look how cute she is. Eh, Look, it's so cute. It's so adorable. It's pretty cute. It looks like cinnamon rolls. Yeah, I hope you get hungry looking at it. Look at little Gabby's on top of the head. It's so cute. It only needs a nice drawer. Yes, please only put me in premium drawers. I'm a lady of standards. If you're gonna draw me, make sure it's a good one. Okay? All right. So, okay. So in terms of plushies, as you know, we had um our pre-order period. We did that in September, which was fully funded, so obviously it's moving forward. I think the plushies will be available next month. So if you missed it in the pre-order period, essentially, and the pledge period in September, I believe they will be available next month. So when that goes live, I'll make sure that you all know about it. Look, she's so punchable. She's so jarable. She's so huggable. She's so cuddleable. And look, you can have me. You can take me everywhere. Take me to the grocery store. Take me to visit your mother. Take me to your lawyer's appointments. Whatever you want, I could be there for you. Okay? Yeah. So it's very exciting. I can't believe it. It's so cute. It's so cute. I love it. But there you go. So I'll make sure to put some information on all the socials and the Discord, all that stuff. I really appreciate it. But yeah, so that being said, I think it's about time to bring on our guest, shall we? Shall we? Can the plush do my taxes? Well, she certainly has got a pad to write them down. So hopefully that'll be it. Yes, our plush you can take home tomorrow. Exactly. But yes. Okay, so why don't we? Okay, all right. Hold on. Let me go over here. I'm gonna move over here. Let me. Okay. All right. Ahem. Okay, are you ready to meet the one, the only, Mr. Dondon? Bow, 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 bum, 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 bow, 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 bow. Oh, wait, down. They can't know that you don't got legs or pants. The Don himself. Look at him with his little camera. He's so cute. He's so adorable. Hello. Look at him. He looks cute. Hey, cute. Cat! Welcome on in. Hi, Cat. Thanks for chilling in for 25 freaking months. Thank you so much. Mwah. Thank you so much. Hello. He's just a little guy with a little camera. Jimmy, Oh, I hear you.
Oh, you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear him, Chet? Go ahead. Say something.
I was trying to make I was trying to like sip coffee ASMR style as my intro, but I don't think it worked. I don't think the mic picked it up.
You could try it. You just gotta purse your lips together.
I was trying it. I'll try it.
I think it might be a skill issue. Between the two of us, I think I'm the one who's a little bit more experienced in terms of using her mouth. So.
All right. What you say with your chat when I'm not around is between you and chat.
Why? Why? Yes. Why don't you listen? Listen. Okay. Why don't you take a minute to introduce
Hmm.
yourself to everybody?
Okay, hi, Chad. I'm Mr. Dondon. I'm Lala's husband, and I'm not used to being public facing, so bear with me today.
Oh, I'm sure we're not gonna traumatize him, right? Everybody, we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that. We'd make a little bit of trouble. Okay, ban him. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, so if you don't know, you've seen his hands. You've seen his
Mm.
hands on screen
Hmm.
before. Your hands are very coveted. Actually, when we were at Offcly earlier this year, um, I was walking around with Summer Hop and John John, and somebody happened to, I guess they recognized me because of how I was dressed, and they were like, oh, "Are you Miss Lala?" And I was like, yes, I am. And they were like, oh, and then I went around. I was like, oh, this is Summer Hop, and this is Mr. Don Don. And the person pointed and said incredibly enthusiastically, Mr. Yowie Hands himself.
Yep, that's me, I guess. That's me
Don't tell me
now.
about their enthusiasm.
It's my hands were made for sleeving cards. You know,
I thought that sentence was gonna finish differently. I'm glad you said for sleeving cards.
for sleeving cards. Yeah.
Oh, Threa, thank you so much for tier 1 and for 7 months. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mwah. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Listen, there's also like, you want to talk about like, I mean, at TwitchCon, it was like the same thing. Like, well, because I mean, obviously, you know me for a long time. But it was like surreal to like go around and like, I don't know, meet people and stuff. And when Don Don was able to join us at the con, um, there were a lot of when I started introducing Don Don, people got really excited, and they asked me to sign their badges, but they also asked you to sign their
Yeah.
badges.
Yeah, that was a little bit that was odd for me, but it was very sweet. Very sweet.
They're like, me, really? Like, your hands are very famous. You got, they wanted to be handsy with you because you're so infamous for your hands.
A small child. I'm a director of photography. So, but I do take photos for fun.
Welcome, Dondon. I hope you
In my
enjoy your
spare
stay at
time.
this
That's why I've
fine
got the little
diner.
camera.
Thank you for giving us such a warm welcome, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
But yeah, so you want to talk about, so what we got planned today, everybody, is that we're gonna be doing some chatting, and then we're gonna do some tier listing, which is gonna be fun. I think, at least I hope so. At least I hope so. We're gonna do some Christopher Nolan tier listing, right? And he has a
Yeah.
small repertoire. Actually, he doesn't have that many films in comparison to like some other director titans in the industry. And then we're gonna do the main event, which is Star Wars tier list, and got some opinions about that. Like how Rise of Skywalker is the best Star Wars movie, right, honey?
Not even close. Not even close.
What? I don't know what you mean. It clearly is a defining movie. Was it hands tier? No, we're not doing a hands tier list. What do you mean a hands tier list? We're not doing tier list of hands. That's not happening. What are you doing? He doesn't play with that joke. No, Rise of Skywalker definitely is a movie that defined the Star Wars franchise. That is a movie
Right.
that makes.
So, how do we do the tier list? You want to save this anger and rage for later?
He's like, all right. uh, Yeah, we'll save it for later. We'll save it for later. But I wanted to say, so for those who don't know, I've talked about it. I feel like I talk about it pretty frequently. So for those who don't know, outside of the diner, I'm a costume designer in the film industry. I've worked on a range of projects. Oh, happy. I've worked on a range of things from feature films to commercials to music videos, and to television. And so have you, haven't you, honey? Why don't you talk a little bit about that? Talk a little bit about your stuff and why you got
Yeah,
camera.
yeah. I'm a director. Like I said, I'm a director of photography. I work in the film industry and uh, do everything from independent movies to commercials and music videos.
Mm, gosh,
Yeah,
gosh. And we've been able to work together actually a few different times, which has
we
been
have. Yeah,
nice. Yeah, that's been actually nice. It's nice to know. Listen, it's not always the case, but it's nice when you can work when you can work with your partner. So you work together both professionally and personally. It is really nice. I know I have friends that are
we.
couples and they both work in the film industry and they don't work well together. So
That's true.
sometimes it's not. It doesn't.
No, it's
Sometimes.
worked out. So it's worked out so far, and actually,
Mhm.
some. I think it's because you and I, especially once we're on set or in pre-production, we kind of treat ourselves or treat each other um, with a lot of professional courtesy to the point where sometimes people are surprised that we're
Mm,
actually in a relationship when they find out
mm,
on set. There's been times where we've a couple days of a project have gone by, and then we like to mess with members of the crew by uh, having like a brief moment of PDA, and suddenly people are all surprised and like, wait, what? What's this? And they didn't realize that we were actually already together. Or Lala will go and hit on me really blatantly in front of other people who don't realize that we're actually married.
I only like to grab his butt professionally. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh
Yeah.
yes, director of photography, sir. Tell me about the scene. Burka, burka. Like, like treat it like a squeaky toy. uh, yeah, I love Dondon must be careful not to get his private photos mixed up with his work photos. But what if they're
Yeah.
one and the same? Grr, grr.
I don't know how to respond to that. They're definitely not one and the same.
So you admit you have both personal and professional pictures.
100%.
I feel your eyes shifting and looking to the side.
Yeah.
uh yeah, it's cool. We've been doing this for now like what, over 10 years at this point, right? I feel like what,
Yeah.
12 years?
We started in the business nearly 12 years ago, I think.
Yeah. We've been doing this
But
for
we
a
started
while.
young too, It's
Yeah,
not
we
like
did.
we're not old farts. I guess it depends on who you ask.
Listen, there is totally nothing wrong with farting and then being old, okay? There's nothing wrong with old gas, okay? There's nothing wrong with
No,
old
there
gas.
is because it has time to gestate. If you don't air it out, you got to be really careful with old gas.
Wait. Oh, that sounds painful though. You know what it's like when you don't pass gas and it just sits in your side and you get a gas cramp? It's like the worst. And then you can't even do it. You try to massage it out, but then finally when
New from Lalaco Don the Yowie Hands Man. His giant hands can hold anything from a camera to his wife's heart. Not literally, that would be terrifying. Get your Don the Yowie Hands Man today.
God.
Only $69.69. Now including Miss Lala because that's her husband, damn it.
Very funny.
the what hands? Yowie hands.
Yeah.
So so funny. But yeah, we've been doing this for a long time. And for those who don't know, we are high school sweethearts. So we've actually been together for a very long time. So we started in the industry around the same time. And actually, he was the one who encouraged me to pursue my career professionally. I didn't think that that was a reality that I could do. And he was the one who encouraged me. In the same way that you're also the one who encouraged me to try streaming. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the one who pushed me to start streaming. Actually,
Yeah, yeah. It was our dear friend who actually was one of the literally introduced us and then ended up being our officiant at our wedding. He was showing me specifically like Twitch creators, but he was also showing me like very early on VTubers in the pandemic, and that's when we first started talking about all this.
mm,
Yeah, I just thought you had such a great personality and your energy is sort of infectious. So, and I was right.
very good. Okay, good. You rehearsed. You said that perfectly, just like we rehearsed. I will give you the $20 tip I promised you earlier.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect.
Have
Yes, you did that.
the-
Good. Good job.
Have my routing, my bank routing number.
Good job. Your bank routing number, so I can wire you from our shared bank account.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, wire me the $20 from our bank account to our bank account.
Must wait for after hours. The normal patrons must not be aware.
Yeah, after 2 a.m., the diner turns into a BDSM club.
Stop! Don't say that. You can't tell them. That's only for a specific. That's a very specific group of guests. You can't.
Only on Halloween.
No. You can't. No. Don't give out the secrets. Oh, thank you, Anonymous, for
Yeah,
gifting
Yowie
yourself to
hands.
Yowie hands. Tia, what's up? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
God.
Mwah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Yes. Yeah. Oh, that's after hours. See, that's after hours. That's what the Patreon's for. That's what the Patreon's for. Yeah. Over there. The corner we don't talk about. Yeah. Oh my god! Oh yeah! Listen, you can always type exclamation point Patreon for those those 2 a.m. offerings as Donna was talking about. Anyway, yes. Anyway. So yes, we've been together for a long time, and we've been doing this for a minute, and I am also obviously appreciative that you are very encouraging and very supportive. That's very nice of you. But I do. Last time we were talking about like New York movies and just like favorite movies and stuff. Well, what do you say are your three favorite movies? If you could pick your top three, and they can't all be Lord of the Rings. Also,
My 3 favorite movies like ever.
ever.
It's hard. For sure. It's tough because we just rewatched Two Towers, and there's been an ongoing debate with myself and our really good friend. Sorry, Gambit's coughing up behind me. Something.
No.
I think you guys are very sweet. You two are a very cute couple.
Oh,
Oh, thank you.
oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
But what was I saying? Oh yeah, so there's this debate about Two Towers versus Fellowship of the Ring. For the longest time, Fellowship of the Ring was sort of my immediate answer. But Two Towers is it's gaining ground on the tier there. But so between those two, I'm gonna say Fellowship for now. I think it's a phenomenal movie.
So Fellowship of the Ring, Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring.
And then on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, I would say Short Term 12,
Ooh.
which is a really small movie made in 2011. came out in 2012, and it's actually the movie that launched Lakeith Stanfield's
I
career.
must go.
You guys are familiar?
And Brie
I
Larson
have
too,
to
right?
find the
And Brie Larson, yeah.
petroleum. It is of utmost importance to my cause and mission.
Hi, Aggie. Welcome on in. So you're saying Short Term 12. It launched Lakeith Stanfield's career and Brie Larson's career. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. In terms of like Brie Larson doing more movies, that was a big step forward. And that's a great film, and small indie movie. And then I'd have to say, and we'll get into the reason why probably in a little bit, but I'd say Dunkirk.
Dunkirk.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you say Dunkirk over Interstellar. I feel like I've heard you talk so much about Interstellar over Dunkirk. But
I
maybe
mean,
that's
it's really, we're gonna get into this when we go into the tier list, but it's the number 1 and 2 spots are like, I feel like I could fit like half of his entire repertoire into just like the number 1 and number 2 spots because he's so consistently good. But I think I resonated with Dunkirk on such a more intense level because of its subject matter. Much as I love the sci-fi aspect of Interstellar and the storytelling and the craft, I think that Dunkirk was a whole nother level of that.
Yeah, I think I know how much you've loved Dunkirk. It's actually become so. Dondon is not only a cinematographer in terms of like the work he does, but also it's like a rather big aficionado in terms of film as a medium and also cinematography on that stuff. And so, for instance, like I know that when we'll go out to the movies and there'll be like a movie that comes out in IMAX, he'll be like, "But that movie wasn't shot in IMAX, so it's fake IMAX. So." It's not important in terms of seeing it at IMAX. But like, if a movie was made for IMAX, he's like, that is the only true viewing experience. We don't watch this movie not to IMAX, only IMAX. So
Yeah. I'll have to change my stance on that eventually because IMAX as a company is continuing to transition more and more into being like a marketing device. So a lot of movies are getting sort of IMAX certified, and it's really just becoming synonymous with quality and large presentation. Versus before, there was literally a very specific camera format to do IMAX with, which is still the case. It's just only a few filmmakers are able to how to use it. Oh my God, that was fast!
At 2 a.m.
Oh,
Chains and rope are taken out from the back room.
what have I started?
What have you started? You should know better. You should know. You know that storybook when you give a mouse a cookie. Welcome to the Gremlins at the diner. You should know better.
Yeah, I
honey.
know.
You should know better. When you give a mouse a cookie, they end up building a BDSM dungeon in the kitchen when you're not looking. Thanks for that. That's great.
Is this canon now? Like, if you ever make a TV show, is this canon?
Yes, for my family-friendly show that we have a
Yeah.
BDSM dungeon for all your needs. Yes. That's a
exactly.
certain diner menu offering that
Instantly, we can't meet with Nickelodeon or Disney. It's got to be a Adult Swim show now.
It's an Adult Swim show. The diner that serves all needs. Yes, exactly.
We're a one-stop shop.
One-stop shop. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All your needs. Don't look
May
at
I
it.
ask which cinematographic
Safe word is
technique or
grease.
effect Dondon likes best? Or his top 3, if several?
Which
Ooh.
cinematographic technique or effect I like best?
Maybe a good way to think is like 3 movie. Like if you were to say 3 movies that you like, they don't need to be your favorite movies, but 3 of your favorite movies
Well,
as
I think
cinematography
specifically
effect.
the cinematographic technique.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's answerable.
Yeah.
less about what I like best, more so maybe what I'm just thinking about, you know, on more recent projects.
John C, thank you
Um,
for yourself with Prime. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Thank you. Sorry.
the in a film that I recently did, and actually also on a different project I shot that'll be coming out in the new year, I think. We do step printing, which is a really cool process.
Do you or do you not feel
I don't
bonita?
get the sound alerts, so I'm sorry if I'm ever stepping on
Wonderful,
one of
because
those
you look bonita.
animations.
Do you or do you not feel bonita, honey? Cause you
Yeah,
look bonita.
that's very sweet. Oh yeah, I did. I loved the infrared stuff in Dune too. That was really incredible, and I got to sit down with that cinematographer and ask some really specific questions. And there's some incredible behind the scenes for those sequences. Um, if you're interested in seeing more about that film and the way they made it, there's the American Society of Cinematographers has a magazine, um, and they have like 150-page document detailing how they lit and shot Dune 2. It's really interesting. But getting back to the step printing. So step printing made popular, I would say, by Wong Kar
Has
Wai.
Dondon seen the movie The Crow with Brandon Lee in it? It's one of my favorites.
With Brandon Lee.
I love
I
they did
haven't
the
seen
Jack
The
voice for that.
You can make Jack Sparrow say things.
That's what they just did. Oh, because you can't hear. Are you
I
watching?
can't hear the alerts. Yeah.
Are you watching the shared screen in the Discord?
Yeah, I'm watching it in the Discord, but I have the sound down because I didn't want to have like the audio overlapping. Is that going to be a thing, or say something?
Yeah, you can make Jack say
Oh.
things on stream.
That's fun.
Mm.
But yeah, so hopefully that answers your question about cinematographic techniques. Definitely step printing, which is sort of that like blurry, streaky, slow shutter effect that you see in Wong Kar Wai movies. I love that effect.
Somebody asked if you've seen The Crow.
I have not seen The Crow probably since the days of Blockbuster, so I don't remember it very well.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about like old school The Crow. That I feel like I watched it when it was running on TV once, on like Fox when they used to run movies on TV.
They used to run things. Sorry, you cut out there for a second.
Oh, when they used to run movies on TV.
Yes. Yes. I don't think I know about The Crow, but I don't think I actually have watched it. I don't think I've watched The Crow. And then they remake it recently? Didn't they do
I think so.
Something like
They
that?
might have.
What is the Don's opinion on classics like Tombstone?
Classics like Tombstone. I love Tombstone. I worked on a Western once, and we definitely referenced Tombstone. But I think almost any Western that gets made nowadays uses that as a good reference point of like, fantastic filmmaking. That's right on Blockbuster. It's so funny you mentioned Blockbuster. If I can go on a small tangent.
Oh yeah, of course.
Do you guys remember that Netflix used to let you return their DVDs back when they mailed DVDs? You would return them to Blockbuster, and they would give you a free movie rental at Blockbuster if you returned it there. And I recently brought this up to some people, and they were flabbergasted. They did not remember this. Isn't that crazy that as Netflix was killing Blockbuster, it was doing business with them?
I was gonna say they're consorting with the enemy.
Yeah, literally, Blockbuster was like, "Yeah, you can completely destroy our business model. Here, we'll help you." Crazy?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
Sorry, my
I
camera.
remember when Netflix did DVDs. Although we didn't really, I think we were really a Blockbuster family until they went out of business. And didn't really get into the Netflix hype until it became like a digital service. Like
I was
never
big on the DVDs from Netflix and going to Blockbuster.
Yeah, I don't remember us doing a lot of Netflixing with like the DVDs. I really don't.
Yeah, I would get off the R or the E when it ran to Austin Street, 71st.
This is in Queens.
There was
This is in Queens,
in
in
Queens,
New York.
and there's a Blockbuster right like outside one of the exits to the station. So like pretty much every day after school, I'd go pick up a movie, and then the next day drop it off because I'd watched it the night before, and then pick up a new one. I did that for years, just like a movie a day, 5 days a week. Such a nice time.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Also for the like who asked about the classic question, actually we're really big fans of classic movies. I know that in particular, like I have you like musicals, but I'm definitely between the two of us. I'm more of the musical person. I seem to be like it's part of my personality. It's one of my. I'm just like going down the street trying to do a kickball change. People being like, "Move out of the way! I'm just trying to get to work." You know, like I'm really.
I love musicals too, though. I think I just like video games. I'm just more cautious before getting into it.
Oh no! What is this?
Yep, exactly.
Netflix Blockbuster.
Yep, exactly right.
What? Hi, Tamikis. Hi, honey. What was the first classic movie you watched?
First classic movie I watched. Oh, that's tough. I mean, it's like more like what did I watch that I remembered? First classic. It must have been something I watched with my grandfather. So I need to think on that. What was the first one you watched?
First classic movie I watched? Like really old school? I think. I think it must have been. I think it was either House on Haunted Hill with Vincent Price or it was Rebecca, Hitchcock's Rebecca. I think it was one of those
That makes
two.
sense.
Yeah, you say that makes sense because you know mine. Because you know my
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
she's like
think-
first classic movie. It's gotta be spooky.
Yeah. I remember my grandfather watching the Lone Ranger TV series. That's like one of the earliest memories, like the black and white TV series. He was watching that because there's not a lot of channels at the time in Israel, and so that's what he had on TV. But I feel like the first classic movie would have been either Casablanca or
May I take
probably Casablanca.
Casablanca?
Yeah, probably Casablanca. Yeah.
That makes sense. Dead Robot and Faye, thank you so much for the raids, you two. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. We have Mr. Dondon here today, and so we're yapping. But welcome on in. I hope you both had wonderful streams. Thank you for coming on over.
All right.
Welcome in.
You've just confirmed that Don is from Queens with the blockbuster story. And my linguistics degree is a buzzing. You have really different accents even from the same borough, and I think that's interesting.
I can tell you a little
NYC
why.
linguistic diversity is amazing.
And obviously NYC is the melting pot, right? But I was raised by immigrants, so I'm my accent is just a hybrid of having two parents with completely different accents from anyone else around me, and then kids at school and stuff like that. Versus Lala, her mom's from Brooklyn, so it's It's in her genes.
Because my dad's not in New York. Well, my dad like came to New York when he was 15 from Puerto Rico, and my mom's a born and raised like New Yorker all the way. And she was born and raised. She was like born and raised in East New York, which was basically like the projects of Brooklyn, or one of the many projects of Brooklyn. So that's where my mom's from, and so that's definitely where I get my accent from. It's definitely from mom. It's definitely not from dad. It's definitely from mom. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like what is it? In terms of like pronunciation things that are pretty funny, like what she say? She says sometimes she'll pronounce like V words with a F sound. I think some like instead of a TH. So instead of mouth, TH, she's a mouth.
Mouth. Yeah.
Mouth. She does do that, like instead of mouth, mouth. What's the matter with your mouth?
I had some weird accent stuff I had to like teach myself out of, because my mother would say, like, how do you say idea? It's idea, right? I had an idea, right?
Sure, yeah. Idea.
Idea, yeah. Like I had an idea. So that I didn't always say it that way. For like the majority of my youth, I said idea.
Idea. Oh yeah, adding an or.
Yeah.
Idea.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to do that because that's just how my mother said it.
Idea. Yeah. So some background information on Dondon's mom. She is Belgian, but she learned English in the UK. So like when she says things, she uses like UK verbiage. Like when she says she's got to go to the bathroom, she's like, I got to go to the loo.
Yeah, or the water closet.
Or the water closet. Yeah, the WC. What else does she say? It's really cute though, because her voice, she's got like some like a little bit UK, but she's got like it's just a really interesting accent your ma got, because she's
because they're from the southeast corner of the country. They have like a lot of German influence. So she has like a German accent. She sounds like someone from rural Germany who learned English in London and then moved to the United States and continued learning English. So it's a whole mess of accents.
Yeah, his mom's very amazing. She speaks 7 languages. Yeah. She speaks 7 languages, and I'm over here struggling to speak English decently. I was like, wow, that's amazing. Yeah. Yes, it is the Dondon. It is. Hi, Monroe. Hi, honey. It is the Dondon. The Dondon is hanging out with us for a little bit today. Yeah. Yeah, she speaks Flemish. She speaks Flemish, French, German, English, Hebrew. Well, there's a couple of more that she speaks. It's Dutch.
German, French,
I got German.
English, Flemish, Dutch, Hebrew, a little bit of Spanish.
She does know how a little bit of Spanish because she speaks fluent French. That's true.
It's like once you start learning, she does a little bit of Italian too. Like once you start learning a bunch of those languages, they become easier and easier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she's Jewish. She's Jewish. Yeah, we're split. We're a Catholic Jewish home.
Where was that? That was super. I didn't see who made the comment, but the comment about R linking.
R linking? Oh, like in words?
Yeah. It was a really cool insight to like the way the Brits.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a little further up.
Oh. Let me see. Mamma mia!
Oh, there, Night Rook Haven. That's really cool.
Yeah, parents influence how their kids speak as the most common people they talk to. Children of non-native speakers will correct their language to agree as they learn it. The idea thing in British English is called R-linking. It happens when words that with vowels and... Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that. That's so cool. Thanks, Night Rook. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's so cool. Miss Garcia Shapiro from Phineas and Ferb. But what I like to say is that we have bagels con carne here in the diner. Puerto Rican Jewish household. That's how we do it. Although, like, we're like, I think it's I think that's pretty common. Like in New York City, there's like a lot because of its rich history in terms of it being such a big immigrant hub. You have all kinds of people from all over the world that come and be in New York. But we do have a really big there's a really big Jewish population in New York. It's I grew up. I don't know if
Why the bagels are good.
it's why the bagels are good. It's why it's so good.
We brought bagels to America.
Ah, yes, and we were never the same ever.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. And also babka. Thank you for babka
And
too.
babka and knishes. The list goes on. Also, all your favorite Christmas songs. You're welcome.
It's true though. And the comedians. There's so much. Well, okay, so in New York, there's actually, so I don't know if you, I'd love to know actually. This is something that we started to realize. As we met other people from the country and all over the country and have had friends from other states and stuff. So New York, if you in public school system, you would have, you know how you have like usually a Monday or off because you got a 3-day weekend because it's like, now Indigenous Day, but like Columbus Day or something like that, you get a day off. In New York, you would get off for Rosh Hashanah and for Yom Kippur usually. You get a day off at school, which is great. I love September for that reason because you always ended up having like 2-3-day weekends throughout the month as a kid. And it was like pretty cool. But as we talked to other people, we realized that that's pretty uncommon. And I thought it was the norm because obviously we were raised in the New York City school system, but I think that's pretty New York specific. Hey Mecca, welcome on in. Hello. To people who never go to why knishes are goated is so hard. Captain Platypus, you don't understand. Like knishes are such specifically that's one of my mom's favorite snacks. So she always got them at home. Dondon can attest to this. Like we're hungry. She's like, so grab a knish from the fridge. Butter in the toaster oven, puts the mustard and salt on it. She's like, you're hungry? There's knishes in the fridge. Always there's knishes in my house, in my parents' house, and so. But I think it's also maybe also a Brooklyn thing. But yes, knish is a big thing. And if you don't know what knishes are potato, onion. It's basically like mashed potatoes that have a little bit of cooked onion in it. And then it's just deep fried. And then you eat that. It's deep fried mashed potato. It's deep fried mashed potato that you sometimes put a little bit of brown deli mustard on top and a little bit of salt. And that's your snack. It's really, really good. As a surprise to no one, I do not like knishes.
I just saw someone make a pastrami sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was not pastrami. It was
corned beef?
Brisket.
Oh.
It was a brisket sandwich, but instead of the bread, it was they took a knish, they cut it in half, and then they put it in a panini crushing thing. So
I want to try a niche now.
Yeah.
I want to try a niche now because I can't say knish. Yes, Lolo Bunny. We want to make that dream come true for you too. Okay. Big question: is Casa de Lala a square knish house or a team round knish? We are a square knish house. We are truly a square knish house. We don't. When I first saw a round knish, I was like, "What is this fried hockey puck I'm looking at?" I didn't understand. I could not process a round knish. I didn't even know they came in other sizes. I've only had square knishes in my home. We're a big square knish house. Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't heard of a circular one, so I'm inclined to not believe they exist.
I gotta get you. Yeah, they definitely have them. Here's the thing. One of the favorite parts of having a square knish is that the corners usually are extra crispy.
Exactly.
So it got a little crunch on it. It's so good. I love it.
We should make it's like a knish place, but we only serve the corners. We would go viral with all the yuppies in Brooklyn. those. Make like a little like corner store with no tables or chairs, so that people can stand in line and like take it to go. So it feels like premium, you know.
Mm-hmm. Just a bag of Knish corners.
Yeah.
That would be the name of the spot. Knish corner.
Summer Up, exactly. Yeah, it's exactly a Seinfeld episode. You're so right.
Don, I know we'll probably get to it in the tier list, but what do you think of Oppenheimer? I thought it was pretty good, but I'm not even a history buff by any means. I just was curious as to what the hype was about.
When we do the tier list, I'll elaborate, but I think it's phenomenal despite a few problems.
One thing I will say about, you know what we should do? What actually the Nolan tier list should be? It should be Nolan female characters. They'd all be garbage tier because he doesn't know how to write for women.
Yeah.
I love Christopher Nolan movies.
Except in Interstellar. Strong female character in Interstellar.
You know, I haven't watched it in a while, so I'll hold my judgment. I'll hold my judgment on the Interstellar.
For sure.
I'll hold it. But in most cases, I'm like, wow, Inception was so cool. Oh, that's cool. The lady is a prop in this. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's neat. That's neat. Oppenheimer. There.
Let's save it for the tiers. We're gonna get into this because I can just get. I'm gonna go get dragged down into the rabbit hole here.
I know.
We're gonna start rebuting you on some of those things.
Okay, I'll save it for the tier list. Tier list. Save it for the tier list. Save it for the tier list. Wait, I just told my boss about this conversation. Do people who aren't from New York not know what garlic knots are? Wait, no, garlic knots can't be a New York thing. No, that's got.
I mean, I haven't ever gotten them at a pizza shop outside of New York or Jersey or Philly. Those are the three places I've gotten.
Wait, can I ask this to chat? Okay, my wonderful greasy.
Can we do a poll?
Do you
The poll
know?
should be: have you had garlic knots outside of like New England?
Yeah. Do you even know what they are? Do you know what garlic nuts? I got opinions. I'm always opinionated. I got very intense opinions.
Okay.
I'm in
Texas. We got them in Texas.
We got them in Texas. Okay.
In every pizza shop, though. Obviously not Papa John's and chains like that, but.
Oh, he's a little loud.
Am I loud?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What was that?
That was I think that was Venom farting on your head, honey. Okay. I do. I'm from California. Okay, so you've had garlic nuts. We have a pizza place in Wisconsin that does a New York slice that does garlic nuts. Okay, garlic nuts exist. Okay. I started to get a little nervous about this. I was like, no way that's specifically a New York thing. Garlic nuts? No way. Louisiana has them. There are Italian restaurants and from the grocery, but no pizza shop has them where I am. Oh, interesting. I've been across has them.
Yeah, they're like standard. They come standard if you're at a pizza place.
I feel like it's more common to see garlic nuts than mozzarella sticks at a pizza spot.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like I actually think that it is more common to see chicken wings at a pizza shop than mozzarella sticks.
Yeah.
Was there a name for Southerners in New York? Also, garlic knots in Georgia? I make them myself.
Ooh.
Nice.
Homemade is best. Homemade is best.
A name for Southerners? Oh, because like Southerners call us Yankees.
I don't know. I don't think there's a specific name.
No, there's just mean things that kids would say sometimes, but it's not like a specific name.
Yeah, I mean, I know for like even for us, like for instance, you got the 5 boroughs, right? You got Queens, Manhattan, Brooklyn, Bronx, and we don't talk about Staten Island. But basically, Staten Island is more like an extension of Jersey that happens to be a part of New York City. But anything that's above the Bronx, I call it cow country. So I don't care if it's Westchester, it's cow country. So even us New Yorkers, we got our own version of like, oh yeah, those damn Yankees. Because also I'm a Mets fan, so I usually say those damn Yankees a lot, actually. We had garlic bombs in one place over here, but I guess they weren't very popular since they cut them from the menu. Oh no! I love garlic. Rednecks is redneck. Wait,
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
is redneck? That's not a universally colloquial term?
No, it is, but I think like specifically in the Northeast, they would refer to anything in the quote unquote South as like rednecks, which of course is a generalization.
That's generalization. That's not nice. Also, that's not nice.
Dem Yankees.
Because we got, when you think about it, you got rednecks in New York too.
Yeah, we do.
You just got to go upstate a little bit, and you'll find some rednecks.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Rednecks are everywhere, like in the same way that elites are everywhere.
Yeah. Mm. But I also think that's not a nice term. Like, I don't know, right?
I don't know where it comes from.
I know. It's like I don't know if that's.
When I was a kid, I thought it had to do with the fact that they were in the sun a lot, so they get their necks burnt.
Have you heard of? Okay, so we got 88%. 88%. So that means that there's 12% who didn't know about garlic nuts. I'm so sorry. Like garlic nuts are so wonderful. They're basically like pizza dough that's like rolled up into like little bite-sized pieces that are brushed with garlic butter and like parsley. And they're such good snacks. They usually serve them in like you get an order of like 6 or something. And they're really good snack. Sometimes I wouldn't get a slice. I'd just get an order of garlic nuts. And like eat it on the subway. Mm-hmm. Like everyone has a Yankees hat. Listen. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. All I know is that the Mets is number 2 best team in the country because we actually beat the Dodgers, unlike the Yankees. So, and Christy, I know you're in the chat and you're a Yankees fan, and I'm gonna overlook this this fault in your personality, but you know that's fine. Thank you, small child. Thank you so much for the tip, honey. Mwah. Thank you, honey. Thank you.
Yeah, Jigsaw, you got to tell me how that goes. Remember, they pressed it. They pressed it in a panini press at the end.
I'm getting the panini knish sandwich. That sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. Rednecks, they're called trailer trash, but
have we had beignets? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, many times. We did a movie in New Orleans, and it's the best shit ever. It's incredible. Also, po' boys and shrimp and grits. Best shrimp and grits I've ever had.
We actually, speaking of grits, I finally showed. Oh, Summer Hop, if you're still around, you'll be proud of this. I'd like to say that Dondon, I think I talked about this the other day, but got Dondon to sit down, and we finally watched My Cousin Vinny together. They have this whole bit about grits in the movie, but finally got him to watch it, and so very, very happy that he understands the magic that's Joe Pesci and Marissa Tomei in that movie. The 2 Utes.
Yeah, 2 Utes.
The 2 Utes. I'm sorry, what did you say? The 2 youths. The 2 Utes.
Spoot or gnome, cold with mayo. I've tried both ways. You get way more flavor when it's cold.
Oh, lobster rolls? Ooh, yeah, I like my lobster rolls cold too. Although I do like. Oh, we did go to Massachusetts one summer with my family, and we went to the beach and we got like fresh lobster, and like pulled it apart, dip it in butter, all that stuff. And Dondon had never done it before. I grew up doing this because we would we traveled a lot in New England growing up, and we loved going to Massachusetts in the summer, and so I grew up doing it, and for me, it's really fun. I'm like, yeah, I feel like giant woman, and I'm destroying a kaiju. Rip off claws, suck out the meat in the claw, dip it in butter. And Dondon tried it for the first time, and I was like, okay, honey, time for you to take apart your lobster. And would you like to talk about your experience?
I don't know. Something was up with me that day. I really did not enjoy ripping another animal's limbs from itself. It made me super queasy.
It made
something
you
about
queasy?
Something about it was really odd. I can't quite place it because I like lobster.
Mm.
But something about having the full thing there and just like tearing it apart and eating it with nothing else. Because like I've teared apart other animals to eat them, but something was off that day. Should have been perfect. But I was off.
It was so because he was like, "No, I'm not really into this," and I was like, "That's okay, you can give it to me." And it's like almost like in a cartoon or anime that I go to. I'm like, "Rah rah, clap clap clap," and he's like, "Yep, that's my wife." I remember him being like, "I can't do this." I was like, "Yippee, more lobster for me!" Hi, Yuki. Hi, Horatius. Welcome on in, you too. Welcome. Hi, cuties.
Just thinking back on it, something was off. I don't know. Something was off with me because at the same time, I also didn't remember liking the taste of it. The pieces that I did have, compared to when I had lobster in Maine, like it was. So, like I would say most of the time, if I have lobster, I usually feel like it's overpriced, and I'm not getting the value for what I'm paying, except for in Maine.
Interesting. Maybe the water.
And I had lobster, and I was like, "This is worth every penny."
Maybe it's just the quality of the fish.
Yeah, maybe they just weren't so fresh. Yeah,
But
you were right on the beach, though.
We were on the beach. It was so nice when we did it. We were like eating it on the beach, and they get it from right there. So we had like oysters on the half shell, which I love like seafood, and I love like shellfish and all that stuff. I'm really big into it. We've had I specifically really love eating oysters or clams on the half shell. So we had that. We had wine while we were doing this on the beach. We were with my brother, my sister, our nephew, my parents, and we were doing that together, and it was really nice. We were all like, it was all of us, like we were all like sucking at every like bit of bone and what is it called, like marrow, whatever, like every little bit of shell, and then Dondon's just like, no, thank you. He's like, I'm good. I think you did have like clam chowder though. That was pretty good.
The clam chowder was great.
Yeah, with little oyster crackers. Sometimes I just like eating the oyster crackers. Like I'll ask like if we like for instance like when we go to Coney Island in Brooklyn, we'll go to Nathan's. Nathan's in Coney Island. It's not only hot dogs, but it's also like you get like clams on the house shell and all that stuff. You get fried clams, and if you want, you can ask them for oyster crackers. And even though I get like a hot dog, I usually always ask for oyster crackers because they're very yummy schnick. I like oyster crackers. I don't know, maybe that makes me weird. Hi, Jack Attack. Welcome on in. Hi, Cake Frankie. Hello. For those who are just joining us, we have a very special guest today here at the diner. This is actually an incentive from the Lullathon, I think. Or was it from the? No, it was from the Lullathon. But basically, that Dondon is coming to hang out at the diner today. So we're gonna be doing some tier lists today. We're gonna be doing a Christopher Nolan and a Star Wars tier list for those who are strong enough to hang around. Both things we're very passionate about. But also I realize, we do owe something. What was it? We had to recreate like a scene from a movie or something, I think. I think we owe that. But you could listen, I know I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit. So Dondon has a really great Captain Jack Sparrow impersonation.
Can you hear that I have a cold though? Is it a bad time?
It's a bad time.
No, I'm asking if you can tell that I have a slight cold.
Oh, I don't know. Can you tell that he's got a slight cold? Can you tell? Eat the lobster whole. Hi, Tracy. Christopher Nolan smash. We're not smashing or piercing. Oh my god. We're not smashing or piercing directors in the film. Although that'd be like smash or pierce Spielberg. No, people always say, "Oh, look, Spectre says not at all." They can't tell.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah. Hi out to D2. This is Mr. Dondon. It's the husband. The husband's hanging out today.
Oh.
I didn't think he sounds sick. There you go. You
Okay,
got.
good. Okay.
Yeah.
That's true. They have no reference point. So that's a good point.
I
Definitely
think
better than the other day.
I think Lala meant you have a good Captain Jack Sparrow with a cold impression. Varska says he is a definite smash. Would make bomb Italian dinner beforehand. I love this. I love these theories.
So you wanted me to do a Jack Sparrow quote?
Yeah. You got to do a few so they can hear you.
Few. Okay.
A few.
Give me a second.
You got to do a few. Hi, Hopeless Babe. Welcome on in. Hello. We got to smash a pair Star Wars characters exclusively May 4th. We'll do it for May 4th. May the 4th be with you. He just starts chugging rum. Well, actually, so that's actually chugging rum, being drunk, being Jack Sparrow. That's absolutely, definitely not something that actually happened and was very intrinsic to us starting dating.
Yeah, 4 years of friendship, and she never thought of me that way until I dressed up as Jack Sparrow on a cruise.
Say that last part again.
Huh?
Say the last part again. You said 4 years of friendship and what?
Until I dressed up as Jack Sparrow on a cruise. And then suddenly she's like, oh, that Dondon, he's kind of cute.
Yes, we're like, I don't know. I consider you were one of my best friends for like 4 years before we started dating.
Yeah. If you get nice guys don't always finish last.
Yeah. Hi, Terry. Welcome on in, honey. Welcome.
The trick is you befriend the family and you get them to pressure her. That way, every member of her family tells her she should date you, and then it works out.
It is Lala and John Lloyd.
Rum nectar of the gods. I don't have any right now, but I do have Appalachian sipping cream to enjoy banana pudding flavored at that.
Okay, so I'll do this quote here, the one that.
Oh, okay.
This one.
Oh, actually, okay. If you're gonna do that, let me set this up properly. Okay, hold on. I need to set this up. Hold on. This is me aggressively typing in the playlist for the jukebox. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I see. You're gonna put music on.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So, making Danda do this. Danda's gotta do a Jack Sparrow impersonation for everybody.
It was a redeem, right? I do owe it to them.
Yes. Well, yeah, we were supposed to. I think the redeem specifically was that we were supposed to recreate a scene from a movie.
Oh, it might have been the scene. We were talking about doing the scene on the desert island.
Yeah, that's true. We could do that, but I also would also just like to, highlight your specific skill set that made me say, yes, I would like to have sexual relations with this man. Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, so here goes. You're a dishonest man. You can always trust a dishonest man to be dishonest. Honestly, it's the honest ones you want to watch out for because you never know when they're going to do something incredibly stupid.
Hey, stupid. Okay. Another one. Do another one. Yeah.
Another quote?
Another one. Do
Okay.
another one.
Let's see. I was Googling lines from the movie. Woody quotes from Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yes, what does the magical box which you type into? Slap Your Mama is straight hot. Oh, we have Slap Your Mama. Slap Your Mama is just as important in my kitchen as adobo. Adobo's a little bit more important, but Slap Your Mama is equally as important because it brings the heat. You're very
He has so
crunchy.
many quick. He doesn't have like monologues.
He doesn't have any quick. Yeah, that's okay.
He doesn't have. He's always like quick one-liners.
Mm-hmm. You got adobo and a salt shaker. That's because you prepped your kitchen good. I need Tony Shashiers. Kind of crunchy. You know,
I have to like do a scene. It'd be the easier way to do it.
What's Tony Shashiers? Is that specific seasoning? What's that? You're supposed to be dead. Am I? They have actually we rewatched all three. We don't count the extra ones, but we watched the original. We watched the trilogy, the first, second, and third Pirates movies in the pandemic again. Because they're actually some of my favorite movies. The second one is so good.
The second one's excellent. Talk about good action directing.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I like Gore
Verbinski's.
Gore Verbinski's a great director. Yeah.
Opportunities to work. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm looking at all the lists of lines, and it's just like 3 words, 4 words at a time because he doesn't have monologues in the movie. He's always just witty retorts to other people.
Okay. So maybe we will have to do a scene in the future.
Let's see.
Curse of the Black Pearl is my all-time favorite live-action movie. It is very good. I could watch Curse of the Black Pearl like a million times and not get tired of it. It's so fun. It's such a fun movie. It's so fun. The acting's great. Music is good. Music in the second one is even better. And the humor is great. Yeah, and the choreography and all the fight sequences is excellent and interesting. What were we just watching now? Oh, we watched the first episode of the Dune TV show.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, here, there's a good one here.
Okay, Kate.
In chat. You will always remember this as the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I didn't peak the audio there. I get a lot louder when I do them.
No, that was very good. That was good. Yes, that was part of the mating process. I mean, part of the process that made me fall in love with him. Yes.
But you have heard of me. The Dune show, I'm torn. I'm going to reserve any judgment for after the second episode.
You're gonna wait.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it is kind of. It feels like a CW show at the moment. And I actually looked up a review, and there was a critic who said the same thing, which kind of validated my feelings.
Made you feel better about it?
Yeah. It was. I mean, no, it didn't make me feel better about the show. It affirmed my concern for it. It's just weird. They're trying to make a TV show emulating one of the most like excellently crafted visual experiences, and they're trying to do it with like considerably less money. I don't know how they're gonna manage.
Spoiler alert. They don't. Actually, I don't know. That's unfair for me to say. I don't know how it's gonna go, but I don't have high hopes. Hi, Wade. Welcome on in. Go up and down. Yeah. Are you are you staying in the same position when you talk?
Well, I have this little mic here, and it's if I lean back, it changes dramatically. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of good regulating of my own volume.
It's okay. It's okay. This is
Oh
also
my god.
what?
Sea of Thieves stream. That's a great idea.
Sea of Thieves. We actually did when I first started streaming. There's certain games that I streamed a lot when I first started streaming. Sea of Thieves was one of those games. We actually you were featured on those streams a couple of times with a couple of other friends. We did Sea of Thieves together. I used to do a lot of DBD actually, Dead by Daylight. I did that. Phasmophobia, and I also did Genshin Impact. I did a lot of Genshin Impact streams. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then
Sea of Thieves stream where I just can only speak in the Jack Sparrow voice one day.
I can try my best. I can try my best. A lot of Fortnite. Yes, I also did do a lot of Fortnite. Yeah. I used to. I don't stream a lot of Fortnite nowadays, if ever. I do still love the game though, and I will play if somebody asks me to collab. And someone's like, "Oh, you down for a Fortnite collab?" I was like, "Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah." You're an Apex person though, more so than a Fortnite.
Yeah. I mean, I don't play so much anymore, but I did play it a lot, and it was great. It's very stressful, but I am addicted to it. I'm addicted to the stress.
Yeah. Also, Allie, thank you so much for tuning in for 3 months. Mwah! Thank you so much. Yes, I was a very avid
Made
Genshin
Fortnite
player.
so much easier though.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you can get good at Apex, you can kind of like sleepwalk through Fortnite.
I tried the dark art of Apex, and I was like, I don't like this game after like playing 2 matches. I was like, okay, I'll try and hang out. I'll try and hang out, Dondon. I'll come. I was like, nope, I don't like this game. This isn't fun. I like playing games that are fun. This is not fun. This is not fun.
The fun comes from your heart beating so hard in your chest that it feels like it's going to shoot out of it as you desperately try to survive.
I'd rather take an IV of coffee if that's the case. I'll just straight up like I'll straight have an IV drip of caffeine if I want a similar experience. Except I'll play Slime Rancher instead of Apex. My goodness, same experience.
You have to play. You can't play Apex casually though. You have to play it ranked, or else you don't really have control over who you're playing against. And like, trust me, I was okay at this game. I was not good at it. In the sense, like I had plenty of fun and we'd win and stuff, but if I was ever in like a unranked session and I was matching with like Apex Predators, I'd get my ass handed to me. So it's definitely not the game to kind of go in casually. If anything, ranked helps you because it matches you with people at your level. So do we want to
do the tier list? Swap over?
Yeah, we can swap over the tier list. Should I walk Gambit?
Oh yeah.
Or you swap over?
Yes. Do that.
Okay.
I will do the setup. Go ahead and I will sorry, apologize. And then yes, when we come back, when we do it, well, you can also double check your audio stuff to make sure that people can
we'll
hear
check
you.
my audio.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Okay. We'll be right back. We're going to head over to the void, though, and set everything up. So come on, Gremlins. We're going to the void. Come on. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Okay, look, he's so small. He's so small. Okay, hold on. Let me also let me not be gigantically big. Also, okay, wait a minute. Excuse me, sir. I know we're married, but we're in front of other people. My eyes are up here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's see. Maybe I do this. There we go. Now he's not staring at my chest anymore. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's set this up. Let's set this up. Let me. He's not hurting nobody. Oh my goodness. So silly. So silly. Let's see. I would like to. Need a little blanket around it. He's like, he's like a baby. That's so funny. So silly. You're so silly. Okay, let's see. Is it here? Oh, yes, it is here. I still can't believe. I still can't believe. Very cute. This is, okay, here we go. We got one. Do you have a favorite Nolan movie? I do, which we'll talk about in this tier list. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Okay, Kate. All right. So we got pleasure being here. Oh, thanks, Allie. You're so sweet. I'm glad you're having a nice time. I'm glad you're having a nice time today. Really appreciate you hanging out today. And I'm glad you're all being so nice to Dondon. I am so proud of all of you. You're being so good to him. That's so nice. That's so nice of you. So let's do this. We got this. Let's see. Do that. Okay. 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 That works. We got there's so many. Hold on. Let's see. Maybe we can do this. Do this. Maybe we can do this. So it's a little cleaner. Well, we think that looks a little better. I think, right? Appreciate. If you have to be dark now, probably nostalgia bias, but I don't care. It's fucking awesome. That's great. That's awesome. You're allowed to have yours that are your favorite. Oh, let me, you know what? This is perfect time. We got a little ad that's coming through. By the time that's done, we'll be just all good to do this. So let me, what's a good, let's do a little. Let's see. It's working. Can you hear that? Yeah.
Hi.
Okay. Yeah, we have it down. Oh, you know what I realized I could do down. We'll play some Nolan movie music in a bit. But where is he? Oh, here he is. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. I'm gonna do this. You know what I'm gonna do? I realize I can solve this problem very simply. Okay, wait. We got this. Watch this. Whoopsh. Wait, what just happened? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Perfect. He directed Memento? Yes, he did. Yeah, well, no doubt. Even though it makes him look like a champion Walt Disney. Well, yeah, this is an older PNG that I had commissioned a long time ago. We got to get him an updated one.
I caught a little Pokemon Batman. It's a Lopunny Batman. You know what I'm going to do with it, don't you?
What are you going to do? You're going to draw it? What are you going to do? You're going to draw it? Are you going to draw it? Yes, no spoils. No spoils. No spoilers. Please, as we discuss movies, we will do, I will also tell Dad. We will also be like, yeah. No spoilies. I'm very curious what everybody's what favorite Christopher Nolan movie is yours. Well, Rule 34 low punny? What do you mean Rule 34 low punny? Wait, low punny is like God of War, isn't it? It's one of those Pokemons. It's one of those Pokemons. It's the hips. Is it what? 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 Interstellar is very good. I feel like Interstellar probably has some of the best music on a Nolan movie. Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah. Oh, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm back.
Hello. It's the hips. What, Rule 34? Okay, wait. Well, now I got it. Apparently, Rule 34 low punny. Rule 34 low punny.
No, wait, hold on. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Somebody said to look this
Nala,
up.
no, Rule 34. Do you know what Rule 34 of the internet is? Nala? Why did you do that? Why'd you do that to her? Sweetie.
Today is the day I became a woman.
All right.
I can't.
Yeah, Rule 34. If it exists, then there's... Yeah.
Did you know about this?
Of course. I've known about this
No.
since I was...
What about what I'm sending you? Did you know about this?
No, I don't know. What are you saying? Oh, no, why? Why?
Because if I have to suffer, you have to suffer. This is... Mega low
Delete it? Can it go away? Is there a way to get rid of it?
Not unless I do it.
I just reported it.
No, don't report me to Discord. I'm your wife. Wow. Fine.
Then delete it.
I'll delete it. Fine.
Thank
My goodness. Don't report me to... Wow. I can't believe I married a narc. Wow. Ridiculous. Here I am being like, well, we're going to do Nolan movies. He's I'm going to report you to... Yes.
Okay, so here we are. How does this work?
No. Oh, no. How did you let this happen? 1 to 91. 2 no. Oh, dear God, no. Come to Lala's Diner.
Well, anyway, that's there you go. Anyway, so I'm gonna put music on now. Let's what is it? Here we go.
So help me understand how this works.
So how this works? So wow, this is so intense. I forgot how intense Christopher Nolan. You know what?
So S means sucks.
No, S
Like-
does not mean no. S does not mean suck.
A is for all right.
A is not for all right. That's
B is for better. C is for could have been better. D is for
Delightful.
Delightful, yeah. Then what's the last one? I can't see it. F?
F.
F for fail. Wait, so why if
Or
S
never
is the
seen.
top
No, it
tier,
says
why
never
is
seen.
it
It's the
from
bottom.
red to green?
No. Wait, what? Why is S top tier and why is it not green? Oh.
Isn't that weird?
That is actually a very good point that I never considered. F is for forget about it.
Forget about it.
Forget
Forget
about
about it.
Forget about it.
Yeah, let's move. We gotta like slide Gambi a little bit to make so I can see.
Okay.
F.
Sorry.
But
Yes.
yeah, I mean, if S is supposed to be the top, shouldn't they do from like green down to red instead of?
So actually, this one is never seen.
Oh, never seen.
Never seen is the one on the bottom.
Oh, like if we haven't seen it. Okay.
Yeah, if we haven't seen
That'll
it.
be easy for this. Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. First movie we have. What the hell? Where did it go? Ugh. First movie we have is I realize is Batman Begins.
Once we put them in, can we move them around?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
No, you're locked in. That's it. They'll present this in court. You got to get a lawyer.
What's the-
It's a whole thing.
What's the threshold to good?
So S is top tier, and then
Yeah.
D is caca.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
D stands for Dookie, actually.
So would
C
B
stands
be
for
like,
caca.
oh, it's in the middle of the road?
What do you think? No, I think S is like undeniably, this is a masterpiece. This is incredible. Nothing can top this. A is like, it's like pretty good. I want to say it's like life defining or like you are not missing anything by not necessarily. Oh, no, you miss a little bit by not seeing it. B is like,
Okay.
oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. C, I feel like, it's not offensive. Definitely could be better. D is Dookie, is caca.
Okay. Okay, copy.
C is
All
middle
right.
of the road. Yeah, C is middle of the road. Okay.
Now, my metric here,
Yeah.
just for everyone to understand, is good movies. Right? And anything, I'm going to say that anything, you said C is mid tier?
C is mid. C is like,
C is mid. Okay. So almost nothing on this list is going in there. Almost nothing.
it's a very strong opinion to start with.
It is, but it's also an opinion formed by the fact that if we were dealing with any other filmmaker, there would be more opportunities to fill it in there. But this is a filmmaker who consistently makes movies that, whether they're for you or not, they are undeniably well crafted. They have a clear direction, a clear voice, and an impeccable execution. Even his worst movie is still rivetingly executed. It's just not a good script.
Mhm.
So it's hard to say like, oh, these are, something here is going to go in the like failure position. When we get to Star Wars, there'll be more things to throw under the bus. But yeah.
Uh-huh.
So how do we want to start with it?
We're going to start. Okay, you know what we should do actually? I realize we should actually.
Also, how do I sound? Because I see myself peaking on your thing.
Oh, you sound more consistent than before
10,
actually.
9, 8, 7, 6. Okay. If I
What do you
start to
think?
get heated or excited, I'll lean back so that I don't peak.
Okay. Yep, you sound good. Okay, here we go. So, you know what I'm going to do for those? I'm going to play a trailer of the movie that we are evaluating. I think that'll be helpful.
Oh, that's fun.
Let's do that. So then that way people have some context as to what we're watching. Because, he doesn't have like 30 movies that he's directed. So this will be pretty straightforward, I feel like.
Then after every one that we rate, we take a shot.
Is that how this is going? When did that become where's my tequila? Sir, where's my tequila?
I mean, I was joking, but we could do that.
Let's see. Okay, so let's see. Listen. No, every time something goes, maybe every time when something goes into the S tier, we take a shot.
Okay. Yeah. What do we have? I mean, I've got mezcal.
Mezcal. I think that's the one we have the most of, right? I can't believe we're actually doing this. Yes! If you're playing at home, please do so responsibly. Okay, I'm setting this up. We're gonna bring in do 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 do. Meow. 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 Whoa. Big screen. Big screen. Too big. Too big. I definitely planned this well. Oh my God! Hi, hello. How are you? Oh hi.
So I'm on this mic now. Now I'm on this mic.
What are you doing? Oh, so silly. I'll set this up. So silly. I'm not. It's. Oh, that is a big glass. Okay, that's fine. Moonshine. Right? Let's see. Make sure that I got.
He'll be joining along with Moonshine.
Back on this mic.
So let's let me see. This would okay. Aha! Okay, great. So we're gonna watch first. This is Batman Begins. This is the first movie we're gonna be tier listing. Okay, so if you have opinions, please feel free to share your opinions in the chat. If you haven't seen any of these movies, that's okay. That's why we're gonna show the trailers to these, and I think that'll be good. Okay? Okay? All right, here we go. Batman Begins. It is a PG-13 movie, so if you're under the age of 13, no good. No good. My stream, you shouldn't even be here if
You're under 13. Avert your eyes. I trust you.
There's no 13-year-olds in my stream. There'd be a big problem if there's 13-year-olds in my stream. Don't hang out in my stream. If you're under 14, you should be here, period. Not be here. Should not be here.
No. Should not.
Should not be here. No, do not be here. Should not be here. No. You know how many times we've had to tell our nephew, no, you can't watch my streams, honey. And he's like, why, Titi Lala? I was like, you can't watch my streams, honey. I talk.
He always tries to, too.
He tries
like,
to.
if I have you on my phone and he's over, he keeps trying to watch.
He can't watch my streams. Here we
Then he
go.
called you. Yeah.
Wait, what did he call me?
He said you were sussy. You were being sus.
He shouldn't know that word. He shouldn't know that word.
He's 10 years old. It's too late. You don't want to know the things he knows. You don't know what it's like to be a 10-year-old child, a boy, 10-year-old boy. You're not gonna like the things that he knows.
Anyway, here's Batman Begins. What the heck? What the heck?
Oh, I can't hear it. That's okay.
I haven't seen this movie in such a long time. Oh. Forgot Liam Neeson were in those movies. I love Batman. I forgot she was Rachel.
They recast her.
And they recast her. I totally forgot. Oh, that really does look like a Cybertruck. Oh. Oh, that's right. Forgot. They were. Yeah. Ken Watanabe? I forgot. Who? What about somebody who dresses like a pigeon?
All right. Let's get into the rankings.
Okay, we'll get into the rankings. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm under. Greatness is never appreciated in her time. You know what I'm
The
saying?
pigeon. What would you, if you were the Batman villain, the pigeon? What would be your big scheme to destroy Gotham or to change Gotham?
Or to change Gotham? What would be my scheme as Pigeon? My big scheme as the Batman villain, the Pigeoness. Okay? My Batman reign, my villain reign would be to remove all the spikes from all the buildings so we could shit wherever we please and destroy then with our acidic poop all the landmarks and city buildings.
Yeah, the spikes. You would return Gotham to what it was like at the beginning.
Yes, yes.
I remember New York before spikes.
Yes, and also poke out the eyes of all denizens of Gotham. But, that's a side mission. It's really about the spikes and the pooping first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so where do we place it? I would say that it's going to go. We said that C is mid, or is C already like in bad territory?
C is kind of like, that's kind of like your thing. And then D is like, this is bad.
Okay, got it. B. I would put it in B then.
Batman Begins in B. You can't put Batman in B. That's too on.
I'm all about alliteration. We got 3 Bs. Batman Begins B.
Pigeon was one of Penguin's henchmen in the episode 9. Wait, really? Oh, I gotta watch that. Is that the one with Adam West? You mean Fetch? Oh yes. Okay. So C.
It's like
say B.
In terms of, just so people understand my metric, from what I understand from what you've described, C is where I would put any of the good Marvel movies.
Why you starting fights in my title? Why you starting fights in my title?
So any Marvel movie that people have said like, oh, that's exceptionally good, that's C. With the exception of the Spider-Man films and the first Iron Man, which would go in a higher tier. But all the other Marvel movies, especially since the beginning of the cinematic universe, that's sitting in C for the good ones. The rest all go into the Ds, and to be frank, if there was a lower rating than D, they should go there too. So just so everyone understands my metric here, Endgame is a theme park ride and not a movie.
I'm gonna get deplatformed.
This is what you guys signed up for. Yeah. Well, no, you don't have to worry. Disney doesn't own Twitch. Amazon does, so you'll be fine.
I'm dead. We haven't even started Star Wars
The
at
spice will flow.
We're doing a Star Wars tier list, not a Dune tier list. Oh my god. Oh my. Now I have my attention. Okay. Okay, listen. I should have done.
So I'm just so that everyone's clear on like
tier.
my metric of what C is. I just want to be clear about what a C is.
Okay, so noted in the future, we will do a Marvel tier list.
Oh yeah, that'll be the fastest tier list ever. There's two categories for virtually every Marvel movie. So,
what are the categories, honey?
There's C for the good ones, and then D for the rest, and then the occasional B. And it's hard for me to even lump them in because the consistent theme of the Marvel movies that deserve a better ranking than C is that they were produced by Fox. So there you have it. That's how I feel. The best Marvel movie ever made was Logan and the first Iron Man, and they were both made. Well, the first Iron Man was not Fox, I don't think.
Well,
but it was before the cinematic universe, which is why it's good.
Oh, that's my stream, everybody.
But anyway, yeah, you're gonna get what's it called when people like spam you, the DDS or DDU, denial of service. People are just gonna attack you. So anyway, Batman Begins.
Okay.
B.
Okay, listen. Boycott! Don't boycott the
I
title.
can't believe you've done this.
Dondon has attack for real.
That's funny. That's really funny, actually.
I'm crying.
Everyone's entitled to love what they love. I'm just saying, if we want to talk about ranking things with standards, that's how it's going to go. There are terrible movies that I love. Don't get me wrong. There are terrible movies that I love. But we can't just give free passes to lazy work.
Are we calling Dondon Lisa Nalgai because he's here for spice and to speak his truth?
Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Look, let me speak to this. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is a genuinely fun one. I would put that in the C. It would be in the C tier. As in, and potentially maybe B. And I know this isn't a Marvel thing, so I've started something that we maybe need to put a cap on, but that's Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is an example of one of their better movies. But when you compare them to other excellent action franchises, they're still just very fluffy. I also just don't like the idea of needing to watch 20 movies to be emotionally invested in what happens in the 21st movie. I think that they really rest on each other, and I think it's lazy. The Loki series is fun. There's some horrific visual effects and poor story choices in it. I keep coming back to like, they can be fun, we can love them, but if we're going to critique them on the basis of what we consider like fine art, they're popcorn. They have no nutritional value.
Popcorn. But you still like to eat it.
Huh?
Popcorn. Even though it doesn't have nutritional value, sometimes you still like to eat popcorn.
Yeah, exactly.
Yum. I think
I had a ton of fun. Look, don't get me wrong. I saw Endgame with a crowd in a giant theater, and it was a lot of fun. Have I scared everyone away?
No, I I think it's good to have. Listen, I think the wonderful thing about art is that people can have different opinions about it. I think that that's great.
Except
and
only mine are right.
Okay, sir. Goodbye. This stream is done. This stream is done. Goodbye, sir.
Yes, we can move on. We're gonna move on. And I don't hate all of them.
We are.
I have to see Sonic. I should see Sonic.
Yeah, we haven't seen them.
I worked with
told you.
what's his name? Ben. Once. He was great.
Ben?
So
who's
yeah, Schwartz. The voice.
Wait, Ben Schwartz is the voice of Sonic?
Yeah.
Huh? Huh?
Yeah, he is. Big break for him.
What? I didn't know that Ben Schwartz was the voice of Sonic.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, let me just clarify, none of the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies are part of my previous rant.
Oh, I know who voices Knuckles, and I know who voices Shadow. Okay? All right? Okay? This isn't a Sonic Smash or Pass stream, because if it was, this would be a very different discussion. I just want that to be clear. Knuckles, Smash. Shadow, Smash. Okay? Bat the Rouge, Rouge the Bat, Smash. Okay? Just for clarification, just so we get that out of the way, so we just know. Okay.
Yeah.
But yes,
So,
Batman Begins.
Let's put Batman Begins on the beat.
I'm putting Batman Begins on the B.
Gambit's snoring behind me.
No.
Yeah. Okay, so then what's next?
Okay. Next is I can't see. This is so small. Why is this? Oh, that's so interesting. You know, we could just go in order in terms of Batman movies. Okay, so that was Batman Begins. Now we have. We should do. Was it The Dark Knight? Right. That's the second one.
Yes.
Okay. So let's watch the Dark Knight trailer.
I promise not to have another rant in between this movie and the next one.
I will say, so something that is pretty cool is that Nolan's take on superhero movies fundamentally changed how we do superhero movies forever. Like, and tonally, right? Like, Nolan was like, I want to take a really gritty, like, drama approach to superhero filmmaking and like and handle it with a lot of sincerity. You know, like I want it to be serious. You know, these are allegories about political stuff and all this stuff. So he made it very, very serious, and then all of a sudden started the whole like the trend of making like darker toned superhero movies. I feel
100%. Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it comes from the fact that he was also just himself a huge fan, specifically of the Batman graphic novels, versus Tim Burton. As much as I love his movies, his adaptations, they're very silly, but they're not reflective of the actual like depth of a lot of Batman graphic novels. They're more surface level. Like you could tell that Burton was having like a surface level adaptation of the animated stuff he'd seen or comics he'd seen growing up, versus Nolan. Nolan definitely was a long time admirer of the series.
I think it was The Killing Joke. Was it The Killing
Yeah,
Joke?
The Killing Joke, which has gone on to be a big inspiration point for several Batman adaptations.
Mm-hmm. I do think that was it in terms of The Killing Joke that you what's The Killing Joke? What is he saying? Oh no, not The Killing Joke, but in terms of the Batman movie that Tim Burton did.
Yeah.
Iconic though. It's so iconic.
Oh, yeah.
So iconic.
Fantastic in its own ways, you know?
Yes, absolutely. It's still one of my I definitely think that's one of my top favorite superhero movies is the Batman that Tim Burton did with Danny DeVito and Michelle Pfeiffer. That's definitely.
All right, let's watch this trailer.
God, so iconic. Mm.
So good.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay, so we have uh the Dark Knight. What do you think? What do I
Oh,
think?
what do I think?
What do I think? What do I think? I think the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight. D for Dark Knight. No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, right.
I think I'm torn between S and A in terms of Dark Knight because
To me, it's an S.
an S.
Yeah, even though controversial opinion, at least at this current time, even though I currently like the newest Batman better as a movie.
The one with Robert Pattinson.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I still that doesn't affect my love and appreciation of this movie and its quality. I think it literally redefined the entire industry.
Oh my goodness! It's
Hello.
Freaky! Hi, Freaky! Hi, honey! So good to see you. Hi, everybody. My name is Miss Lala. I'm a 1950s diner waitress VTuber serving up fun in the 21st century. I hope you had a wonderful stream, honey. It was so great playing. I still don't know the name of the game. It was like the Gary's Ma, whatever, with Fufu. Hi, Fu. I think I even saw Fufu in the chat. Hi, everybody. Hello. Oh, were you doing Outer Wilds? Is that where you're all doing today? Oh, I've been wanting to play that game. We're doing actually, so I have my husband here today, and we're doing some tier lists. So right now we're doing a Christopher Nolan movie tier list, and we're lending our opinions as film industry professionals, and just kind of hanging out and talking. But yes, hello TTT. Okay, that's the official. Okay, TTT. It was. I felt like I was spending half of the time learning how to play the game and also remembering to push the talk, but it was still a wonderful time, and my face was hurting because I was laughing so much. So thanks for having me, and it's so good to see you, Frankie. You always make me laugh so much. The times we've collabed, you make me laugh so much. You're so much fun to play with. So it's very nice of you to bring your community over. Let's do a little video. Let's welcome everybody in. Get your emotes ready, everybody. But yes, I hope you had a great stream. Welcome.
You never feel happy. Never feel happy. No, you won't. Until you try. You never feel happy. Never feel. You never feel happy until you try. Never feel happy until you try. You never feel happy. Never. You never. You never feel happy until you try. Never feel happy until you try. Happy until you try. Never feel happy until you try.
Hello! If you have to raid and run, Frankie, I totally understand. But thank you so much, honey. Thank you for coming by. I hope your stream was amazing. I hope your stream was great and you had a good time with your community. Such a pleasure to see you. Thank you. We're currently, what movie were we just finished? We put Batman Begins in B, and now we're on The Dark Knight, and we put it in S tier. S for
Yeah.
super awesome.
S
Yeah.
tier, yeah, because it's like it literally changed the genre and like redefined a lot of stuff.
Hold on. Are you speaking close to the mic? Because it's hard to
Sorry,
hear you.
I was
Oh,
a
it's
little
okay.
better.
That's much better. B for Batman.
Yeah.
Not all Batman movies belong in B, okay? Listen, The Dark Knight definitely deserves an S because it's super Batman. It's a super Batman movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like this is where Nolan sort of comes into his own in a big way. He has obviously the budget, but his own confidence and like the studio backing.
Shots for S tier.
Oh yeah, that's right. Let's go. You
Oh,
got
shot
your
for
glass?
us. Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, yes, I forgot that we did a shot for it. Okay, bottoms up, cheer. Okay, hold on, wait. Let me, so you can hear that. Cheers.
It's a double
Salute.
shot, so only have half of it. Careful.
He said take all of it. Okay.
Bird brained. I don't think that makes them go in D in my book, but I would agree that they are better action movies than they are Batman movies.
Ah.
Which is why I like the latest Batman by Matt Reeves, because there's actual like detective work in it. But yeah, S tier is just like the filmmaking of The Dark Knight is outstanding.
I think our measure for what goes into what tier is the filmmaking of it, right? That the quality of the film itself in terms of all the pieces that come together.
Yeah.
That's probably what we're measuring on, right? And Dynamite, we're doing a Nolan movie tier list currently. That's what we're doing, and then we're gonna see how we're doing on timing, and if we have time, we're going to move on to a Star Wars tier list. But we'll see how we do on time. If not, and we'll also check gauge if we want to just continue yapping in general, whatever. But
I think I think that yeah, the maybe for the Star Wars tier list we don't watch trailers. That might help us get through the Star Wars stuff a little quicker because I'm gonna have a lot of angry thoughts to share.
You're
But-
gonna have a lot of angry
but-
thoughts to share about Star Wars. I can't imagine why. Every movie's
Yeah.
been perfect.
So it's not just cinematography though. Just to clarify, we're talking about the filmmaking overall. So the performances, the script, and then the craft. And the craft is what's going to, in my opinion, the craft is going to be what gets you past C tier. But if the script and the direction isn't there, you're not going to get past. You're not going to get to an S tier kind of movie. So I think that's like the big difference.
Yeah, I think The Dark Knight definitely S tier because of all those elements. I think that, I also think that this interpretation of the Joker is so good, that it is supremely iconic, and I feel like this interpretation of the Joker automatically includes it, like. I don't know if it officially is, but I feel like it deserves to be in like what are the top 100, like villains of all cinema kind of category. Like Heath Ledger knocks it out of the park so incredibly as a performer. It's so wild to see how well that they really did it, and really believable. Like you're afraid of the Joker, like you know what I mean. I feel like in other iterations, like the Joker is someone to be like you're like, oh, that's that Joker is kind of like they're very campy more so than like terrifying. This was an instance where I ended up being like terrified of what this Joker was capable. Although an amendment to that is because they're doing what's his name, the Joker that from the Robert Pattinson movies. He looks terrifying. He
does look terrifying. I just think that it's going to be really hard to beat this Joker. It's so iconic that I think that a good filmmaker, a wise filmmaker, would avoid making Batman movies with the Joker in them for a while because, like, they did the Jared Leto one and it was awful. And so, even say what you will about
Jared Leto is not the best Joker of all time.
I mean, the Joaquin Phoenix Joker is interesting. That's an interesting take.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think Jared Leto's performance as a Joker is the most prolific performance of a Joker ever in cinema history.
Troll me.
Well, you don't think so? You don't think so? You don't think Jared Leto made the best Joker in all history? Stream Sofa! No, Dandy, no! Yeah.
All right, well. Shall we do the next movie?
Yeah,
do you guys want us to keep running the trailers, or you want us to kind of keep moving through the...
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Would you like the trailers or no trailers, just talk about movies? The fact Ledger locks himself away for months against the minds because page of the commitment. Yeah, I mean, the level of... Although, wait a minute. Locked away for months to get inside of a schizophrenic... What does that make a streamer? Aren't we practically locked away for months at a time? Behind a computer? Just talking to nothing but a computer screen? Huh?
The group is split on trailers, it sounds like.
Ooh.
What do you want to do?
I think trailer. You know what? I think you're right. Maybe we do trailers for Nolan, but no trailers for Star Wars because I feel like people understand Star Wars.
Yeah, they're probably more familiar with like the more recent Star Wars stuff. Yeah, okay, so we'll just jump to.
Great.
Should we do Rises?
Rises. Rises. Okay. That's not Met Stadium. Did you know Christian Bale's breakout role was in Newsies, where he sung and tap danced? Fun movie fact.
Actually, Empire of the Sun was before that.
That's true. I was just trying to make a joke, I think. I actually don't know which was his breakout role. Wow, this movie is 12 years old. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about this movie being 12 years old. Oh, God.
I remember seeing it in theaters.
You remember seeing it in theaters?
Yeah, with all my school buddies.
School buddies? Don't know them. Imagine having school buddies.
What do you think? You go first this time.
Dark Knight Rises?
Yeah.
For Dark Knight, I could already listen. I could already tell by your enthusiasm, your or lack thereof. He's like, yeah, I'll let you take this one.
No. I'm genuinely curious. I swear. And also, Tuna. Dark Knight Rises is real IMAX. Every movie Christopher Nolan has made since The Dark Knight are real IMAX movies.
Yeah, they actually didn't
all
they
shot
ruin one of
in-
the two cameras on IMAX
Yeah, Dark Knight
cameras?
Rises. He destroyed 2 IMAX cameras. It was a very sad day in Hollywood.
Because there's only like what,
There's only
13?
11 of them, and he's
Yeah.
broken at least 3 or 4 of them over the years. So there's only like 5 or 6 functional ones left.
5 or 6 functional IMAX cameras left, and because of Christopher Nolan. So
Things that I cannot disclose, but there's hope for the future of more 70 millimeter IMAX stuff.
ooh. Dark Knight Rises. I'm going to put Dark Knight Rises in the caca category. I'm putting it in C.
I would agree with you. I was torn between B and C because at the end of the day, the problem with The Dark Knight Rises is the script.
Yeah.
And the editing.
Once again, this is where we're going to start talking about female characters. You got two of the you
Yeah.
have 2 incredible actresses in the movie. You got Marion Cotillard. And then you got Anne Hathaway. And then he takes these ladies and he's like, you like these ladies? Oh, yeah, I'm going to crush them. I'm going to crush them, put them in the garbage. I'm going to crush them, put them in the garbage. That's how he treats most of his female characters, and it started in this movie. So, not started in this movie. This is an example of it.
Yeah, Tony Ollie, they broke it with one of the cameras broke with the bat bike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's just some really unfortunate choices made in that regard, and just like screenwriting stuff. Like it feels like the movie could have used a few more drafts and maybe would have landed in a better place. But it's hard with movies this big. The third movie in a franchise. There's a lot. There's usually a lot of even for Nolan at this point in his career. There probably was a couple more cooks in the kitchen than he would have liked. Um,
I'm so sorry, honey. Do you mind speaking closer to the mic?
oh my God, how much of that could you hear?
I could hear half of it.
Dang it! I have to like be kissing this mic for you to hear me.
Yeah, that sounds great. Also, bye, DL. Thanks for hanging out today. And thank you so much again. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thanks for popping by. That was very nice of you. Welcome. And bye-bye. Yeah. It sounds like you go in and out of like physically.
I'm sorry.
For the mic. It's okay.
This is your former mic.
I know, and it takes a lot of practice to get used to making
Yeah.
sound.
Well, yeah, you have like an arm for it. This is just sitting on some books on my table. So I have to be like right up in it.
Listen, streamer scuff. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that uncomfortable for you? All of a sudden to have things close to your mouth? Sorry, maybe as a lady we have more experience. Anyway, so
what I was saying about what I was saying was that unfortunately the script is ultimately the culprit here. It's the third installment in a big franchise, and I'm sure at this point in his career, there was probably still a couple too many voices on how the film should end, what the twist is, all that stuff. I feel like there was probably either a simpler version of this movie or a more refined version that had a couple more script edits. That's why it's C, despite being impeccably crafted. What's going on?
No, I just saw the comment where they're like, because you're close to it, they're like, chocolate rain, old school meme. Do you remember that meme?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
So that's what I think that was what cracked me up. But yes, so in terms of, I agree. Yeah. I think it's just out of the second, I also think in comparison, the second one is so good, The Dark Knight. It's so well done in such a great little packet, like in terms of like how everything really hits the mark in terms of the craft of it, and like you said, the script and the characters and the acting, that to have the last one, it had to be really spectacular. And I think they focused truly on the literal level and scale of spectacle instead of what made that spectacle like earned, if that makes sense, right? In terms of like the foundation. And truly at the end of the day, the things that usually make or break a really fantastic movie, it starts with the written word. And it is the roadmap for every department to kind of do their job with, right? Having a fabulous script means that it'll probably lend to, with the right people on board, right? You're going to have like then fabulous design and cinematography and good directing, usually most of the time. But it really does start with a great script. And so that had like, I don't know, it had a lot of problems. They just randomly wrapped up things. It was just so weird. The twist in the movies didn't really make sense. It was just like, nah. I'm almost tempted to even put it lower in D, but it was
No, I
still
wouldn't
well
do that.
done.
I think
It was
we
still
hold
well-
it to a higher standard, which is why it's even in the C tier. Because once again, to your point, you said that after The Dark Knight, we were all sort of high expectations for this film when it came out, and I think people were a lot harsher on it than it deserved. It still got problems, and I think C is a fair place for it to be.
Yeah, this
But it's still like leagues beyond the majority of action movies that come out today.
Yeah.
And if you don't agree with me, I would say go give it another watch and just look at it from a directing standpoint in terms of how is the action communicated, how are the stakes communicated, how is the pace, executed. Those are all really, really specific things that make good action movies, and it's falling out of practice among a lot of filmmakers of today.
Tony Ali, I agree. I think the last 20 minutes really hurt the film a lot. A lot. But I feel like, but not only that, I feel like the reason why the last 20 minutes are bad is because they also didn't like set it up in the rest of the movie. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know. Yeah, I think definitely like I have not been inspired to rewatch The Dark Knight Rises. And I think I'd only be inspired to rewatch it if I was specifically sitting down to watch a Nolan Batman trilogy viewing. You know what I mean? So I could be like, okay, I want to see like them each, but like easy for me to be like, I would easily watch A Dark Knight again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's so good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's sleepy on most DC movies too. Yeah, the way I like to say is that, like, in terms of the camp of DC and Marvel, and I'm not going to stay on this too long, but I would say that, in my opinion, I like the worlds and the characters of DC Comics better compared to Marvel, on it, like, in terms of comparing overall. However, the movies, Marvel movies are much better than DC movies, with the exception being Batman movies, because Batman movies have been interpreted by so many different great filmmakers. But most other like DC movies are not very good. They're not very good. And I will say Marvel, whatever opinions you have about Marvel movies, I think we can all unanimously say that Marvel movies are much better than DC movies. Bye, Ellie. Have a good night, honey. Bye. Bye. And hi, Grave Adam. Welcome on in. Welcome. So we have the next movie on the tier list is a little movie you may have heard of or maybe not have heard of. It's called Dunkirk. Okay?
Yep, let's watch the trailer. It's going to be Yep, okay.
Okay, calm down, cowboy. Calm down. Starring internationally renowned pop star Harry Styles. The cast in this movie is so good.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot Tom Hardy was in this movie.
Because you don't see his face really until the last
That's
freaking
true.
shot.
Yeah.
More or less.
Dunkirk. Woo, woo, woo. So clearly this goes in D for Dunkirk.
Nope, not even close.
the way that he said that so close, he was like,
You know where I want to put this.
you said that so.
The movie.
Excuse me. Diners
film.
open. There are people watching this stream,
The
sir.
thing we're here to do.
People are watching this stream. How dare you?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I can't believe it. You heard that, right? I'm not crazy. I can't believe it in front of
Alrighty.
everybody. Okay. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
So where do you think?
Well, I put
You know where I want it to go.
I'm
Where
going
do
to
you
put I'm going to put it in D, I said.
No.
Why not? There's no problem with putting it in D. D for Dunkirk.
It has a big problem with it going in D.
It should go in D. It should go in D.
Dunkirk is unequivocally an S tier movie. For those of you in chat who were not here when we started this stream, I was asked what my top 3 movies were, and this was in them. So this is an S tier movie.
Okay, that means we had to take a shot.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, bottoms up, bottoms up. Okay, cheers, chat. Cheers.
So Nolan is notably the most celebrated blockbuster director of our current moment. You know? Like right now, it's like him and Denis Villeneuve.
Mm-hmm.
And Dunkirk, to me, is a demonstration of his ability to apply, and this holds true for Oppenheimer, but we'll get to that. Dunkirk, to me, demonstrates his ability to apply his skills in blockbuster-style filmmaking, large scale, large scope, event-like films. And he can apply it to something that at its core is an art house movie. Dunkirk does not have a protagonist. It has no protagonist. It's not about a singular individual. It's about 500,000 people. And I don't know. I think I'm so in awe of this movie because it is a blockbuster scale tale about no one in particular. And yeah, the trailer is not a hyperbole. Like it says, this is one of the defining moments in history. If this evacuation had not happened, there's a good chance that the Germans would still have control over Europe to this day. If you can't tell, I'm a huge history nut. This particular time in history has been a passion of mine since I was a kid. This movie is amazing. Everything. Script, casting, craft, cinematography, costumes. It's amazing.
Hi, illustration. Welcome on in. Yeah, and I do think so. I'm always, you know me, I've talked about this before in streams. I will always advocate, if you're an able-bodied person and obviously if it doesn't break your bank, I will always encourage people to go to the movies in person versus watching a movie at home. I know that that's really hard because, the movie experience is very expensive nowadays. But if you're going to invest in seeing a movie, I highly recommend watching a Christopher Nolan movie in IMAX. And I don't know if they'll bring this movie back to IMAX, but your impression of this movie changes if you watch it in a regular way or if you've watched it in IMAX. It's kind of like if you watched, I don't know if you've seen the movie Gravity, those in chat, by Alfonso Cuarón with Sandra Bullock and George Clooney. Is the same idea where the scale of the movie physically affects you. I remember getting because the movie is crafted to be viewed in that way. And I know that Christopher Nolan specifically and personally will go to these movie theaters and check the projection of these films to make sure that they're great. Because sometimes Do you remember like when everybody was talking about that one Game of Thrones episode that everyone's like, it was too dark, you couldn't see anything, they should have like lightened it. That had a lot to do with the fact that a lot of television screens are set as certain things and people don't adjust the way that they view media on their television screens and all this stuff. So like Nolan goes in person and like personally makes sure that his movies are viewed the way that they're meant to be viewed. And Dunkirk is so incredible. And I will say like also of course as a fashion history and like history nerd, especially mid-century stuff, the movie is like really, I don't know, it's really well crafted. It's very emotional. It's very poignant and very respectfully done. It's not blockbustery for the sake of blockbuster. It's its scale and spectacle is because that's what it was like, and I feel like you really get to experience that from a first person perspective of watching the movie. Hi, Star Walker. Welcome on in. Yes, I do think not all I feel like there are certain movies that are great little popcorn movies that you can watch in the comfort of your home, of course. But I feel like there's definitely movies you should invest in seeing. Like, for instance, like, I loved the summer of Barbenheimer because you saw in droves people going to watch and it was because like they happened to come out in the same week, and so that's why it became this moment. But that week was really important because a lot of people who wouldn't normally have seen Oppenheimer were really interested in like the meme of it all and the hype of it all of Barbenheimer, that you would see one and then you see this other movie, and it drove people to go to the movie theaters and watch Oppenheimer in theaters and oftentimes in IMAX the way that he wanted you to see it. And I think it's really cool because like those movies are crafted for the big screen. And there's certain movies, yeah, exactly. Like would I say you'd watch if they had a reunion screening of The Hangover, do you need to pay money to play? I know. Not necessarily, because that movie isn't focused in terms of like it's not trying to elevate and showcase the craft of filmmaking to a level that hasn't been challenged before. That's not the intention of that movie. But there's certain filmmakers out there that do that. Like for instance, the movie's Dune, I think is another great example where like seeing it on the big screen is very much like appropriate for the movie itself. Nolan movies. Spielberg movies, like certain movies, because yeah, those directors really like direct for that big screen. They're not directing for you to just consume it at home casually, and so they take into account literally like the sound mixing. So when you're sitting in the theater, like how those speakers reverberate the sound design of the movie. So I think like I highly recommend. It's a very, very, if you have not seen Dunkirk, I'd rather you see it than not see it at all. But if it ever comes back to theaters and they do it, I highly, highly recommend you go see it in person if you can. I know everybody's like movie going, it all depends on where you are and stuff. But highly recommend, because also as people who work behind the scenes, we can confidently tell you that sometimes we'll do details and certain choices because we're taking into account your experience as a viewer in the auditorium. Like, and especially like there's certain details that you will not catch unless it's blown up 100 times. It's, you know what I mean? Like when you watch it on your laptop, you may not catch something that versus like that same scene is blown up as like as big as your house. You know what I mean? So, it's also an appreciation, when you see those names that roll at the end of the credits of a movie, right? Like those people are putting their best work out there for you to kind of see it and for your entertainment, But definitely, I like Godzilla. Oh yes, Godzilla. I feel like those kind of big scale movies are great to see. Yeah.
To your point about you mentioned Gravity. Like that's something where the sound mix, that sound design was so impactful that seeing that in a theater has a completely different effect on you.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a time where they had an exhibit to demonstrate that because they designed the audio at a frequency and at a volume that literally emulates the sort of impression your brain gets when your heart beats. And so when your heart beats fast, you are more anxious. It's just inherently what happens. Like your body your brain gets anxious because it's thinking, oh, there's something wrong. Why is their heart beating so fast? And so the filmmakers use that subconscious, fact to make you feel anxiety in gravity, and you don't get the full effect when you're just on your couch, or you don't have like a really powerful sound system. But when you're seeing gravity in the theater, that literally physically affects you. It makes your heart think that it's beating faster than it is. It makes your brain think that your heart's beating faster than it is, and it creates that feeling of anxiety. So yeah, just movie theaters always will give you the premium experience, especially with filmmakers who designed for the theater, for those environments. And definitely Nolan is sort of king in that regard. He's been a big champion of that. Then yeah, exactly. That's next movie.
Well, I was going to say, before we go to the next movie, I know some people, sometimes those experiences can be a lot. Like when you are in those, like it could be very overwhelming, sensitivity wise, like literally sensory wise. So I literally have a way to help myself in those theaters when those things happen. Let me show you. So,
yeah.
So I have my emergency Dune popcorn bucket that helps me like a thunder jacket. So I can watch these movies comfortably. What? What?
No.
What?
No.
What? Yes. What? What? It's very good. It's very good. I heard. You see, if you stick your fist where my face is, I promise you it'll be a good time, and you'll feel a lot better watching these movies. Okay, all right. Black! I can't believe this is when you're coming into my stream, Black. I can't believe this is when you choose this moment is when you choose to say hello in my stream. What's the matter with you? I know you popped by the other day. This moment, really? I'm not embarrassed. That's fine. Anyway, it's fine. Anyway, make sure you have your emergency Dune popcorn bucket in case you get any kind of nervousness in terms of projections, screenings at movie theaters. It will shield you from all things bad. Okay, anyway, here we go.
Thank you for this public service announcement, Lala.
You're welcome. Welcome.
What's our next movie?
Oh, yes. Yes, let me get. Also, in case that is too big for you to handle, we also have an alternative Thunder Jacket styling, which is Wolverine popcorn bucket. In case that you don't want to use, you don't want it to be all consumed, there is a smaller variation that does the same effect and shall bring you great comfort while watching cinematic experiences. Okay, there you go. Hi, Neo Night. Welcome on in. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, so next movie on the chopping bracket. Okay, listen. Not the Rule 34.
Lala, did you see the How to Train Your Dragon live action trailer yet?
No, I haven't. The new How to Train Your Dragon live action trailer, it came out. Oh, I'm scared.
Man.
Oh, I'm scared. I don't know if I want to.
It's not. There's no way that it's any good. It's not possible.
Oh, man.
It can't be.
Oh, man. Also, thanks for the tip, Gray. Thanks, honey. Ah, Jesus! Don't laugh at me. This is your one good puzzle with pies. He laughs at my pain. You hear this? He laughs at my pain. This is ridiculous. The lack of respect in my diner. I can't believe it.
I'm laughing at your pain. I'm not.
Yeah, you're laughing at my pain.
It's funny. It's just you're getting pied in the face. It's funny. It's
funny.
Classic humor.
Oh yeah, that's funny. That's funny to you. You think it's funny? You think it's funny? It's like so funny. I love it. I love it when my face doesn't feel anything because it's been belted with pies. Because who did that? Who did that? I know it's one of you over there. Don't think that you can get away with this time. Who did that? Who started this hype train? Orchestra? Orchestra.
We like Hype Train. Why are you doing? We like it.
Orchestra. That's it. You started that. Hey, yeah. That's it.
No, it's good.
Listen, you guys just do it. Like,
pies.
we're having a nice time just chatting. What the heck? Also, thank you, honey.
more
That was
pies.
very sweet of you. Thank you for the prime. Thank you. Did you just say more pies?
No. So the next movie is what?
Ooh, it's a little unknown movie. Ooh, our thoughts about the Fallout show? I have thoughts about the Fallout show. It's fantastic. Fantastisch. I love it. We watched it. I watched it twice. I'm actually due for a rewatch. I love this show so much. It's a beautiful year to be a nerd between Arcane and the Fallout show. Oh my god.
Yeah, and the Penguin. Penguin was good.
I need to watch the Penguin. I know that you've been watching it nonstop, but
Yeah. We finished it.
yeah.
All right.
Okay.
What's this one?
We are watching the next one on the chopping block is Inception.
Oh,
Inception. So watch it. Wow. Elliot Page. Wow. I haven't watched this movie in a long time. We
You
should
should watch it tonight. Do you want to watch it after stream?
Don't ask me out at a date in a living room in front of everybody. What's the matter with you?
I want to watch it.
Thanks, Sammy.
Neo Knight, you've got to watch this.
Yeah, you gotta watch it.
It's so good. That's miniature. Yeah, Lala, do you want to watch Inception with me tonight?
Stop asking me in front of people. Me.
You can lay out pillows on the floor.
No.
Some blankets.
Show you.
I can get firewood.
Yes. Excuse me. Oh, so Inception. You know what I think of Inception?
What do you think of Inception?
Why don't you accept D's nuts? So D's nuts.
No. 2 times in a row, you're not going to get a rise out of me.
Thanks for the level 1 hype train, everybody. That was really sweet of you. Thank you. Mwah.
We used to have this joke for what would the like 70s porn parody version of Inception be called?
Insertion. We have to go deeper.
And there's so many lines in the trailer that you could just lift and put right into a trailer for that movie.
Yeah. I mean, so Inception, also, whenever you hear "bwam" in like trailers, it was because of Inception.
Yes.
It's because of this movie. This movie started that trend in trailers. Bwah! Like, this movie started that.
But also in movie scores, I mean, this has been a practice that's happened for a very long time. But part of the reason why so many movies have similar sounding soundtracks, especially after Inception, is studios will practice using temp music while they edit, and they'll use scores from other movies. And then, unfortunately, a lot of these executives who aren't necessarily artists will get attached to the music that they hear when they're reviewing, the first cut, the second cut, the third cut. They get attached to hearing the Inception score, or whatever. Mad Max. That score was a score that was like constantly put in movies, in like work in progress edits for years. And when the time comes to actually make the score, they end up being so attached that they ask the composers, "Well, can you make it a little bit more sounding like the reference material?" And it's really sad because it kind of ruins the potential for a lot of composers. And so the great scores that we hear today are because the filmmakers push back on those practices, and they get the composers in earlier. They have them, score the movie as it's being edited, or even before the movie gets edited, so that you don't run into those problems. But yeah, Inception score is iconic, and I'm inclined to put it in an S tier, but I could accept an A.
You hear this man? He's like, I am inclined to put an S, but I will accept an A. What do you think, everybody? For those who've seen Inception, what would you put Inception in? I'm curious. I have my feelings about it. Also, for the anime fans out there, if you know about Satoshi Kon, Satoshi Kon has there's a lot of Satoshi Kon references in Inception. So many Satoshi Kon. Like the other person who's madly in love with Satoshi Kon and totally references their movie every single time is what's his name? Who did what's his name? Black Swan. What's the director?
Darren Aronofsky.
He's
Paprika. You guys know.
Yeah, Paprika.
That's on it.
Yeah, Paprika. Paprika's a big reference in this movie. I also love Paprika. I only watched it for the first time a couple of years ago.
I like the other one we watched.
Perfect Blue.
Perfect Blue.
Perfect Blue is so
that
good.
That one was phenomenal.
Yeah, I love Perfect Blue. Perfect Blue is so good because it's it's a cautionary tale if you want to be a VTuber. Anyway. Just kidding.
Booter gnome, that's very funny. Okay, so it sounds like they're saying A. So
A?
What do you think, Lala?
A or S? I will say
Put it in A. I think A is fair.
I think A is fair. I don't think it's S tier, especially if you have Dunkirk, right? I don't think it's as perfectly tight, specifically because of Marion Cotillard's character is it's a waste in this movie. It is wasted.
I will accept points being deducted for poor writing of female characters. Reducing them to one-note characters. That I can accept that. It's unfortunate, but I can accept it.
Yeah.
It's a shame because Inception is really tight. You mentioned
tight.
The edit is flawless. Flawless edit. They offload so much exposition on you in those first 30 minutes, and you don't even bat an eye. So our friends who are writers, Lala and I we're craftspeople, right? So we're brought in after the script's written and done, but with our close collaborators and friends, we sometimes get to get scripts ahead of time and give insight and thoughts. And some of our friends who have films that they're working on developing.
Speak closer to the mic. You keep on stepping back.
They constantly talk about how wonderfully written this movie is. It's so difficult to do high concept sci-fi,
and it's a heist movie
not
too.
Put people to sleep, getting them up to date and all the information they need to understand the rest of the movie. Like that's no easy task. But Inception does it flawlessly. They more or less get you the maybe not everything you need to understand, but everything you need to know to be able to engage with the film as it's going.
Mm. I you said the editing is tight?
Yeah. What's the joke? Where's it coming?
You know what else is tight?
Don't do it.
What are you worried about?
I'm worried about the fact that you're an ambassador and you should be an example of
I was
wholesome.
talking about the cinematography, not only the editing. The cinematography is tight too.
Right.
Wow. You really thought what were you thinking I was gonna say? Jesus. What do you think I was gonna say? God.
The Dune popcorn
Crazy.
bucket. That is what we should say. That's funny. I like that. Let's stick with that one.
Yes, we should definitely say
The
Dune
Dune popcorn bucket.
Yes, the Dune popcorn bucket is tight, just like my pussy.
Hey. Till death do us part. Jigsaw, that's funny.
Stay as Scorsese's butthole when someone mentions superhero movies. Amazing, brilliant.
We do need a bonk redeem. You're right.
I know what you're talking about. Anyway.
Or like pieing. Yeah.
Anyway.
Start a hype train. She'll get pied in the face. Okay, what's our next movie?
Our next movie is wait, that's it. Oh, I was about to say. Okay. You know what the next movie is? I actually don't know about this movie.
Ooh.
Am I seeing this right? That's funny. That's so funny. There we go. Is this really? It really? Huh? I've never heard of this movie before. So this is gonna be interesting. No, it's not. It's called Insomnia. This is directed by Christopher Nolan. So I've never seen nor heard this movie. So I already know where to go in my category because I've never seen it.
I don't think I've seen Insomnia either, which is I forgot he made that.
This is totally foreign to me. Okay. All right. Or Lord, no, why? Is this a bad movie? Okay. I don't know this one either. That's why we're watching the trailers. It's an experience, really? You remember? You remember Barry's this one? Okay, let's see. Oh my god. Hilary Swank, Al Pacino. Oh. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Huh? Robin Williams! What?
One of these trailers where they just like show you the whole movie.
Oh my! Remember this fall? Yeah, I miss voiceover movie guy. Oh my! Wait, did this movie come out like the same year as Seven? Was there just like a stream
No.
of movies
So
that came out? Because it's got.
I
vibes
haven't
like
seen
Seven.
this either, so I can't rate it. But it makes perfect sense that he did Memento, and then made this movie, and this is such a classic example of how our industry sometimes can stifle someone who would end up becoming like one of the greatest directors of our time. He did Memento, and they're like, you know what? You could do another investigative thriller. It's like they have so little imagination, studio executives. So they're just like, yeah, he did this one like film about a guy figuring out a mystery. So like, let's give him another movie about a guy figuring out his mystery. And I bet you, to some extent, they're like, Batman's about mysteries. Maybe he could do Batman.
Well, I also think that he also has an interest in it personally, it looks like. You know what I mean? Like there seems to be some sort of through line where he likes mystery or
he likes suspense and like tension building.
Yeah.
He's spoken about that. He likes creating that feeling of like you're on the edge of your seat and you're anxious and you know you're like that like unnerving feeling. He loves that. That's why he found like the docking sequence in Interstellar to be like an accomplishment of something he had been chasing for so long.
Yeah, I will say, to somebody's point, like copy and paste. So yeah, so something that will happen, like for instance, if I worked on a movie that had, like, if I worked on a 1950s movie, then all of a sudden a director or an agent will be like, well, she only knows how to do 1950s like costume design. Even though I'm a costume designer, meaning that I have a wide range in terms of my skill set, but because they're like, "Oh, you did this already, so this is clearly what you only know how to do," which is not true. I wish people thought that I was like locked in period costuming. That'd be amazing. That'd be an incredible career. But it's actually been like I worked on some comedy projects, and they're like, "Oh, well, you only know how to do comedy, so you clearly need," or like you've done horror, so then you can do other horror projects. And I'm like, "No, I like to do other things." And they're like, "No, I think you like to do horror." I was like, "No, but I really don't. I like to pay my bills. I like to pay my bills and do a good job." And they're like, "Okay, so what you're saying is you like to work in horror." You know what I mean? Like that's what it is. Hey, Chris, look about it. Yeah, so that's like, yeah, it's basically, so you know the concept of typecasting with actors and like and actresses and performers. The same thing is true for craftspersons. So cinematographers, costume designers, production designers, the same thing. You can totally be typecast in the type of work that you do. And actually that literally was a problem for me. I had to have a conversation with my like agents and be like, "Listen, stop putting me up." Stop putting me up for these like the movies that I was being put up for, because I was like, these are not the kind of projects I want to work on. I want to work on like my dream projects or like period movies and like really like high concept like fashion projects. Like those are the things that I love and I love to explore and that I've researched and studied and I specialize in. But they're like, oh, you did this movie that was kind of sci-fi-ish with a couple of guys. I got this other thing. It's kind of like a police procedural. Got a couple of guys. I think you'd be a good fit for it. I was like, why? They're like, because you've done this before. I was like, yeah, but I want to keep on doing it. I have bills to pay. And they're like, okay, but we don't know if you can do in other ways. I was like, what? So it's kind of frustrating, you know what I mean? It's very frustrating. So that being said, that's just a little bit more behind the scenes stuff. Yeah. So they do love their typecasting because typecasting is easy, right? It's lazy. It's lazy.
It's safe.
It's safe versus taking the risk on people. I think nowadays you see a lot less risk happening in the industry. The only time it really happens is within the indie sphere, and even then, that's very few and far between because budgets
A lot
and
less risk.
yeah, it's just studios are afraid to spend money. I mean, the past few years in the industry have been just like leaking faucets of money and revenue for studios, so they don't want to do anything that is a risk with not guaranteed paid off. So
Yeah, that's why they're investing on. It's all going to bite them in the butt, right? Because they're investing heavily on what they consider safe productions. Like How to Train Your Dragon, the live action adaptation, right? But the reality is that it's going to bite them in the butt. Like the tide is turning. People are less and less interested in seeing the same drivel being fed to them over and over again. I think that they'll start to lose enough money where they need to realize, like, oh, our business was healthier when we diversified our portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody,
I just saw the comment. Oh yes, I do play Magic the Gathering.
I'm sad we won't see it. Sorry, Moonro.
Okay.
I'm sad we won't see it, but I've heard from people who were close to the project that it was not good.
Which project?
The Batgirl movie.
Oh.
It sucks that it got cut for tax purposes, but I think it was probably not a good movie because if it was a good movie, they would want to release it. If it was like undeniably a great film, it would be a bad business move not to put it in theaters.
Mm-hmm. Look, it's Joshy's in chat. Joshy says hello.
Hey, hi.
Somebody was mentioning. Well, first of all, yes, I play Magic the Gathering. I love Magic the Gathering. Dondon and I play a lot. We're actually we're gonna be visiting family soon, so we're figuring out what commander decks to bring in our packing. But big Magic the Gathering fans. That was first question. Second question. Somebody said something about Chris Pratt and Jack Black being and everything. You want to know a secret? You want to know a secret? I'm not saying all studio executives, but we know for a fact, because our friend told us who worked at a studio and saw this firsthand, that sometimes studio execs, when they're thinking of casting for movies, they will drive by, like in Hollywood, they will like drive by or like go to work, and they'll see a billboard that, let's say, has Jennifer Lawrence and Chris Pratt, and they're like, oh yeah, we should cast Jennifer Lawrence. Just because they saw her on a billboard on the way to work.
What it is that they ask their, like, the executive asks his executive or his
assistant,
the person one position down from him, right? So my little underling, I need 8 names, 8 options for this film to be the leading man or woman of this film, and so that person has to make a list for them. And so what do? Sometimes they can look on IMDb and see who the top trending actors are. But more than likely, they're going to pull names off the top of their list. Like, off the top of their head. Like, who do I think is really good that I've seen a lot of buzz about? And so knowing that is a thing, a lot of productions, and sometimes potentially, influenced by PR teams, they specifically buy ad space on billboards driving down to West Hollywood, where a lot of these people have their offices, so that when they drive to work every day, they're just driving to work, and subconsciously they're seeing the same 4 actors on every billboard. So when it comes time for them to make a list of who they should reach out to cast a movie, oh, you know who I just saw in a movie recently? This person. So it's like, it's like somewhat lazy, but it's also subliminal, and that's why it's so uninspired. You got the same people doing these movies over and over again. Like Chris Pratt was never Chris Pratt. That's the one from Jurassic Park, right?
I think so. Yeah, yeah. That's the one
Yeah.
who was in Parks and Rec, right?
He's not an action star. He's Andy from Parks and Rec. Like, it's crazy that he ended up becoming like viewed as an action star. And it's because he was in one movie doing action stunts, and then they advertised the hell out of it, and he got another one, and he got another one. But you know, popularity wins out. Exactly.
Yeah. It's crazy because it doesn't mean that they're actually like deeply skilled in whatever their pursuit is, right? It just means that, you know, they happen to be flavor of the month. You know what I mean? Like, I can't get over that Chris Pratt was Mario. That, like, it really bumped me in the movie watching it. I'm not going to lie. Chris Pratt as Mario bumped me from that experience. I also, in general, I didn't really like the voice casting in the movie. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really like, and I love like Anya Taylor-Joy is one of my favorite actresses. It bumped. I didn't agree that that was a good choice for Peach. It bumped me a lot. Some of the choices. Charlie Day's Luigi I thought was good. Jack Black as Bowser was great. Some of the other characters were well cast, but some of the other ones I was like, huh, really? It like bumped me. Like I couldn't like. And I thought the movie was really fun. I thought it was a really cute movie. But those choices like were questionable to me. But I know everyone feels differently about it, and that's okay. It really makes me hope for the success of indie because exactly the same job will do. Yeah, so you know, one studio that I really, really like, usually the movies that they put out, they're usually like exceptional and they're considered more indie movies, is A24. I usually really like A24 movies because they're very, they usually are very visually stunning. The stories are very different, and they're usually those projects end up being really, really good. The products end up being really great, but it's like there's a few I'm not saying like all studio movies are not good. There's definitely a few, like for instance, Wicked is coming out. I'm very excited about Wicked. Wicked looks like it's going to be great. But there are definitely other movies that I'm like, huh. And I think you know, so I think that not, you know, it's not the case for, you know, just like everything. Not everything is that way. Not every studio exec thinks that way, but happens enough where you can't help but think that it's definitely a trend. You know what I mean? And we all know, I mean, everybody here can definitely see as consumers of pop culture and media. Like somebody mentioned, like Coyote versus Acme. Like I think that that movie, you know, I know to your point, you're talking about Batgirl not being good and that would be a bad business decision. But I think Coyote versus Acme, people were saying, and the people, you know, they were saying that that movie actually was pretty good, but I think they just wanted to cut their losses on it, and you know it unfortunately was collateral damage from like the Discovery Warner Brothers merger stuff, from what I understand. But yeah, weren't you talking about this the other day? Weren't we having a conversation about this, that the executives, like when they started, like they were more in touch with what people wanted, but because they stayed in the same position for so long, now they're like, weren't we talking about this the other day? You and I just we're talking about this.
The people who've been the people in charge of some of the oldest or most successful studios at the moment are the same people who've been in charge since the 70s. What's crazy is when they were given their positions at the head of these companies or development executive positions, heads of production or whatever, they were like 35, you know, which by our standards today, you would think is crazy. Like, oh my God, that's so young. So-and-so was just given control of every Universal production. They get to greenlight movies for Universal, but they're 35 years old. That's crazy. Well, it's the same person. It's just been 50 years. So now they're super old. And so at the time, they saw so much success because they had young people in touch with what young people want to see. and whether we like it or not, the demographic of 18 to 34 is where the majority of movie money comes from in theaters. So if you don't make movies for people in that age group, you're not going to have the giant box office revenue that we've grown accustomed to. You know, so that seems to be potentially one of the solves is if they could just get younger people running their departments, they might see more films come out that resonate with audiences instead of just rehashes or remakes and stuff like that.
Sorry, I went to take a sip off screen. I look crazy sometimes when I sip, so that's why I stepped off screen for a second. Yeah, it's true. It's crazy. It's so like when people say like studio execs have no like idea of what people want, it literally is like true. And sometimes, here's the thing, like sometimes, like when you're watching a movie, like one thing that I feel like I've become really cognizant of where like, oh, this was a really bad story beat in a movie, or this was a really bad choice. Sometimes those bad choices are not because of the director. It's not because of the person in charge of that particular department. It's because a studio exec came down and said, hey, we gotta do this doesn't fly. We need to do this. So it comes even above like the producers who are like in charge of the film. So a famous, a pretty like a well talked about, but not officially confirmed, but people like you could do your math. It's a little costume design story. So the live action movie Cinderella, right? The one with Lily James and Kate Blanchett. It was like the first of the live action remakes of the animated classics, right? So Lily James is, like many actresses in Hollywood, a very petite person. She's very small, right? And usually actresses, a lot of like actresses they range from a size 00 to a size maybe, the most popular range is size 00 to a size 6, right? That's usually the range. Someone who works with bodies in Hollywood, right? And in the industry in general, right? So that's like the range. Lily Jane's a very petite person. Now, in Cinderella, she wore a period accurate corset or a stay or whatever. And in her blue dress, she had this giant big skirt, really, really big skirt, okay? And the optical illusion of having a corset that cinches in your waist, and then you have a giant, giant big skirt, literally creates an optical illusion of highlighting the narrowest point, right? It's like it's a principle that's talked about in like character design, like two-dimensional when you're playing with silhouettes, right? Now, people, when the movie and promo images were published and all this stuff, there were a lot of moms that were like, this movie is creating unrealistic body standards because they digitally altered Lily James' waist to be unrealistic and all this stuff, when that's not what happened. It literally was a combination of a narrow waist, like a narrowed waist because she's a small person and also wearing corset paired with this big skirt, literally. Okay? So the studio decided to be like, well, we can't have this backlash. We need people to be inspired. We can't feel like our movies. We need to sell dresses. We need to sell dresses in the Disney stores, all this stuff, okay? So the next movie that comes down is Beauty and the Beast, right? That's the next live action movie that they decide to make. So what they decide to do is that they're like, for the iconic yellow dress, the studio is like, you know what? We're going to have Emma Watson design her own costume. We're going to take away, right? The costume designer is going to work in tandem and work in conjunction with this actress in terms of designing this costume. And they're like, and they specifically made a point in the marketing of Beauty and the Beast being like, I did not wear a corset with this costume. I designed it because I'm an independent woman and I designed this dress for the modern princess. Like that was a huge part of the marketing, right? Specifically. And for Belle's iconic dress, which the silhouette is very similar to the blue dress that Cinderella wears, right? Very similar. Narrow waist, big poofy skirt, kind of thing. Because the things historically all happen within the same time period, whatever. So anyway, so I made a big point in the marketing to do that. Emma was talking about, I was very involved with the process because I want to make sure that, I want to be a princess for all princesses kind of thing. Movie comes out, and then everybody's upset because the yellow dress looks like caca. Because they get blowback again because they're like, executives made the choice that they're like, we got all this pushback and we want to sell these dresses, all this stuff, because they really wanted to make sure that, they got the pushback from the first movie, so they wanted to make sure that didn't happen in the second one. So then they overcorrected. And they literally didn't take into account. They're like, oh, costume design just dress, they just figure out a pretty dress or whatever. And you're like, no, that's not what the process is. And they put that responsibility, they're like, oh, we want you to be involved. We want to hype it up in marketing, whatever. But then they ended up being on the other side where people were like, but the dress looks like shit, for lack of a better word, part of my New York. And we see that studios will be like, they respond to where the dollars go. So ultimately, in terms of supporting like filmmakers and movies that you want to see made and love, that's also why like going to a movie that you especially are excited about or seeing in person or taking the time to watch them is a big thing, because that literally studios, the language they speak is money. They speak in money. They don't speak in the integrity of the artist is not something that is upheld with studio executives. It is literally moolah, dinero, dollar bills. You know what I mean? So it's a bit frustrating, obviously, but so when we see things like projects that don't like that totally get cut because they're trying to save money, it all comes down to money for these executives. That's what their jobs are. So it's so crazy. And semi-related note, play and buy magic at your local store. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Buy the live action public looks like off the rack daydreams from ModCloth. It was so, the choices were, here's the thing. The design of the bell dress makes a very nice prom dress. Okay. Listen, if you want to hear hot takes, this is my hot take. I think that the bell dress in the live action movie looks like a very nice prom dress. And the designer is one of my favorite designers. So the designer of Beauty and the Beast is Jacqueline Duran. Jacqueline Duran also costume designed a couple of movies you may know, like, I don't know, Barbie. And also Anna Karenina. And The Duchess and Pride and Prejudice. She's an incredibly accomplished costume designer. I know for a fact that woman would not have let that dress be executed, but I feel like she had her hands tied behind her back. And she kind of alludes to it in interviews. She's like, yes, when Emma really emphasized these design details. Like, I feel like she subtly will say that, like, in interviews, if you look it up, like, she definitely is, like, politically navigating the situation she was put in, specifically by Disney. So, yes. So, like, it's a great prom dress, but is it as iconic as an, like, princess dress, I think is a discussion. So, she's great. Jacqueline Duran is an incredible designer. She's one of my favorite designers. I think she also did Little Women. But just goes to show that even accomplished artists are put into corners sometimes because of what studios want. And so I encourage you, if there's something that you didn't resonate with, you're like, that's a weird choice. Why did they do that? Like, why did they make that choice in the movie? Like, sometimes like if you're taking an extra long shit one day and you want to do a wiki like rabbit hole, like, please, I encourage you to do that, because you may find out some interesting things about the behind the scenes process, or maybe something that happened. Sometimes a lot of people will like subtly like hint at things that happened in the process, but I actually thought that the live action Beauty and the Beast movie was not as offensive as some of the other ones that have since come out.
I am vehemently against all of the live action Disney adaptations. Just on principle.
Okay.
The animated films are classics.
Okay, I will.
And
Okay, I'm gonna.
half of the Disney movies that are adaptations are barely live action. They're mostly just CG, which is just animation, essentially. So it's just like bad animation with a few live action actors in the frame. They're money grabs. They're awful.
So I'll show you. I think.
I wonder if it has anything to do with keeping the. I wonder if it has something to do with keeping their copyright.
Maybe. Oh, maybe. I do think so. I'll show you the dress, and I'll also show you the bell dress. So I think ultimately it's also like they like purposefully did not like this whole moment in the movie. This is her glam moment, right? Like she's like we see her as this like simple country girl, all this stuff, and this is supposed to be like the moment where she feels like she's incredible, like she is otherworldly, and it's this beautiful moment between the Beast and Beauty and the Beast, right? This like ballroom scene. It's like it is such. Did you know Beauty and the Beast is one of the only movies to ever be nominated for Best Picture at the Oscars? It's one of the very few like anime movies that was nominated for Best Picture at the Oscars. Just to show how incredibly beautiful and like revered this scene was in particular, right? So anyway, so that being said, so this dress, it's not an ugly dress, okay? It's not an ugly dress. It's just when you have such an expectation that you have to deliver on in terms of how impactful the original scene was, this feels like a it feels like like a exhale of like air, like kind of thing. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Because I think the dress is pretty. Like I said, if somebody wore this to prom, I'd be like, oh, this is a gorgeous dress. But it's not about prom, right? This is an iconic movie. Okay, like you got kicked in the chest. That's a good. Yeah, I'm just gonna make this a lot smaller.
Yeah, it's just so basic.
Yes, it's very basic.
It does feel like a quinceañera.
Mira, ya, la bestia con la bella, sí, sí, sí. Mira, oh, una muñequita, mira, qué preciosa. Yeah, it feels very prom. Exactly, very prom. Very, very prom. Very prom.
What's
so anyway, we did a big tangent on that, but
big tangent. That's okay. These are fascinating tangents.
Yeah.
What's our next film, and should we transition to no more trailers to make up some time?
Oh yeah. Well, we have. I think you'll want to watch this one though.
Okay, then we can watch a trailer.
I think you want to watch this one. James Baxter animated that scene with a 3D camera move. Crazy that he did that in like 93, 94. That's what I'm saying. Oh my God. That scene is such an incredible scene in the movie, animated wise. It was so much more emotional in the animated version that when you saw it, it felt like, you know what? It's like that sound effect. Womp womp. Like that's what I felt like watching it. That's what I felt like watching it. Do you think she was wearing a bridal crinoline? She was probably wearing. I think that it's not just a bridal. Like I think that they did a really good job with in terms of like structuring that dress, right? I don't think it was just like an off the rack bridal crinoline, but it's so sad considering just how like impactful the original dress is, and it's not only the dress, right? It's all about like the overall styling. They gave her some basic ass contemporary jewelry to pair with it, and like it's not a movie that happens in contemporary times, but they did that so that they can sell the jewelry in like stores and stuff. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, they had an opportunity to actually like set it in the time period that the movie's originally adapting and like use historical costuming, but instead they just did like boring.
James Baxter, my beloved. James Baxter, my beloved, and his mustache. and the mustache. He has such an iconic mustache.
So let's play it.
Let's see. Here we
What's
go.
next?
Okay. All right. Everybody ready for this next one?
This is easy.
Interstellar. Hey, Momo!
I forgot Lisan El Gaib is in this movie.
I haven't watched this movie in forever.
We could watch this tonight too.
What are we doing? We're just doing a Nolan movie night spontaneously tonight. Oh my God, he looks so different. I forgot he was in this movie too.
Little boy. Then he grows up to be that guy from the 70s show.
Lisan El Gaib. I can't believe Willy Wonka's in this movie.
My heart's breaking seeing you guys say you haven't seen this film. I'm getting teary-eyed just watching the trailer.
So obviously that means Interstellar
S tier.
goes.
I'm not going to play around. I'm not going to beat around the bush. That's an S tier movie. That is a work of art. That is a masterpiece.
I do think that I was gonna say the movie is S tier just because it's about space.
S for space.
S for space. I do think that out of all the soundtracks, maybe Oppenheimer is close, but I feel like if we were to do a ranking of Nolan soundtracks, I feel like Interstellar would be number one.
Yeah, I would probably agree with Oppenheimer right behind it. Dynamite someday could be someday real soon. It's getting a re-release in theaters.
Oh, really?
First week of December. So check your local theater. It's being released in IMAX. So if you're near an IMAX screen, you could see it in IMAX, assuming the tickets haven't already sold out.
I'll give you a big old smooch if you go watch it in IMAX. Right here. It's called in 4K. I'll give you a big old smooch. Here on stream. You come back, you watch it, and you say, wow, Miss Lala, I found this conversation so compelling about movies. I'm going to go watch it in IMAX. You come back, I'll be like, wow, that deserves a big old smoochy smooch. I'll give you a big old smoochy smooch. Huh? There's a motivational factor. If I may ask, what about makes it as like movie talk? Because I know that, but I love it. Yeah, and you've met Momo, honey. You met Bobo at both at Off-Kai and at TwitchCon.
Yeah. What about Interstellar makes it an S tier movie? Like I was saying earlier, the script is really the heart of any film, and like the likelihood of it being good in a meaningful way. It starts there. And this script is phenomenal. It's emotional, and it does what good genre is supposed to do. All genre movies, be it horror or action or sci-fi or fantasy, whatever, the design is to transport you somewhere, but ultimately tell you a story that's relevant and relatable to a regular person. They can transport you somewhere so fantastical and far away and different and alien and foreign and whatever you want to call it. But at its core, they speak to themes and emotions that we all share. And Interstellar does that because it's not about a guy going to space and traveling and having all these interesting time effects and all that is the that is the flavoring, that is the sort of the presentation. But at its core, Interstellar is a father-daughter story. It's about a man sort of reflecting on the relationship he had with his daughter, and it's a reflection on parenthood, and
space is a vehicle for that story.
It's a vehicle. Space is a vehicle to that.
Because who is the one who made the quote that says, "At the end of the day, a movie."
Roger Ebert.
Oh,
Roger Ebert said.
Napa, thank you so much for 6 months at Tier 1. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Thank you so much. Sorry, continue.
Roger Ebert said
it's an empathy machine.
Film is an empathy machine.
Mm-hmm.
That is its actual purpose. That is its actual service that it can provide. Cinema is a empathy machine. So that's why Interstellar is fantastic. And then, like, on a technical level, I mean, the cinematography is just out of this world. It's the first movie where Chris Nolan works with one of my favorite cinematographers, Hoyte van Hoytema. And after that film, they went on to do everything since then together. And it's just like a visual feast.
What's sad is the only film I've seen here. That's not sad, Ghost. I'm so excited for you. You have a wonderful world of movies.
I'm super excited for you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not sad. That's exciting. I have learned also the joy of watching movies with people who have not seen a movie before, because then you get excited because you know it's it's like I think it's great. I get excited when people learn about new movies or things like that, and then they watch and they're like, oh, it's really good, because you never know. You never know. I know that like there's certain movies that people have shown to me that have like changed my life, that I was like, wow. I never thought a movie could do something like this. Like a movie for like that was impactful for me, that I had who recommended it to me? When I did cosplay, it was a cosplay friend who was really into high fashion. And she's like, if you like whimsical high concept movies, you need to watch The Fall by Tarsem Singh. And I was like, no way. I was like, okay, I'll go check it out. Tarsem Singh also did like The Cell, did Mirror Mirror, a lot, very visually. I think they're an Indian director. They're very they're incredible, and I saw that movie and I was like, I can't believe that movies can be moving paintings more than just a way of like a like in a dramatic sense. Like I've seen like the Edward Hopper style movies and stuff like that in terms of lighting and painting and stuff. I was like, this is so vivid. And the images I'm seeing, I've literally never seen in cinema ever before. And I was so, like, it expanded my mind as a designer and just like as a creative person. It's just really inspiring. So I get, you never know what will resonate with somebody. Hi, Cydrus. Well, you should watch movies. Movies are wonderful. I'm definitely like, I've said this before all the time. I'm 1,000% more of a movie gal than a TV person. Like, I view television for the most part, with the exception, obviously, there's like definitely a handful of shows that I think are masterpieces in craft. But for the most part, I'm like, movies, like TV is a far more casual experience for me versus movies are like, if I'm sitting down to like absorb a movie, I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch this movie. And I'm like committed to this movie, and I'm not gonna move for like the next hour and a half to 2 hours or 2.5 hours, whatever it is. Yeah, The Cell is such a neat. Once again, fabulous visuals, and I think maybe Jennifer Lopez's best movie, but that's not saying much for her. But how do you feel about video games? Well, that's okay. So this is why I fell so much in love with BioShock. So like I've been playing video games ever since I was a kid, right? Like I'm super into Final Fantasy. The reason why I loved Final Fantasy is because Final Fantasy felt like a cinematic experience. Literally, when you'd have the cinematics, right? When they break into these cutscenes and you're like, oh my God. And I remember being a kid, like recording those cutscenes on VHS so that I could have a VHS tape. This is me dating myself. I understand that. But so that I had a VHS tape of my favorite cutscenes from like Final Fantasy 7 or Final Fantasy 8. And then like I could just pop them in and watch them. And I kept the save files like right before there was a cutscene so that I could always go back and watch it like again specifically. And so I always was really drawn to video games that had like cinematic sensibilities, which is why like when I played BioShock, it blew my freaking mind because of the world building, the story, and once again the cinematics. Like I feel like video games now you see it much more commonly that they really have these like enveloping immersive like visuals and world building stuff. But I feel like it was less common in the past because, or maybe it was because of the games I was playing or whatever. But I feel like nowadays, like, it's very easy to have, like, not easy, but it's more common to find video games that have that. And I think that's really cool because that's why, I don't know if you're already noticing, superhero is already, it's already old trend. Now what's going to be in vogue is translating video games to cinematic like properties for movies to television shows. That's the next market that's going to be tapped. We're already seeing it, but they're like, wow, this is an endless world of possibilities. And if they're good, if the video game is inherently good, it's going to translate to an inherently good show. Like, for instance, let's talk about Last of Us, right? The television show basically took what the video game was and then just, add a little flourishes or whatever. But inherently, the video game itself was incredible, right? I haven't played it. I heard that it's pretty one-to-one to the show with some,
More
some
or less, yeah.
Yeah, more or less.
They're doing Until Dawn now too, which is pretty much just a movie that you play through as a game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Shall we check on our next movie?
Oh, yes. Next movie.
Do we have any hopes of hitting Star Wars?
Yeah, and we could also skip Star Wars too. That's okay. I feel like I don't think we'll have actually time for Star Wars because Star Wars, I feel like with the amount that we would like to talk and debate it, it'll be a long thing. So we could do Star Wars.
Star Wars would be a 2 or 3 hour rant on my part.
For one movie.
I mean, I could probably fit it all in like 3 hours.
Maybe 2 to 3 hours per trilogy. Star Wars could be its own stream because I feel like we could talk about it at length and we could like share a lot of because we love it so much. We have so much nerd and like behind the scene knowledge of the press.
Yeah. I think also people will fight with us more. Like I think we're more aligned on so far with the Nolan stuff, but I think people like Star Wars more than it deserves now. So we'd have like a much bigger
Star
fight.
Wars. Hold on. Wait. Correct the verbiage. Recent Star Wars. Okay. Listen. Original Star Wars is so great.
Well, yeah, but does anyone really debate that anymore?
No, I don't think
Original Star Wars is great. Cool. Yeah. We all are in agreement. I like it less because of everything that's happened in the last 10 years.
No, don't say that. We have to rewatch and remember what
I used to get
so
excited
fabulous.
And now I'm just sad.
No, don't get sad. Don't get sad. It's okay. It's okay. They still exist. It's okay.
Dan, say stuff you don't want to hear what I have to say about recent Star Wars. You're not going to like it.
Oh, I mean, if you're literally during the Lalathon, for those who weren't around, during the Lalathon, I literally, there was a point, I forgot at which day, there was a huge discussion about, like, the recent movies, and, like, the mods were like, no! You got her started! And so, anyway. So what, you're saying we got to do Star Wars and we got to do Marvel tier lists? Is the other, I feel like Marvel is going to be
I told you we don't have to do a Marvel tier list. It's really simple. They're all pretty much in the D tier list. They're all in D, and then a handful of them will make it to C.
No
Yeah. And as for Star Wars, the short and sweet of it is first season Mandalorian, decent. Andor, excellent. Rogue One, great. The Last Jedi, good. The rest, trash.
You got Josh breaking up with you, honey.
Episode 7's okay, but a really lazy rehash.
No.
Iron Man, sorry, Emmy, you may have not been here when we were talking about it earlier. Iron Man doesn't count. It was made before Marvel decided to do the cinematic universe. Essentially, once the cinematic universe began, it all was less than C, with the exception of a handful of movies. Most of the Marvel movies that are in C or higher are not even made by Marvel specifically. They're made by Fox.
Hi, Peace Poet. Hi, RX Man. Welcome on in.
Sorry, and Gnome, when I speak to Star Wars, I speak to anything since Disney bought them. The original trilogy is incredible, and I think Phantom Menace is awesome.
I have very nostalgic feelings.
Clone Wars TV series is good. So is Rebels. Like I said, anything after Disney bought them.
I will say a recent thing, and just to give you a peek into this conversation about Star Wars. I will say something recently that is actually pretty phenomenal, and I couldn't believe it until I watched it myself, and I finished it in like 2 days. And it's the television show Andor.
Yeah,
highly recommend. Incredible. Remember what I was like? I don't really like television. I'm not like a serious Andor is one of those shows that I was like, oh, this is masterful. And that's because they actually, most of the creative team are people who actually primarily work in film. And then they did that because the person who directed / showrun the show is the person who did what? The Bourne series? The Bourne movie series, right? I think is the director or showrunner.
Gilroy, yeah. I think he did Bourne.
Mm-mm.
But he also did Rogue One. He was the writer of Rogue One, and then he became the showrunner of Andor.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Andor is phenomenal. But let's finish the Nolan tier list before I continue to fight chat.
Don't fight them. Don't fight them.
No, it's fun. We got to feed the rage algorithm.
Yeah. Yeah, the Bourne movies are very, very good.
I'd watch Bad Batch. If it's anything like Clone Wars, I'll like it. I like the animated series a lot. And then, like I said, I like Rebels too.
I also liked Visions, but that's like one-off. I wouldn't even consider that. That's just an exploration.
Visions was cool. Visions was
so
fun, sort of like the Animatrix, like just kind of explorations of the world.
Yeah. So
yeah, chat moves faster the more I anger it.
You can tell exactly the intensity of anger based on the speed of chat.
Yeah, like watch what happens. Endgame sucks. You should all be, ashamed for liking Endgame.
What? You don't even feel that way. You're just saying something to rile
No,
them up.
Marvel. Yeah. You kidding me?
Dondon here. No!
Look at how fast it moves. So much faster all of a sudden.
He's kidding. He said he had a fun time.
I don't like Endgame.
Oh my God, why are you doing this? He's kidding. Don't maniacally laugh. Don't you banning husband.
A movie that requires 10 other movies for people to care is not a movie.
We're not getting back into this. Save it for the ring, boys. Save it for the ring, boys. And that ring will be sometime in December when I decide at a future date when that will be.
We'll revisit this. We'll revisit this. You can invite all your friends to yell at me about it.
I love this though. Is it? Here you go. Thanks for the content. Here we go. So the next movie we're evaluating in the Nolan tier list is Memento. Memento. Titus stains with rock. No, don't say that. Save the date. Yeah, the event's going to be bigger than that Mike Tyson.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. The Twitch servers will crash because there'll be so many people coming to scream at me.
Yes. Polished chanclas. Here we go. Memento.
Forgot. Karen Moss is in this. This is interesting. He made this movie before The Dark Knight, but this trailer is probably for the re-release.
Yeah, this was like his first movie, actually.
His
Or
first
second movie?
like successful film. Yeah.
Yeah.
He made like a small indie movie before.
Hi, Goku. Is that Trinity from The Matrix?
Yeah. Karen Moss.
He's just got a lot of tattoos. It seems like he's a guy who got a lot of tattoos and he's mad and he can't get them off. What?
It's a fantastic, fantastic thriller mystery.
Oh. Then don't listen to me. I'm like, what? It seems like he's just mad. What? He got buyer's remorse after getting a camp of tattoos. I don't see the big deal about it. He's like, somebody's trying to collect. Hi, TV Queen. Welcome on in. Hello, hello. Okay, so we have. Where would you put it? Where would you put it?
I would put it in A tier only because I haven't seen it in a while, so I can't say confidently that it's an S tier movie, but I do think it's an A tier movie.
Okay, I've never seen it, so it goes in the never seen it category for me. So I can't accurately I that's why I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's an old trailer. That's the older trailers don't really hold up with like our current language of cinema.
Yeah.
But the movie's phenomenal. It's the first movie I saw of his, I think I saw that when Batman Begins came out. So I either saw that and then Begins, or I saw Begins and then I saw Memento. But it really is a really good movie. There's a reason why he made that film, and then they just started handing him studio deals. It's that good.
Panny, I agree. I don't think that Nolan is very good writing female characters. I love Nolan as a filmmaker. I think it's incredible. But his Achilles ankle is women. And his wife is actually his producer on every single movie he's done. And they're actually incredibly close collaborators. But I always think about that. I was like, if I was watching a movie that my husband wrote, and he's like, he can't write a lady for shit. I'm just like, this makes a lot of sense. This is why he always forgets their anniversary. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like this. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't. I mean, something. I don't know. I feel like out of all things, he should work on it. That's the thing that's holding him back. If he can.
Yeah.
Oh my God, his next movie needs to be female led, and then maybe I'll believe it.
I don't think it will be.
It'll never be. It'll never be.
I can't remember. I think I know what his next film is, but obviously. So, what's next?
Oh yes, so that was simple. You just put it there. I was like, okay. Next one, a little movie that no one has heard about. Also,
If anything, Chris, he's as straight as an arrow. It's more likely that a straight guy has no understanding of women.
like he's like, yeah, it's.
If anything, he's just like super machismo.
Maybe. Well,
kind of stories he tells.
Well,
you know what I mean?
If anybody's seen the movie A Phantom Thread, it's a Paul Thomas Anderson movie about like a couture house in the like 1950s. they're like Daniel Day-Lewis plays like this fashion designer of this couture house, and he is like such like this like type A, incredibly controlling human. And his name is what, Mr. Woodcock? Yes, I know, very funny.
Woodcock,
Woodcock, yes, I know, wooden chicken, very funny. Anyway, so he has a very specific way where he would be like at breakfast, he needs absolute silence, or else his whole day is ruined. All this stuff. Apparently, Nolan's kids saw the movie. And they're like, "Oh my God, Dad, it's you!" So they started calling him Mr. Woodcock. So just so you know, there you go. So just to give, that's like the only glimpse into his like personal personality, because you can watch like behind the scenes, but behind the scenes doesn't really necessarily showcase, right, someone how they truly are. So yeah, I feel like I definitely feel like, and like we know people who work on like Nolan sets and stuff, like they are a masterclass in expert filmmaking, but it is absolutely an incredibly controlled, incredibly strict environment. That he demands excellence, and anything less than excellence is unacceptable. That's the kind of person he is.
As he should, though. I mean, as we should, right?
I think we should strive for that, for sure.
I think at the very least, the director should be
striving for that.
sort
They're
of
the leader of the
the
ship.
last line, the first line of defense for the caliber of a movie.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that they should. I don't think that you should break down somebody as a person.
No, certainly not. You shouldn't
but
raise your
I think-
voice or belittle people, but I've never heard that from any of his.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't do that. But I'm just making the
Yeah.
clarification that
Yeah.
I think that
No, as long as you treat people with respect, you can demand everything of them. You just need to be respectful.
yeah, because I've heard there's other filmmakers who definitely don't adhere to that. But yes, we're gonna watch this little trailer of this little movie that nobody's heard about either. Here you go.
It's following. Oh.
I found a lollipop, so sorry. How much is a Geiger counter? I don't know. I'm sure you could get one pretty cheap, actually.
Geiger counter's cost is your sanity, as you start to realize how much is radioactive around us.
Nolan did make Inception. Yeah, Nolan did do Inception. We watched the Inception trailer already. Oh, I've been wanting to watch Peaky Blinders. Hi, Charlie. Welcome on in.
Did we just watch Oppenheimer tonight?
Stop recommending. We're not going to have a Nolan movie night tonight.
Marathon it till the wee hours of the morning.
All right, Oppenheimer.
You ready for your next shot?
Well, I didn't realize. Wait, no. I think. Wait a minute. We gotta talk about this movie for a second. I got some feelings on this movie. Okay.
I got some feelings too. I know where you're headed with it, and I agree with you.
Okay.
But
I actually do think that it is an S movie. I think it is absolutely an S movie. But there's like, first of all, everybody has to see this movie. It's incredible. It is an incredible experience. You should watch it. If it comes out again in IMAX, you should absolutely watch it in IMAX. I will say that this is a really big example of how the women are just meat props in a movie, though. Everything else is incredible, though. Like, don't get me wrong. But how you telling me you got Emily Blunt and Florence Pugh in this movie, and you're underutilizing them, and then you just use them as meat prop? He can't write.
Emily Blunt has couple really good scenes.
She has a couple of really good scenes, but ultimately, they don't flesh out her character enough. She's not really included as much. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't.
Agreed. She fades to the background. The really egregious one is
Florence Pugh.
Florence Pugh's character, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because she's also a phenomenal actress. But yeah, she is literally a meat prop. Like, she's like practically naked in every scene that she's in.
Yep. And doesn't add it.
There to be like the crazy sex girl.
Which is so ridiculous.
It's pretty bad.
So ridiculous. And she is such an incredible actress. We actually just watched Midsommar recently. If that doesn't show how incredibly talented this woman is. She is so incredibly talented, Florence Pugh. But immune to that. They did that in this movie. So in this movie, it was because Florence Pugh. So this is not spoilers. This is history. So, is one of Oppenheimer's gal pal, lovers or whatever.
He was a playboy. He had a lot of issues with infidelity.
Yeah, and so one of the women he sleeps with is Florence Pugh, and she is someone who, her character is that of someone who encourages him to use, I guess, literature and then the thinking of the communist. He wasn't a communist, but she was part of the party, I think. And so she helps kind of expand his mind in terms of what's possible, and then like overall contributes to him opening his world, right? That kind of thing. That's like the intention of her character, but basically the only times we really see her is when like she has like a dialogue scene, and then other scenes it's just sex scenes. And there's one sex scene where she's literally he's being interrogated and he imagines their night together, but she's having sex with him in the interrogation room naked. It's like it's his imaginations.
It's not his imagination. It's his wife.
It's his wife.
They're detailing the affair that he had with a known communist to try and paint him as a traitor to the United States.
Yeah.
And they're doing that while his wife is in the room, and so she is imagining her husband having sex with this woman in the interrogation room, which, when described, sounds poignant and interesting, but
the
in
way
practice felt really cheap.
It felt cheap. Yeah.
It's a shame because it is a cool concept, but it doesn't quite work because he doesn't flesh out Florence Pugh or Emily Blunt's characters before that moment.
Yeah, so it which kind of sucks, but that being said, everything else is pure, literal perfection. It's so good. They actually did not an actual nuclear explosion.
No,
but
they
an
did
actual
do a pretty big.
they did actual practical explosions that simulated the effect of it, and they capture it on screen. Like, it is
Big
incredible.
enough explosion to create a mushroom cloud, but not a nuclear.
And it was practical. So not CG, not something that was just done with VFX and post. An actual physical explosion. And like, it's crazy. Like, the effects, it's really, really cool.
It's similar to Dunkirk. What I was so excited when I saw Dunkirk is Nolan, now that he's had all these successes, has shifted his attention to telling more thematic stories instead of plot-driven stories. Interstellar was the beginning of that. He did it's a really thematic film, but there's still a pretty strong plot driving through it. And like action sequences. And then Dunkirk, there's some action, but it becomes a little more ethereal and like esoteric. And Oppenheimer is esoteric. It's a blockbuster approach to a movie about a bunch of scientists and politicians talking to each other, which I found so incredible because it goes beyond just like it goes beyond telling the story of his life and dives deeper into sort of the nature of man, and our sort of our pursuit of power and influence, and then also the feelings of remorse and regret and naivete. Like it's such a phenomenal movie.
I have two things. First of all, Emmy always makes me laugh. Emmy always makes me laugh. My face when no nuke in my nuke movie. Sorry, you always make me laugh. But also Spudinome. Yes, actually, there's this movie called Hidden Figures that is about it's not only also specifically black women. Black women were really integral in terms of the space race.
Yeah, the moon landing. Calculated.
So make sure to if you like computers, the concept of a computer actually comes from the idea of someone who is computing information. So in like the 1950s, it's people who are doing the physical calculations on like pen and paper, like kind of thing. And so Hidden Figures is a great movie. Highly recommend if you haven't seen it. And it specifically deals with that. Yeah. So it's really, really great. Has Janelle Monáe, Octavia Spencer, and I forgot the name of the other actress. She's so good. But highly recommend that movie if you're interested in seeing a movie about women during the space age era and how they changed the game literally and had to deal with sexism and racism and still rose to the top and looked fabulous while doing it, which is my favorite kind of story.
Spooner,
yes.
Are you talking about the explosion in Lebanon from a few years back? That was the chemical one, right? Chemical plant. He said they said the largest explosive disaster was actually non-nuclear and happened only a few years ago.
Oh yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
familiar.
If anyone hasn't seen the videos of that, yeah, in Beirut, yeah. If anyone hasn't seen the videos of that, it's crazy, insane.
I have.
It was all filmed because people were filming it as it was happening.
But yes. Yeah, I don't know about that. So I have to do my research. I feel so silly for being ignorant about that. I'll have to do after the stream is done, I'll look at it.
Yeah, well,
just so I'm aware.
I feel like we're getting close to the end of his repertoire.
We are. We only have a couple movies left. We have a couple new. Well, actually, so really. So what we did is that when we went to Japan for our honeymoon, we made the deliberate choice of not going to. We went to Tokyo, Kyoto, and instead of Osaka, which is like usually the trio of what people do, we decided not to go to Osaka. And we figured as Americans visiting Japan, we felt like it was, and also I think it was the anniversary. We went to Hiroshima, and we visited the where it was the center where it was bombed, and we went to Miyajima too. But we went there and saw like the impact. It's crazy, and it's very emotional in terms of doing that. So we made that conscientious choice when we went to Japan to check it out and see. And it's like, so crazy. Favorite Christopher Nolan with the hospital exploding in Dark Knight. That's a great scene. We put Dark Knight in S tier on the thing, and which
That
leads us
famously, that was like a mistake take.
really.
Yeah. When Heath Ledger is like hitting the device because it doesn't go off right away the
Yeah.
first time, that's him improvising because the trigger didn't work. The pyrotechnician didn't hit the trigger at the right time, and it wasn't connecting. So he hits it a couple times, and then as he starts to walk away, it explodes, and that was entirely his commitment to the character and the crew knowing like let's just keep rolling, don't stop the shot until the director calls cut, and then of course then the bombs started going off.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, iconic.
I love things like I love accidents that make excellent thing. We just watched, like Dondon was saying earlier, we rewatched Two Towers literally like last week or this week. And we the scene where Aragorn like kicks a helmet after like Merry and Pippin were like kidnapped by orcs and Uruk-hai. Like he like screams in frustration and anger and like gets to his knees and like stuff like that. During the take, he actually like broke his toe because he kicked the helmet too hard. And they kept that take, the one where he broke his toe, because the scream was so like visceral, and he was like really chill, and he was just like sitting there. Like they talk about this in the behind the scenes of the movie, but he's just like sitting there like thinking, and they're like, oh my god, he must have been like so in the zone. And then they go over, they're like, hey, Vigo, are you okay? And he's like, I like broke my toe. And he was like, but I kept it together. But I need to like go to see the doctor like ASAP. I think I broke something with my foot.
Similarly, there's a wide shot at the end of Fellowship of the Ring of Sam running into the lake or into the river after Frodo, and it's in the movie. And then, like right after the shot was completed, he came out, and he was bleeding from his foot because he had stepped on a piece of glass that went straight through the bottom of his foot all the way out the other side. Yep.
I didn't know that. Oh my god, that's horrible. Yeah. Yes, exactly, Spooter. You literally typed that right as Dada was sharing the exactly that. Yeah.
We're on the
That's
same
crazy.
wavelength.
You're on the same wavelength as Dondon. Okay, here's the next one. Okay, we got the next one. Next one is, I think this is definitely S tier.
Uh-huh.
Tenant. Wait, did we take a shot for Oppenheimer?
I did. Do you need more booze?
I didn't. Hold on. Okay, now I'm caught up. Oh my god, Tenant backwards is Tenant stop tuna.
Josh, you're right. This movie does look cool. But we're about to get into why it isn't exactly cool.
So wait, can we before you
Oh.
gave your opinion?
Hmm?
Before you give your opinion, I have
Okay.
opinion. Okay. I will put Tenant in S tier because it sucks. Just kidding. I actually haven't seen this movie, so I really have no right to speak in this conversation. Actually,
Oh, we should watch Tenet.
I don't want to watch Tenet. No, not tonight. Stop making tonight a Nolan watch night.
This is a C tier movie, in my opinion, because even though it has a lot of issues, script wise, I don't think it's a movie that I would tell someone you just shouldn't see. Because right, that's what we said D is, right? D is
Don't bother.
don't bother, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not a great movie. But you know what? The trailer, I hadn't seen the trailer in a while. The trailer tells you the way to enjoy the movie. At the end, it says, don't think about it, feel it. Because if you try to think about Tenet while you're watching it, and you try to understand Tenet, you will not have a good time.
So, do you think it's better to watch not sober? What? It's a real question.
I think it could be really funny to watch not sober, in the sense that your brain is going to explode. But it has got some of the coolest action sequences you'll see in a movie ever. But like, it doesn't hold up to like curious questions. Yeah, exactly. Laserbeak's like, you're not going to enjoy the movie if you start trying to like understand the logic of the science in the movie. It just doesn't make it. It doesn't work because they're exploring something that none of us could possibly ever even understand. Right? They're exploring the concept of the opposite of inertia. Right? Like from a physics standpoint. Right? Time moves forward. Things have inertia. What happens if time moved backwards? Like that's an impossible thing to conceptualize.
Mm-hmm.
So if you sit there exactly and think about like, well, how do they breathe? That's just not going to work because it just your lungs would fail. Like all this stuff just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
But if you put that out of your head and you just enjoy the movie, you'll have a really fun time with the action sequences in the film that are just like expertly crafted. Watching a like a physical fight scene, like rough and tumble, punching, kicking, tackling, that is happening in forward and reverse at the same time, is like mind bending stuff. It's really cool. The car sequence someone in chat mentioned, outstanding, incredible stuff. Like never seen anything like it. So that's why I can't put it in the don't bother category. Even though the script is like lacking. Essentially, the first 2 acts of the movie are really engaging, and then they expand the scope of the film, and you just
It falls apart.
you falls apart. You get lost. Yeah. Once you hear the words,
Sorry.
I
got very excited about seeing somebody in chat. I'm so sorry.
time pincer,
Yeah,
something like that. As soon as someone starts saying like time pincer, then you're gonna be in trouble for the rest of the movie.
Mm-mm. Hi, girl, tomorrow. Hi. Welcome to the diner. Hi. Sorry. Shit, listen. Okay, wait. I this is total tangent, but I just need like 2 seconds to talk about this for a second. So you know about my Tim Tam addiction? You know about this because you too have been fed into the Tim Tam addiction.
Mm-hmm.
So I met
Tim
girl
Tam?
to Tim Tam?
Oh, Tim Tam. Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Tim Tam. How could you forget about the glorious Tim Tams?
No, I remember the Tim Tam.
I was like, I never considered myself a religious person until I took a bite into a Tim Tam. I was like, I think I can be. I think I can be religious because of Tim Tams. So girl tomorrow and I, girl tomorrow and I met recently. And she fed me glorious amounts of Tim Tams. Tim Tams! You don't know about Tim Tams? Tim Tams are chocolatey, biscuity goodness from the magical land of Australia. Yes, they have Godzilla-sized spiders, but also know what they have? Tim Tams. Thus, Australia is magical. So, I didn't believe there was maybe a higher power until I took a bite into a Tim Tam. I was like, there's no other explanation but that, because they're so glorious. They're delicious. They're so good. But yes, it's not a cookie. It's built different to a cookie. Yes. Where's you have to alter Tim Tams? Yes. Listen, I had Tim Tams for the first time at TwitchCon. Well, right after TwitchCon, right? Because we were given a sleeve by one of the other Twitch ambassadors, who's also a VTuber named Mega, MGAA. She's a wonderful artist. She's really fabulous and has an adorable, like furry, like animal model. And she was like, oh, you've never had these before. You should have them. And gave me a whole sleeve of them unopened, perfectly. I was like, okay. And it was in my, like, I'd gotten several gifts at TwitchCon or whatever. We came back and I ate them on stream. And even Dondon had one. And we were like, oh my God. I literally saw like another universe. Like I don't need to do shrooms in my life because I already saw the end of the universe is because of Tim Tams. And I talked about it so much that then my community gave me a ton of Tim Tams, and then our house was filled with Tim Tams, and it was like the best time of my life. And then I haven't had them since for protection of my own digestive system, because I know that I would eat nothing else but Tim Tams. And then I met girl tomorrow, and she fed me copious amounts of Tim Tams, and that's how I know we're good friends. So, anyway.
Oh yeah, what's our next movie?
Oh yeah. So anyway, yeah. So that was Tenet. Yeah, I heard Tenet was a cool experience. Like they do things that you can appreciate the things that it's doing, but even though the script is not good, I will say
crazy stunts. They crashed a 747 through a building in real life. Like
crazy. I will say I will appreciate a movie that does a swing and a miss. So a caveat to a movie that is not generally like maybe it's not like the best piece of like cohesive cinema. I will give a movie points if in its craft and in its inception, no pun intended, it is doing something that we have never seen before. And so if overall the movie is a miss, if it does creative and artistic swings within that movie that pushes the boundaries of what's possible within art and cinema, it definitely gets points in my book. I haven't seen Tenet, so I don't know. Obviously those things in the trailer are super cool. But there's other examples, like other movies who do things like that, and I think that's the thing. Yeah,
you'll be able to tell Chad on Friday how you feel about Tenet.
We're gonna watch it. We're not gonna watch it today. And it's not that I don't want it.
We're gonna watch Oppenheimer. We're gonna watch Interstellar. We're gonna watch Dunkirk.
Well, we're not gonna go to.
Memento.
Oh my goodness. We need Tim Tams in the diner. I agree. Listen, I will absolutely listen. I plan. My plan is to make more Australian friends. Look, my friendship, I will totally be bribed by copious amounts of Tim Tams. I just want that to be honest. I'm an honest person. So I will absolutely be bribed to give you love and affection. and things if you feed me in Tim Tams. I just want that to be clear. Okay. Anyway, so we have only 2 more movies left, including this one. So this trailer is for the movie The Following, which I actually think this is the first Nolan movie. And then came Memento, if I remember correctly. It was first The Following, then came Memento. So this is his first movie ever, which I haven't seen. I haven't seen this movie, actually.
Made it over the weekend.
You be your Tim Tam maid. That's very funny. Did a quick reading on Tenet and I don't know, having read it times, it doesn't feel as cool when it's just a rule of what looks cool. I think you can appreciate a movie in terms of what they do that looks cool, but it doesn't necessarily, that's why the movie is a C, right? It's not like we put it on S tier because of what made it look cool. I think that, yes, at the end of the day, a movie needs to be cohesive as a project, but I think you could still be like, okay, but this element of the film was good. Like, What's another? Like, for instance, A Cure for Wellness, which is basically Gore Verbinski's attempt to add a Bioshock movie without it being a Bioshock movie because his version. The script is kind of like, eh. The script is kind of eh. But the visuals are stunning. So for me, I feel like I would put that in like a C plus category because the story is like questionable, but the world building and the aesthetics and like all that stuff is really great that I think holds it from being like a D or an F or something like that. So I think that's fair. Oh, bye, Night. Bye, honey. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Okay, so here we go. We're going to watch Following. Oh my God, so different. Huh? Hi, Peter. Welcome on in, honey. Welcome on in. Is that Kevin Bacon? Huh? Oh. It's so interesting that this is his first movie because then he plays with themes like this for the rest of his career. Oh. Like thriller, investigative. Kevin Bacon. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Hey, I think you picked the wrong trailer.
Wait, what?
I was looking at it this whole time going, this is not right.
Wait,
And
really?
I just checked it. Yep, it's not The Following. It's called Following, and it's a black and white movie.
Oh, whoops. Anyway, I was like, what? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Wait, following original. Oh, never mind. You saw
I was
nothing.
gonna say this looks way too like well produced for his first movie he made with 5 friends.
That was a test. You all failed. You all failed the test. I can't believe I trusted you, Chet. My greaser gremlins. I thought, wow, I can't believe it. Wow, yeah, I can't. Wow, you failed the test. Terrible. I can't believe. I was like, I guess you could see some of his themes. Like, it looks like he deals with investigative stuff and how he
Finding
and
finding crumbs.
Yeah, I was trying to find crumbs, man. I was trying to find. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're
Here's
gonna.
the real trailer.
Sure. That was a
Following.
test. Everybody, yeah, fine. Okay. While we watch this, yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Let's watch it.
I know you trusted me. I'm sorry. I looked up the wrong thing. Oh. I have not seen The Train featuring Burt Lancaster. I haven't seen that. Huh? Look, it says Emma Thomas. It says Emma Thomas in the thing.
So I have not seen this movie either.
Oh, so wow, we actually get another movie into the goes into the never seen category along with Insomnia. Red just called for, oh, it's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, girl. Thank you, honey. Thank you for saying hello. So good to see you.
Hi.
So yes, I haven't seen this movie, so I have no opinions on it.
Final movie.
So that's Tim Tam Girl out. Yeah. A final movie. I actually forgot he did this movie, and please don't hate me for not seeing it. And I can't believe
You haven't seen this movie?
I haven't seen this movie. You don't even know what movie I'm talking about.
I know what it is. It's The Prestige.
Why are you spoiling, man? You know that this whole system that I have built up is that it's suspenseful until the movie trailer shows the name of the movie.
Any Nolan fans in chat would know that was the last one remaining.
Psh, whatever. Yes, we're watching the final movie is The Prestige. Final movie is husband spoiler. Like I will say that is not the first time that he has spoiled something for me. Okay. Prestige. We got the Prestige. The Prestige. Okay, here we go. It's got one of my many husbands that are part of my harem. Okay. I think it actually also may have one of my wives. So we're going to see. There he goes, one of my husbands, Hugh Jackman. Oh. Oh. Ooh.
Do you want to watch The Prestige tonight?
Maybe.
Get her eventually.
Maybe The Prestige sounds like a good choice.
Yeah? Yeah, we can watch it.
But yeah. Must be a good. I'm actually honored that is the volume you have me at. That is the perfect volume. Good old $60%. Nice. Okay. Prestige. Now I haven't seen this movie, so I determined. So this will go to both Dondon and Chet in terms of where it should be placed. Where do you think?
Like Inception, I am torn between S and A. I would have put Inception in S, which means I feel like I would put Prestige in S as well. But that's mine.
Ooh, look at Chat. Chat is saying S tier, S tier, S tier.
It's phenomenal.
Really?
It's very good.
It's
Sleeper
very
hit.
good?
Most people don't know he made it.
For me, S tier? Well, my lovely gremlins, if you say it's S tier, I'll put this one in S tier for all of you.
He made it right after The Dark Knight, before The Dark Knight Rises.
So
or maybe it was right after it begins.
So you know what that means? It's S tier, so that means
Shots.
Shut. Cheers, Chet. Cheers.
The final shot.
It feels warm in my chest. P for Prestige, right? We're doing it right. No wonder Bruce Wayne and Alfred are in it. He seems to be someone who likes to work with repeat talent. Like if he gets
a very loyal person.
Yeah. The
Christopher
same thing
Nolan
with
is very
crew.
loyal.
Like you'll see it with his crew too. Like Wally Pfister was his cinematographer for a long time before Wally Pfister decided that he wanted to be a director, which was a mistake. And then that opened up the door for him and Hoyte van Hoytema to work together, and now that's his DP. He's had he's gone through a couple of costume designers, but for the most part, like once he latches onto one, like he'll stay with them. Like Jeffrey Curlin did Inception, did Dunkirk.
Yeah, if he doesn't work with someone again,
It's
but then
usually
comes back to them, it's because of a scheduling conflict usually.
or because the person in question wanted to do other kinds of projects. Like I know for a fact Jeffrey Curlin was like, I want to do like fun, whimsical projects. So Jeffrey Curlin stepped away from working with Nolan to do like Beautiful Creatures and the new Haunted Mansion movie, because for a designer, those movies were more fun because it's like color, like the kind of design that was required for it is like just more, it's more, I don't know, it's more challenging. Like for instance, like I'm gonna say something. Don heard me say this about Oppenheimer, but Oppenheimer has good costume design, not great costume design, and I know that's really hard to believe. But once you get into like the nitty gritty of it, like Oppenheimer's costume design treats it like a documentary versus a narrative project. So, for instance, it does an excellent job of being historically accurate, but it does very little in terms of really. I feel like they didn't do enough to differentiate some of the choices between the men in the movie. But that's my choice. But that could have been a note from Nolan, because the costume designer is what's her name? She did she's an incredible costume designer. She did actually Batman and Robin. She did Behind the Candelabra, the Liberace movie. She did The Greatest Showman. I don't know why my
He
mind's
specifically wanted it to be true
Yeah.
to life. That's why they built
Yeah.
Los Alamos like a 1-to-1 scale recreation.
Yeah.
That was the assignment for that film, was like historical recreation.
Yeah, exactly.
Sort of storytelling choice.
What do you say about Oppenheimer, by the way, the Don? I missed it. Was the giant IMAX film reel a real thing?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what do you need? Ellen Mirajnik. Yes, Ellen Mirajnik Penny. Thank you so much. Thank you for jacking my memory. Ellen Mirajnik. Hi, Elna. Welcome on in. Yes, she is amazing. She also did that show that takes, it was, what's his name? The Nick. She also did Nick. She's a great costume designer. She's just a great costume designer. Excellent, excellent, and knows her stuff. And I believe she's a New Yorker. Yeah. Like,
So
was actually what it was shot on. Oh, yes.
yeah, so starting with The Dark Knight, that's the first time Christopher Nolan decides, you know what? I love shooting on 35 millimeter, but I'd love to shoot on a larger format. And so for The Dark Knight, they shot the opening sequence in IMAX, and then several sequences they started using IMAX. And when we say IMAX in this regard, we specifically mean 15 perforation, 65 millimeter film. And then when it gets printed to a projection stock and the optical soundtrack is added, it becomes a 70 millimeter film print. So when you see like now screening in 70 millimeter, that's what it's referring to, and it could refer to one of two things: either what's called 5 perf 70 millimeter, or 15 perf 70 millimeter. And true IMAX is 15 perf 70 millimeter. It's a reference to the size and shape of the film, and hence like the clarity and the resolution and the quality and all this stuff. And after The Dark Knight, with every movie, he has consistently shot more and more of the film in that format. So Oppenheimer is sort of a culmination of the last 15 plus years of his career, where virtually every frame of that movie is shot on 65 millimeter film, with some changes, some scenes being shot in that 15 perf larger version. So in terms of like where to go to see that properly displayed, it's going to be your megaplexes that have advertised 70 millimeter projection, which Nolan very kindly, he's a big believer and supporter of it. Every time his movie comes out, they release a list nationwide of theater screens where you can see it in that format. But essentially, it just means his movies are designed to be seen on the biggest screen you can possibly find. A lot of the ones that remain are the old, like where you used to go see nature documentaries as a kid, like those science theaters with the huge screens for like the nature docs. They've been converted and updated to project his movies. New York, for anyone in New York, the AMC Lincoln Square is the place to go see it. People in Los Angeles or near LA at least. San Jose has a theater like that, and the Universal City Walk Theater is that one. Yeah, so they're sadly they're really rare for the majority of people in this country, let alone the world. But effectively, the largest screen possible for his movies, typically, because they're the only movies, save for like there's a new Ryan Coogler movie, who's the guy who did Black Panther. He has a new movie coming out in about a year that's shot in IMAX, like true 70 millimeter film. That'll be coming out next year.
I highly
Not a lot of people are
recommend.
doing it besides him.
Yeah, I feel like it's such a specific. So if a movie is advertising it, if you can, because obviously I know not every city or town has that kind of thing, but if you have the opportunity to see it, I think that before you leave this earth, I hope you have the opportunity to see a movie in 70 millimeter, and like a movie that was shot in it and then done it, because it's different when you see a movie that then's blown up, because they're just blowing up like a frame or aspect ratio. It's not like they're taking into consideration what that frame is. Like when you're watching Dunkirk in IMAX, there's actually aspect ratio changes because not the whole movie is shot in it. But it's pretty incredible when you see like the full screen, like really take into account. It just makes for like an incredibly immersive like moviegoer experience, and it is really cool like seeing that this specific format is used because it's not used. Once upon a time it was a little bit more like you would see it a bit more frequently because the film industry was very different. But if you have opportunities like when you're by big cities like a Los Angeles or New York, you'll find that sometimes they'll do specialty screenings of even classic movies on like their original print or on 70 mil. Like sometimes you'll see Lawrence of Arabia, which is an incredible film, or Ben-Hur, or
Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind, like things like that, and it's really a spectacle. I was trying to think. There was a recent example. Somebody, wasn't it? Or maybe was it Hateful Eight? What's his name? The foot guy, Tarantino.
Yeah, Tarantino did Hateful Eight like
and
10
that
years
was
ago.
and that was 70 mil also,
that
right?
that was 70 mil anamorphic.
Yeah.
What's my favorite cinematography shot in a film ever?
Ooh.
That's really hard. I have so many that I love. There's a scene in The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford.
Oh, I know what scene you're talking
Mouthful
about.
of a title for a movie.
Hold on, I'll pull it up. We'll see. I know what scene you're talking about.
You know the train one?
Yeah. Yep, I know it.
Yeah.
I'm a good wifey. I know exactly what scene. Okay.
You know it. Okay, if you can find that scene and play it, we can show people. It's hard for me to say a specific shot versus this is a sequence that I consider one of the most like visually stunning sequences, and I'll more than just the end result, it's also how they got there that I find really fascinating, and we can talk about that once you've seen it. And don't worry, it doesn't spoil the movie in any way. It's all tonal.
Yes, it's very cool. It's called it's the train robbery scene in The Assassination
of
Jesse.
Gambit food while you play it.
Okay, so this is the movie it's a very long movie title, but it's called The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford. If you have not seen it, it's a good movie, highly recommend. But yes. I think if you say like The Assassination of Jesse James, like people know like what you're talking about. If you say like Jesse James, people know. So this movie was shot by Roger Deakins. Roger Deakins is one of the most critically acclaimed cinematographers in the industry. He is someone who only very recently got his flowers. He never won an Oscar until Blade Runner 2049, the one with Ryan Gosling, and then he won.
Maybe it was Skyfall, actually.
Was it Skyfall?
Might have been the James Bond movie.
I thought it was Blade Runner, but people thought like that was like a makeup. Like people were like, this was.
It was like an apology Oscar.
It was it was an apology Oscar. I thought that was a narrative, and then the movie that I think that he was right. Like not that he didn't do a good job. He's an incredible cinematographer, but he also did 1917, which is a movie that's like a World War I movie, but it feels like it's a single take. It's very cool. I've actually only seen the trailer, but I've been dying to see it.
Jigsaw knows what's up. That's really, really funny. Hey Lala, do you want to watch The Assassination of Jesse James by the
Oh my God! Stop! I do feel my vertical shot from Jaws. Oh yeah,
that's a fantastic shot. Yeah.
I haven't seen There Will Be Blood. I know. There's some.
There Will Be Blood, so good. You want to watch There Will Be Blood?
Stop it. Marathon viewing. Yeah, there's so many movies. Like I have a different list of things, but I will say one of my favorite things to watch that like picks up my mood if I'm feeling like down is I love watching movie montages on YouTube. I mean, it spawns from like my love of the Great Movie Ride from Hollywood Studios because it has one of the best movie montages ever made. But I love like edited movie montages that highlights different movies that include iconic shots, whether it's animated or live action. I love that. But you can look up like on YouTube. They have like 100 most iconic shots, like cinematography shots in history and stuff, and things. So highly recommend. We go with you guys. I want to tell. Wait, what? Really? Have you seen over 10 times? I have been in a big movie watching mood like lately. Like we've been doing pretty good. Like we've been watching on average maybe 2 movies a week. We haven't
keep
seen.
the streak going after we wrap up. Might be too late, but we could even try and go to the theater.
Oh my god. Crazy.
See Nora or Conclave.
I get very bashful. My husband's asking me out on a date while on stream. Shush.
We can sit in the back of the theater
And hold hands. That's not a chat. Shh.
You can bring the Dune bucket.
You bring the He said to bring the Dune bucket. Oh my god, that's
right,
it.
let's show them this wonderful
Okay. So this train route. You ready, Fick? Yeah, but he gobbled that up in 2 seconds probably.
He's all fed up, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a street dog. He eats that shit so fast.
Yeah, street dog. He like swallows his food. Okay. So this is the train robbery scene from the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford. Enjoy it. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna actually make me, because I'm taking up quite a bit. Yeah, you should see most of the frame. I'm in the way. I make myself small. Here we go. We're gonna watch over here. Okay, come here, honey. Come here. You're just gonna grab. Where are you? You're gonna go over here. We're gonna be small over here. So everybody can see this. Okay. Yeah. What do you call that effect on the edge of camera?
This is a portrait lens.
It's a portrait lens? Okay.
But the scene's actually starting in just a second. It's once the sun goes down.
Okay.
Yeah, I love portrait
Okay,
lens.
now it's starting. Now it's starting. Okay. Oh my god, Hawkeye. Thanks, Fane. Honey. Welcome on in. Hi, honey. Hi, Teeny. Welcome on in. Watching a movie scene.
All right, that's pretty much as far as we have to go.
Okay, they only had.
We can keep running it, but
Yeah, I only have 30 seconds. Stop interrupting.
Oh.
Shh, shh, shut up. We're watching a movie. Shut up. Shh, shh, shh. We're watching. There you go. Now you see now it's a complete sequence. There you go. Ah, ah. That's it.
but yeah.
Actually, let's go back. Oh, I'm so small. Oh, whoops. And you're so big.
That's what she said. Sorry to ruin the mood after this very poignant scene.
No way! No way! After you criticize me, what the heck? What the
There's
heck?
low-hanging fruit. What can I do? So the
You know what? No, that's enough. You know what? That's it. I got it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Also, stop. Yeah, you can't look at my chest after making that comment. Anyway, so as
oh my
I
god!
was
All
saying-
this time I was just taking pictures of your chest.
No, I flipped it in the other screen too. Okay.
Okay,
I'm a
okay.
decent lady. Okay,
I'm
I
just
make
taking
sure.
pictures of Gambit.
Yeah.
So
You just take a picture.
that movie is incredible for anyone who hasn't seen it. It does require patience. It's a long, very slow-paced movie, very brooding movie. It's not, a quick and easy thing. But that sequence is sort of my favorite sequence from a cinematography standpoint, maybe ever. It's just fantastic, and the story behind how they got there is almost more impressive to me, which is for night exteriors in movies. You guys are all familiar. You've seen plenty of films and TV shows. They usually use moonlight, and they just fill the area with big, sometimes blue kind of moonlight. And this was one of the first movies I had ever seen that kind of bucked that trend and said, like, no, this is a moonless night. And so even though it seems crazy, it's going to be dark. It's going to be pure darkness. These people are waiting like, predators in the dark for their prey. That's the impression you get after you see it. But when they actually went to make it, they did what many people do all the time, which is we go out and we prepare for the big night exterior, and they set up a ton of condors and cranes with big lights, and they lit the whole forest, and they did all this, all this work, and they made it as we normally would see it. And this is a testament to Roger Deakins. He came to set and he looked through that eyepiece, and he said, this doesn't feel good. This feels wrong. And he started asking them, okay, turn that light off. Okay, now turn that light off. Can you turn that one off? And he just went one by one. He just started turning off everything until what remained were the lanterns in their hands and the light on the train. And I don't know, it's just it's a very ballsy, brave thing to do. And it had incredible results that inspired me. So that's my favorite lighting. That is always interesting to me, how some scenes like that are filmed in how did they get the right lighting? It's a great question. We're constantly trying to figure it out. You kind of start from a place of what's right for the story. In that given moment. What information do you have to convey? What kind of mood, what kind of tone are you conveying? And then you kind of build from there. You look in the scene and you see, at least for me, like, you see, are there any sources of light that would naturally occur here? And if so, are they in the right place? Can I stage the scene in such a way where I can use existing sources for motivation? And then I build from there with actual, like, film lights.
Because, like, you're not obviously the choice of what that light looks like, right, is up to the director and the movie and the aesthetic of the film. So, like, how exact, like, do we want this to feel lifelike? Do we want it to feel like, do we want it to feel fantastical in terms of the moonlight? Like, we watched once again Lord of the Rings, and they have blue moonlight in that movie. They have backlight when it doesn't make sense because it's about the feeling of the scene and how they decide to cover it. And so that's like the choices that they made in terms of the aesthetic that they want to capture. And so I think it's we went to we saw this movie. It was screened at a theater, and they had a Q&A with Roger Deakins actually, and they showed like, we watched a movie, he was there through the movie, and then afterwards they did a Q&A, and then they're like, well, this scene is definitely like a well-known scene because of just how bold like the choice was and how impactful like the composition and the lighting. Like, I love the moment when you see the guys in the sack hoods, like when the lighting is like going across their face and you see the shadows of the
tree
branches
shadows
and
across
stuff.
them.
Yeah. He's like looking, and he's this very like, he's actually a very like super introverted, like old British man, like not old, but he's like an elder British man, and he's like, he's got like a physical tick where he like scratches his neck out of like nervousness. And he's very adorable actually. And he's like, every time I look at that scene, I still think it's overlit. Like, and there's like barely any light in the scene, and he's like, I still overlit that scene. And it's just really interesting to see how people choose to like, like, that's why like Blade Runner 49 cinematography is different from Assassination of Jesse James, which is different from a 19 because at
And
the
that's
end
the same cinematographer. Just to point out like how different the looks can be from project to project with the same creatives. Roger Deakins did this movie that we just showed you a scene from, and then he also did Blade Runner 2049, which is like very involved and very, elaborate lighting. Do y'all just wait for nighttime just to start experimenting with the lights before even shooting a scene? No, we can't. We can't afford to. We have to have a plan going in, because every minute is money.
You literally have diagrams. Like, he'll plot out basically like the layout of what the set will be. So it doesn't matter if it's a stage set or an on location set. You'll usually plot out where you want the lights to be, because then you have to, like, it's a logistical thing, right? You have to understand how much cable you need, how are these lights being powered. There's a lot of logistics that go into executing like a scene that you see in front of you, in terms of that. So there's also that.
Concept art helps a lot, but it's more common that you'll find stuff like that on big budget movies. So when I work on commercials or music videos, we don't really always have concept art. We'll have like maybe sometimes storyboards that we can reference, but they're not like a reference for the look. Kind of comes from images that I trade with the director back and forth in prep. And then with indie features, sometimes we'll have concept art, but even in independent feature, you kind of have to cross the $15 million threshold before you start getting like actual serious concept art made.
Like,
In
even
terms of like the kind of budget of a movie you're working on, you don't really see concept art in movies smaller than that.
you won't even see storyboards sometimes. Like, in terms of like drawn out storyboards, sometimes the storyboards are just photos.
Yeah. Yeah, you just go to the location with members of the crew in pre-production, and you take pictures of people standing where you want the actors to stand, and you get an idea of what your plan is going to be.
Yeah.
But
and sometimes you'll go into here's the crazy thing. So you'll go into all right. You have your shooting schedule. Okay, we got this scene we're shooting on this day, whatever it is. You go through the great lengths to plan that scene. You have your lighting plot. You have coordinated with your team in terms of the gear you need. You've communicated that line item, right? How much that costs to your producer, your line producer, and that's all kind of communicated. Everyone's the same. You talk about the time it'll take, all this stuff. You do all this planning. You get to set. And sometimes a decision is made after all of that, after weeks of planning, and a producer will be like, we're cutting the scene.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens. I've been in that situation, and it is so gut-wrenching. You're like,
yeah.
Okay.
But sometimes it's the right call.
But sometimes,
you never know.
That's
Then
those are the
Dandy, yeah,
bonuses.
that the scope thing. You'll still see that on set these days. Depends on the filmmaker. I like to use them still, but a lot of figuring out like the angle. There are apps now for the iPhone and the Android that allow you to get a general sense of what the frame's going to look like from a, what kind of lens you put on it.
Mm-hmm.
But I like to still use the old school way because you get a better sense of the depth of field and the qualities of the lens. And, yeah.
Well, I also think like once like the great filmmakers that that created great stories with not the level of technology we have now. I think it's good to like keep in mind what trained them to have that kind of eye. Like what I like to go back to is to apply it within like just to like in terms of applying like this headspace in terms of like planning, ideating and executing creative. And even seeking inspiration in your creative and artistic work. I always say like you can be inspired like let's say Star Wars. I'm just throwing this out there. Let's say you want to be inspired by Star Wars, right? Don't be inspired just by like the world of lightsabers and Jedi and Sith. Look at what inspired George Lucas to even make this kind of story. George Lucas was a big fan of classic Japanese cinema, like Akira Kurosawa. And so like things like that, like yeah, look at what inspired your favorite artist to create the art that they did, because then that allowed in the same way that like don't look at like what is their process, what are the tools that they use. And I think like that can be really eye-opening as a creative too, as you navigate like your journey and the art you put out into this world. And I found that that's really cool because then you go and you find things that you never would have been exposed to otherwise, instead of just being like, oh, yeah, lightsaber, cool. In terms of like building a sci-fi world or whatever. It's like, like George Lucas took inspiration from, obviously, when you look at Jedi robes and Sith robes, obviously there's a lot of Japanese influence in those designs, right? When working with the costume designer John Molo, like, they're like, okay, we want it to feel like that, but it's not directly like it has to be touched on these things because, there's a certain sense of, this is like Jedi's are long-standing culture. What are the visual identifiers that kind of give that sensibility? So those are creative conversations that happen, which I think is really cool. But yeah.
Spooter, don't apologize for being chatty.
Oh my God! No, we love it. Yeah, please look.
It.
No, we love chatty. I'm great. So actually, I feel like one of the things I've talked about this with Dondon. I've talked about this with a couple of my VTuber friends. I haven't done like a lot of like film or like costume design streams or things like that because I don't know if people would be receptive to it in the same way that when I chose the VTuber model and aesthetic, that wasn't necessarily the meta, so to say. It's a risk. And so sometimes I was like, I don't know if people want to talk about these things or if they're interested in anything that I have to say or that we have to say. And so I was like, oh, it actually makes me really happy that people are really into it and very, like, they feel like they could, and it doesn't matter if you haven't seen these movies or you don't know. And actually, it's very exciting to share our craft because, I mean, we've been doing this, like we said, for professionally for like 12 years at this point. And before I started professionally, I've been sewing and doing costuming since I was 13 years old. My life has only known costuming and like other creative pursuits. So it really does bring joy to share that love to other people, even though like, I think objectively, obviously I have my criticisms about, the film industry. I also think that it is an incredibly inspirational place to be. Like to this day, even after being on set, like being in the industry for 12 years, and honey, you can tell me if you feel this way, but when I step into a set and like, it's cool. Like it's cool. Like it's objectively cool to be on set. You have the camera, you see the lights, you see the lighting setup, you see actors in their place, everyone's getting ready for the day. Like it is really, really freaking cool. Like to this day, I still get really excited. I usually can't sleep the first day, like the first night before like the first day is set, essentially, because I feel like it's the first day of school. Like that is the same like feeling and emotions I have. I have a lot of anxiety because it's like, okay, once this train goes, it goes. There's no stopping it. Like, you have your shooting schedule unless somebody gets seriously injured or like something terrible happens. This is now hard prep. There's no taking off. This is like what our life is for the next few weeks, for the next couple of months. This is it. We're locked in. And so there is definitely like a bit of like, okay, here we go, kind of like feeling every time like I start a project. And it's been cool, like being a VTuber, because I get to share, like, I take all, like, you see us like ranting and raving, ranting and raving, like passionately expressing like the behind the scenes process that really that resonates with us. And I've been able to translate and like apply all of that like basically to my life as a VTuber. That has been really exciting because this is a form of art and entertainment. And the difference is that there's like you're live, there's no edit button, but like there's technically like a camera, there's technically like sound, and then there's performers and a set and costuming. It's the same. It translates so similarly. So I feel like, but it's fun because I get to say a shit more ton of dick jokes, so much more than I would on a professional set. So it's really cathartic in that sense specifically. But yeah, Fanny, thank you so much for tier 1. Thank you so much. Thank you. But yeah, sorry. Thank you for letting me rant.
Yeah, I agree. It's a drug, honestly. Film sets. And I'm super addicted to it. Yeah, similarly, I couldn't get a regular job growing up. Like, no one would hire me. So all I've ever known is the film industry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super addicting. It's a really good. I don't know. I think it's one of the highest forms of art mankind has invented. So
I actually also think I will say, like, I had a pretty bad work ethic. I would say. I had a pretty bad work ethic, like growing up in terms of school, because of having like ADHD. I didn't know how to like proactively like funnel my energy in a way. Like, I was always an intensely creative, extroverted person, but I didn't know how to like channel that into a way that like was productive in terms. So like I've had like a lot of different jobs and stuff like that, but it wasn't until like I started working in film that I really like. In school, I was like, the constant notes from teachers were like, she's such a colorful person, like character and personality. She's really engaged. She's very smart, but she doesn't know how to like do the work. Ever since I started like doing the work in film, I have never worked harder in my entire life. And it's taught me so much about work ethic, how you push yourself to really deliver exceptional results, given like so many limitations, so many like things working against you. Because I don't know, like it's taught me a lot about that in terms of being able to like execute like an idea and like the work that goes into that. And like you sometimes have to then take care of things yourself and do crazy things to make that happen. And Dondon has seen me like sometimes he'll stay up like 3 days in a row, like constantly. Like I did something for a game company, which I won't elaborate. I did something for a game company where I was working with like almost like 15 different vendors. I was the head of the project, and like in the final hours, I had to do a lot of like, and I also of course had to do a lot for the project myself, and I had to do all these like detail work on the costume and lots of distressing and aging and stuff. And like I barely slept for like 3 days. I delivered the project, and literally like maybe like 10 minutes before I'm about to leave the house to like deliver this project, I accidentally knock over like what's called schmear. And schmear is this like professional like line of products that you can use to like distress things that isn't like harmful chemicals for you to ingest. And it's black, and I spilled it. So imagine it's like that scene of 101 Dalmatians. Like my entire like office was just covered in black soot, and I was just like, I have to leave the house. So like I leave the house. I'm like I look like a cartoon character. And we hop in the car. We go deliver the costume. The person receives it. They're like, whoa, what happened? I was like, don't ask questions. Bye-bye. Gets a car, comes back. It took me like 2 days to get the stuff off of my body because I was literally covered like a cartoon character. But then they were so happy. They're like, wow, this is incredible. Like, this is amazing. And then you're like, yep, that's okay. I definitely didn't sleep. And I look like a crazy soot monster from a cartoon, but that's okay because it was worth it. And then you finish a project. And then there's like, what do I do with my life now? And then you forget what the stress was. And you're like, that couldn't have been as bad as it was, right? That was probably me just exaggerating. And then you do it all over again.
Yeah, that's why I equated it to a drug.
It's a drug.
Yeah, that's why I equate it to a drug, because you take it and you love it. And you're like, oh my God, this is the best feeling ever. And then it ends and you have the come down and you're like, wow, this sucks. I'm so sad. It's over. Mm-hmm. And then you get hungover or sick and whatever, you feel really bad. And then a few days go by and you're like, you know what I could really do again? That thing that made me feel sick, but I forgot about. Like that's the film industry. You get into it, you love it. It's highs and lows. But it is fulfilling. When it's good, it's great. But I think for me, you're welcome to, obviously you might keep going. I don't know what your plans are. I think I'm going to wind down.
Yeah, of course. Oh my God, I can't believe you stayed for so long. I know we originally talked about you hanging out for a few hours, but you did a full-on stream. You're a full-on streamer now.
For real, I've been in awe of you these last few years with everything you've done as Miss Lala. But this is the first time I've had to do such a long conversational thing like what you do 3 times a week. This is hard, talking this long. So, very impressed.
Oh,
very proud.
Thanks, honey. Thank you.
And sorry everyone about not getting to Star Wars today. It's just getting very late. However, we will do Star Wars in December.
If not, we'll make sure definitely.
And it's gonna be really quick, so we'll probably be able to fit Marvel in too, because with Marvel, it's very easy to just throw everything down at the D tier. So we'll be able to do both next time.
I'll probably stay on just for a little bit longer, and then to wrap things up. So maybe another hour, probably, and then.
Yeah, Josh, we're gonna fight.
But in like a Jello pool, right? Wearing no shirts, like that's a
Jello pool of Marvel fan tears. Thank you all for having me. I had a lot of fun today.
And Tim Dab.
And see you around.
Oh, thanks, honey.
Bye. How do I just exit out of the thingy?
Yeah, you just hang up on the call and then you delete from existence. It's crazy.
Sorry, I was just reading Josh's response. All right, bye now. Bye.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you so much for being so kind. Listen, I adore you all so much. I'll be real with all of you. When I first was deciding whether or not to be a VTuber and like dipping my toes into the foray of being a VTuber, I was researching and I saw that it was very uncommon, specifically for women. I know it was the same case for men, but specifically for women to talk about their relationships. Oh God, I guess you're hungry, huh? But I honestly, I was like, hey, you can actually find the post on Reddit. But I asked on the VTuber Reddit, I was like, I mean, how do people navigate being in a relationship as a VTuber. Like, it's seen as like not as necessarily a really common thing. And for me, there was no way. Even if I tried pretending, I don't think I'd probably let it slip because you know how I'm such a chatty Cathy. Oh my God. It's amazing that I'm able to keep half the NDAs I've signed, like, under wraps. And, like, you know what I mean? So, I was like, I don't think, like, this is an option for me. And my partner is like, I don't know. I'm way too, I mean, you've seen it by now. Like, I'm someone pretty transparent about, like, my life and my relationships and the things that I do and, like, what I get up to. And I was like, there's no way that my partner doesn't, like, pop into conversation or whatever it is. And, um, so I was definitely, like, nervous. And after people, like, encouraged me that it's like, no, just do you. It's going to be fine. I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful that not only are you really nice and really wonderful, because I'm really proud that that's the lovely community that we fostered here at the Dinah, but you loved him yapping. That makes me so happy. Like, you have no idea how much that means to me. You know, I I'm very lucky to have a very supportive personal life in terms of this endeavor, but it really was such a big thing to do VTubing in my life. And it really wasn't until a few months ago that I constantly oscillated. I was like, I hope my pursuit of this and me focusing on this, and my dream is to be a full-time VTuber doing this. I hope that that's not a pursuit that's in vain. I mean, my partner encouraged me. We've had to make sacrifices to make this work. I work really hard. The people around me who support me also work really hard. And, it means a lot to see that you're also receptive to that. And also, it means a lot to have, like, a silly, like, it's like, oh, when you come to stream? And originally we only talked about him being on stream for like a couple of hours, but I'm so happy that he stayed for so long, because that means he wouldn't have stayed if he wasn't having a nice time. So I'm really happy that he was having a really, really good time too. So I have a question. I think it was from you. How do you describe a VTuber? I've heard content or anime girl. I feel like VTubing really, the perfect description is digital puppeteer. I really feel like that's the perfect description as to what we do. To what level you take that puppeteering is up to the individual VTuber. If people want to create a totally separate persona, that has nothing in common with themselves personally, that's totally a choice that you are entitled to make. But at the end of the day, I like to say I say little voice acting only because not necessarily like that, like, some people completely change their voice. But because when you're doing, like, you have a character, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's lots of in jokes, or you try to do in character jokes or stuff like that. And I feel like, so it's a little bit of digital puppeteering mixed with voice acting. That's kind of how I've been, like, I feel like is the most, if I was approaching like a normal person on the street and explaining what VTubing is, that's like usually my pitch. But it's still not perfect. I'm still trying to figure out too. But yeah. But it's literally, oh, good night, Mecca. Thanks for hanging out today. Thank you, honey. Lala Muppet, when? Oh, it'd be an honor. What do you think I get my confidence from? It's because I've studied at great length, Miss Piggy. I studied at great length to Miss Piggy. And if she's not a feminist icon, I don't know what is. Yeah, assuming character, yeah, the voice part, like, it's up to you in terms of how, like, 1-to-1 you want it to be, or how, like, how fantastical, or, like, it's up to you. And I think it's sad when people put restrictions on what we do, because I feel like that's limiting the potential people we can have in our space. It's a sandbox. You make it however you want it to be. I mean, like I say, we have a range, and we see it more and more often. We see a range of like kinds of creators out there that are interested in doing it. You know, some people have communicated that they wanted to be more of, they wanted to try it out, but they don't feel like an anime avatar represents like them as a person. I was like, that's fine. You could do whatever you want. And there's other people who feel like, well, I like being an anime themed avatar, but I don't know if my character is enough. You know what I mean? And I think the more open we are to different interpretations of what this medium can be, I think really allows for play. And I think that's one of the most healthy things in a creative space is the element of play and experimentation. I mean, we've talked about that in our conversation about movies today, right? Where sometimes, like, you experiment with certain ideas and they're effective, or certain things happen by accident while on a film set and it ends up something, like, really cool and iconic happens and it wasn't intended that way. You just don't know. And so I really believe that in the creative space. Odyssey Dot as Carmen now? That's pretty good. So like you are pushing the lines for you for the puppeteering. I think I mentioned for Melody for a reason. No, Melody is a wonderful. You mean Project Melody from V Shoujo? Oh, I think she's a wonderful creator. I mean, I personally am a big V Shoujo girl. I love V Shoujo. I love all the talents in it. I think they're all really exceptional. But yes, I think like things like Zentreya with her full body tracking, Fillion's full body tracking is obviously very good. Actually, Doobie, who has recently debuted, I think it has has really elevated the standard in terms of 3D tracking, which is really exceptional. And I hope to one day like be able to do something really as cool as that. You have some real big game changers in this space that are doing what animation studios tried doing in months with millions of dollars, and they do it with a fraction of that cost and in a fraction of that time. And that's why I think that's why I love this space, because I think that it makes creating art a lot more accessible to people. And you can do whatever, you don't have to be like, I am making art, and like, you don't have to like treat it as this other thing. But it honestly, what we do is something that's really different compared to other kinds of broadcasters. But there are people who also do something similar. People who basically make their streams like a show. And that's not, everyone's, what excites people is different, right? If you just want to vibe with someone, that's totally valid. But I think it's really exciting when you have people who are like taking this format and doing something really new and different that you haven't seen before. Like one of your other ambassadors, who's not a VTuber actually, their name's Hydro. They have like kind of like a spooky theme with their streams or whatever. For Halloween one year, they pretended they were like a severed head, so they like put makeup on and all this stuff. And then they did like like a grim grinning ghost song from from Disney. And then how in those old sing-along videos they would have like a little bobble that would bounce on top of the words as you sing along? They had that, but instead of like just a plain little circle, it was like their severed head like live on stream. And I think that's so cool. I think that's so fun and so cool. Yeah, Mel is really lovely. Actually, one of the things I discovered about Mel is that she's really passionate about doing charity work for senior citizens. And I thought that was, that's very admirable. And obviously, like, we stand a queen who is, we stand a queen in all walks. And also, I love her recent models. Like, the art style of it is really cute. But, yum. I want to watch Insomnia, Lita! Yeah. Easily 15. Well, when you're at that level, right, you have to think about like when you're at the level of like those streamers who have like that big of an audience, and they have a certain, of course, and comparatively, they have a certain level of income. Investing that amount, you do your cost analysis for your business or whatever, but they're investing that amount because they can also afford that. And it's like integral to their to their business, right? In order to grow a business, you do have to do some investment in it. But it's usually scalable, right? Like you don't go into a business, you're just starting and you spend like $1 million, right? That doesn't make any sense. But you start little by little, you know. You see all kinds of models that have, not every streamer has had like the most articulate model starting out, and some people do. Which I think it's more beneficial in your journey and in your career and as an artist and a creative person. I think it makes more sense to take baby steps because you learn so much about yourself in that process, and you learn what works without making yourself financially bankrupt or whatever. But also, it's like I said, art. And like, especially like as a creative person, like art is so tied to yourself and to the personal that I think that going on that journey is important. Like when I first started streaming, I didn't quite understand. Like I thought that it'd be more beneficial to have like a cute. I was afraid of, I don't know, being as intimate in terms of like showing off myself, right? In terms of the way I speak, the way that I, what I share and things like that. And then, as I started to get more comfortable, I realized like that's just who I am as a person. And I mean, isn't this the business of you like connecting with people and people's personalities? And so I learned in this process to love myself a little bit more. And especially in the past few months, I've learned, especially after TwitchCon, after meeting so many of you, it really kind of solidified and quelled some of, not all, because I don't think I'll ever not be insecure, because I think every creative person is about their stuff. But it definitely quelled some of my feelings and gave me assuredness in terms of what I do and of myself, and in terms of what I don't know, in terms of my place in all of this, and my journey. And I've taken it a step at a time. I mean, there's people here that can totally attest to that. Like I didn't start off with this model. I had a PNG model. That I made work, and did that for a while, and I learned like, this like how to just be comfortable doing this. And then I got a Vroid model, which then helped show off some of my expressions, but it didn't have AR kit tracking at all. Actually, if I was to load up my old model, it's really strange with the AR kit tracking. It looks like kind of strange. It looks very strange, actually. And then we took a leap of faith. After doing research and stuff. It wasn't like I blindly was just like, I'm going to invest in this very expensive 3D model. I was like, I'm going to do research in terms of if this is the right call. And I was like, I have a business plan. I'm making this investment now, but I hope that in like maybe a year and a half, I can make back the cost of this model. Okay. That was my hope. And then, and I was also like at like 15-ish CCV. And then I'm very grateful. At the most, I had like maybe 30. And then I'm very grateful that when I debuted this model, and I feel like that was my like official debut as a VTuber, I'm very grateful that people were really receptive. But it took a year and a half to get to that point. It took a year and a half of me experimenting and trying stuff and like not doing stuff that doing stuff that didn't work rather, and then doing stuff that did work or whatever. And then continuing to implement that knowledge and what I've learned, and once again, never losing that sense of play in the work that I do. Like if I'm not having fun with the projects that I decide to take on or start, then I'm losing sight of why I'm doing this in the first place. And I feel that very deeply. And that's what she said. I feel I feel that very deeply. And sincerely, because I don't know, I think it's really fun and we're very lucky to get to do this. So yeah. PNG Mom's a great start. Yeah, I literally the first time the true first time I ever went live trying like VTubing was in the fall of 2021, and I used an emote from when I was a face cam streamer. I used an emote and it was my PNG reactive. And I did 2 streams and I used a voice changer to like make my voice like higher. And I was like, I don't like this. This is awful. I don't like using a voice changer rather, but I kind of like the idea of having a little emote and I didn't have to. It kind of made me relax. Like I wasn't on edge. Like when I used a cam and I was a face cam streamer, I felt like I was on edge. Like I felt like I couldn't be comfortable. Like, and ultimately, like, and I've gotten comfier over time and stuff like that. And I feel like you could tell when I'm nervous. Like when I did the charity, like, event over the summer, I was really, really nervous because that was like a big event. Or when I did the endometriosis event, I was really, really nervous. But I've gotten a lot more comfortable and I don't know. I've really enjoyed it. I'm very grateful. RX-Man, thanks for contributing to my drone, honey. Thank you. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Sala. Welcome on in. Hi, honey. Hello. Yeah, now there's PNG Tuber Plus. When I started streaming, I just had my good old little I just had like a reactive PNG. That was my PNG. Joshi! Oh, thank you. Thank you for 2 and 60 months. Thank you, baby. Mwah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's important, and I like to encourage people to think, and I know it's really hard and it's so much easier to say, try not to compare yourself to other people's journeys. There will always be people who will pop off overnight. Not that that's normal. Like, that's not the norm. But there will be people who come onto the scene and then they get thousands of followers in the blink of an eye, and you've been doing this for like 3 years and you haven't seen, like, everybody's journey is different, you know, and I think it's really important to focus on like what brings you joy, how to work on how to better yourself and your stuff that you put out there in the world. Like, same thing like when I do costume design work. I'm not looking to Stacy to my right, who is like, oh my God, I can't believe Stacy got that movie and blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, Stacy happened to have a resume or portfolio that, you know, resonate with that producer. They had a good conversation. The director liked working with them. Great. They ended up doing that project. That's it. That's what that reality is. I'm not going to go into this like project, you know, shank Stacy and be like, haha, I will take over this costume design job. That's like not a reality that can happen. You know what I mean? So you just learn how to like work on your craft. You know, you learn how to network. You learn how to talk to people. And how to be a better artist, and those are the things in your control. You can't control how other people's success shapes. You can only shape your own. So yeah, a lot of big people spent years on the grind. I always I've talked about this at Link. You know how much I love Iron Mouse, but Mousy started in 2017. She didn't start a couple of years ago. That girl's been doing this for a long time. This girl's been streaming for a long time, okay? So there's people who have been doing, and obviously there's examples of other people too. So yeah, you don't know. Yeah. And even Foxy more like stinky. But I think you also learn I don't know. Yeah, I think you learn about. I think when people talk about luck in this space, right? I think a lot of people say it's this mysterious thing that hangs into the ethos and waves this magic wand and boops you on the head, and then that's it. You got the luck. That's it. I don't think that's what luck is. I think luck is opportunity meets preparedness. I forgot who originally said that, but that's a quote, not mine. But luck is opportunity means preparedness. The preparedness comes to the work that you can do. The preparedness comes in terms of what you can tangibly do with your own hands, in terms of your own work in this world, in terms of the work you put out there, in terms of your own perseverance, in terms of time you can invest. Opportunity is the things that are not in your control. Okay? But you can try and set yourself up so that when those opportunities come, you are ripe for the picking and the plucking. You know what I mean? I think that's really important. Like, it's really easy to put your fate in some like mysterious factor that exists and floats around this world and universe or whatever. But I think at the end of the day, you know what you have control over. And sometimes it takes a level of hard work that you've never done before. And that's really hard. Like, it's really difficult. Like, you think that I woke up and I was like, I just went to the film industry. I was like, yeah, I can do 18 hours of work in a single day that demands everything of me physically, emotionally, while people are yelling at me, telling me I'm a piece of shit, while I'm also crying because I stabbed this needle through my finger. And then I'm also trying to make sure things are set up for the next day while also balancing a budget and maintaining continuity. No, that didn't just happen. It took years of work to develop the skills at how to handle all of that. You know what I mean? Like, it and how to navigate that. You know, you face many battles in your creative journey if that's something that resonates with you, or just in life. And so anyway, I don't even know how we got on this tangent, but I'm always happy to yap, and I'm very happy that you like to listen to me yap. Yeah. So I think it's really important. They also have GIFtuber, which is a PNG with animations. Yes, they do. Once again, it's easier. Like, somebody asked me recently in terms of like, what's the curve? Like, is it still like a straight line? Like, the learning curve to be a VTuber. Is it a curve or is it a straight, like, vertical line? I think it's still a curve. I don't think it's a straight line. I think that starting now as a VTuber is easier than ever. There's so many resources. There's so many different ways to approach it. I think if you want to become an exceptional VTuber in terms of that, I think that does take more time investment. It does take a financial investment. I think that's a different conversation. But if you're just wanting to explore and try it out and see how you feel, I think like it's easier to start more than you can get rigged models, like rigged live TD models for like less than $20 on Etsy now. Like, you know what I mean? But if you want to ascend to the heights of some of the biggest people in our niche and in our industry, that takes time. That takes time. That takes money. That takes capital. It takes developing certain skills like networking and people skills, to ascend to that point, for sure. And that's not saying you have to be like the most exceptionally like extroverted person. You can still be introverted. There's tons of people who are introverted and who are big in this space. But there's definitely a set of skills you have to cultivate and learn. Is it straight or is it curved to the left? I like a little curve. A little curve makes it more interesting. Yeah. Hi, Panache. Welcome on in. Hi, also Flakes. I'm sorry if I didn't say hello. And a big community. I can't believe you're all hanging out here talking to me for 6 hours. That's crazy. I can't believe it. I'm so grateful. I can't believe it. I think that's wild. That is wild to me. That is truly wild. It is so crazy. I can't tell you, like, I talked about it a little bit, but I really can't tell you how, like, I wish, like, my mom or my siblings were there. Like, it meant a lot that, like, Summer Hop and, like, Dondon were there, but, like, it was so phenomenal and so special meeting community members in person. Like, it was so cool, and it meant so much to me. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, literally, I've had so much, like, ever since I worked in entertainment, I've developed, like, far more anxiety. I've had panic attacks. And I never had that before working in entertainment. And in this space, I've worked really, really hard in a way that, like, I haven't before. And just because like you're doing everything. Like even when I'm a costume designer on a feature film, I have a department. Like I'm the head of the department, but I usually have like it ranges from at a minimum 3 to like 10 people that I work with, and then like depending on the scale, that can grow to like 20 people. And so like I have a team of people that help me execute an idea. And in this space, like it all falls on like your shoulders to like do most of the stuff. And even if you work with like vendors or editors, like you're still having to do so much other things. And so sometimes you wonder if the work you're doing is enough, if you feel like you're enough, if, you know, when certain things don't have that many eyes on it, or you can get caught up in the numbers conversation and things like that, which is important because you're trying to manage your business, but also you don't want to be so caught up that that determines how you interact with other people and like how you evaluate yourself or whatever. There's so many different things. And it's really hard sometimes to pull yourself out of like spiraling conversations where you talk down to yourself. And even if you have the supportive and loving words of friends, it's like really hard and it's not tangible in terms of like if the work you're doing has any real impact. It's hard. We're in a digital space. It's hard to really feel that. At least that was my like kind of emotional journey and perception. And so like going to like TwitchCon specifically, because that was where I really got to meet like so many people. It was incredibly moving because, you know, every time somebody said, "Oh my God, your streams make my day brighter," or "You are the reason why I got into VTubing," or "I came back to streaming because of the way you do things," or whatever it is, like any kind of encouragement from people who like watch the stuff that I do, like you have no idea how hard like I work behind the scenes. It's so easy to see like the finished product, and it really is. It means like the world to me. It really, really does. And so that is a huge driving force also in terms of doing things that are big and spectacular here and planning events and all these things. I want to do things that you get really excited about. I want to do things. I never want to fail you as your beloved Dino Rageous, but I also think like I never want to stop like creating things that I'm proud of, but also that excite you. It's like those are the two things that really drive me to keep on creating. Besides like I have a cool idea. It's those like fundamental things. So yeah. I understand. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself. Fight your brain. Yeah, I think it's hard. I think everybody kind of feels that, right? Like I'm not alone in that. I feel like a lot of creators can identify with those feelings. VTuber or not. I think if you're in a creative industry, I think it's hard to not feel that way. Because I've had those conversations in film and stuff too. The difference is that sometimes you have very egotistical people yelling in your face, calling you a piece of shit, and you don't have HR sometimes. So that's like the not fun part of the work that I do. And instead of like, you know, it's like, it's almost easier. I'll be honest. It's almost easier when there's like anonymous trolls on the internet who like leave bad comments on videos and stuff, because I'm like, okay, you're some person on the internet. Like, I'm sorry that your life is like something bad happened that you felt so compelled to leave this nasty comment, whatever it is. I was like, okay, thanks for the engagement. Versus like when I'm in person and I have like this 6'5" dude who's like yelling in my face because he's upset that he's not the lead actor in a project and just like using me as a verbal punching bag and making an example of me because I'm the easiest target. And then there's no repercussions for that behavior because they're friends with the producer. That is so much more difficult to deal with than anonymous trolls. Anonymous trolls, sure. You know, like I'm not saying that it's not hard to read sometimes some of the comments, but sometimes I'm like, okay, buddy, that's enough. That's enough. Versus like when I do, you know, like I've had those experiences and for me, that's why I'm like, for me, this is great. This is awesome. I love hanging out here. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? I have the time of my life every time I go live. You know what I mean? So Yeah, and that's fine. Like you're never gonna like whenever in entertainment will attract certain personalities, and you'll always have people who will come into the space who censor their ego around in terms of the things that they do, and that's their choice in life. But I feel like it can make for a very lonely, frustrating, not fulfilling way to navigate. But yeah, so I feel like, I don't know. So if it means a lot. It means a lot every time you leave positive words and when you interact with things. Like if I like put out a survey and you give me honest feedback, like I love that. I love that because that means that you're invested and that you care. You care about this going bigger and better. And like, I always joke about like us franchising the Dinah because I'm so grateful that I get to do this and that you take time out of your day to spend time with me, to hear my terrible repertoire of dad jokes, or to hang out and talk, or to see me get frustrated playing a video game or whatever it is. You see me doing Lego or we do gotcha with magic or whatever it is. It really means a lot to me. I like I've said before, like sometimes I'll have like really bad days, and I won't even feel up to streaming. And then I'm like, but I know that every time I do, I always end up feeling better. And then I do. And I hope, that means a lot. So that shit. Oh, it don't matter. It don't matter. I don't, he doesn't pay my rent, so I don't let him live rent free in my head. You know what I mean? Mm. Dad jokes are peak humor. I agree. Lala's VTuber agency. Oh my god, I could never. I think I like creating too much in order to be in charge of anything like that. But I happily will yap to people and hype people up. I think it's easier to do that because you know how it feels. Like you know how it feels if you're really sucky wucky. You know how it feels to like not have a lot of faith in yourself. You know how it feels how to be like when you're insecure about your work, when you feel really down and you beat yourself up. Like I know what that's like. So I love like supporting and hyping up other people and making sure that their work is received and like positively received too, and that like I don't know, it's important. Puns are the Dunkirk of wordplay. What's the similarity between Budweiser and having sex in a canoe? They are both F close to water? Huh? They are both F close to water? What? Wait. Maybe I'm misreading the. What's the similarity between Budweiser and having sex in a canoe? They're both fucking close to water? Why? Wait, is Budweiser next to a river? Is that why? Oh! Oh, close to water because it tastes like water. Okay, I see. Sorry. Okay, wait. I could, oh my God, that was so bad. Okay, wait, I could do, I listen, I could redeem myself. Okay, wait. What's the difference? Wait, no, I fucked it up. Hold on, wait. Okay. What's the similarity between Budweiser and having sex in a canoe? They both fuck close to the water. Yeah. Nailed it. I had to redeem myself. I'm sorry. You said a wonderful joke in my chat, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had to redeem myself, clearly. That's all, folks. Lala Goldmine is for after I get out of some bad debt, I get into an tax report decision. I plan on starting a food truck that features food from all recipes I've learned as a home cook. Oh, I love that for you. I love that for you. I love that for you, Flinks. That's great. I'm gonna call it Pacific Rim Job. Foods from the Ring of Fire. And now I want to tie in having Puerto Rican coffee with. Aw, that'd be awesome. I'm rooting for you. You ever see the movie Chef? If you haven't, you should see it, Flinks. It's all about a guy who basically decides to do what you're talking about. Who basically decides to have their dream and do like a food truck. It's a great movie with John Leguizamo and Jon Favreau. Great soundtrack too. It's very good. A man walks into a bar with jumper cables and asks for a beer. The bartender says, "Okay, but don't start anything." Wow. Wow. Incredible. Amazing. I love that movie. Yeah, it's a great movie. I love that movie. Yeah. Chef is so good. Actually, I feel like that's a good movie to rewatch. That's a very feel-good movie. It's a very feel-good movie. There's a part 2? What? What is this? What is this other part you're mentioning? What? That's crazy. That's a crazy. So a blind man walks into a bar and says, "Ow!" That's messed up. That's messed up. That's messed up. Let's see. Okay. Now I'm gonna. I'm looking at who we're gonna raid because we're gonna probably wrap up very shortly. Let me see. Last time I was going upstairs. Hi, Scrotum. Welcome on in. I was going upstairs. I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish that man would go away. Last night, while going up the stair, I met a man who wasn't there. Huh? He wasn't there again today. I wish that man would go away. Wait, that sounds like a riddle. Or maybe I'm not reading that right. So is it, don't trust anything an Adam tells you? They make up everything? Okay, that's cute. That's cute. That's all very cute. That's very cute. Okay. I have. Who do I want to raid? There's so many cuties on. It's very tough. There's a few people we've raided recently that are live, so I want to find a new target.
2 tourists went to Australia. One was French and one was from the Czech Republic. They went missing in crocodile-infested waters. They found the French tourist in the female crocodile. Which means, of course, that the Czech is in the male.
That's a good one, Gambit. Good night. Thanks for the tip. Mwah! That was so silly. I love it. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Ooh. Ooh, are you in like a vibey mood tonight? Are you in like a vibey mood tonight? Or do you want someone more high energy? What would you like? Where would you like to go today? One day Thor went to... Hi, Creative Nick. Welcome on in. Hi, honey. How are ya? Vibey. What would I like? Oh, what would I like? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I'm also in a vibey mood. I'm gonna, yeah. Let's see. Oh, I'm glad that I'm double checking when certain people are on. Okay. Okay, so we are going to let me tell you who we're gonna raid. She hangs out in chat, actually. She's lovely. She's a smaller streamer compared to yours truly. So I think it'd be nice to spread the love a little bit. That is the mood that I am in tonight. She's doing some art and vibing, and she's an incredible artist. So I think she'll be a great choice. Okay. We're gonna do Momo Plush. Momo Plush. Let's I think that'd be a wonderful choice for tonight. Is a Momo. If you don't know Momo, Momo is an artist. She says he's gonna be doing singing. She is a wonderful creator. I've had the pleasure of meeting her a couple times in person. Her art is great. Her personality is even lovelier. And highly recommend you giving her a follow and checking her out. You'll see her name here from time to time, too. She's a frequent visitor to the Dinah, so we always like to highlight people who come through, so Momo is great. But thank you so much for everything today, everybody. It was such an awesome day. It was a fantastic day. Thanks for making Dondon feel so warm and welcomed here at the Dinah, even though I know he's technically here all the time. But, you know, it always means a lot. We will do Star Wars and Marvel in the future. Now knowing kind of seeing the speed that we moved, because we talked about a million things, I feel like that is just inherently is going to be a long stream. So he thinks it's going to be quick because he wants to put all Marvel's movies in the trash, but I will fight him a little bit on that. But yes, thank you so much, everybody. Let's see. Let me set this up. Yeah, let's raid Momo. Momo Plush. We love Momo. But yes, thank you so much, everybody. I will appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so you should marry him. Oh my God, my dad says it all the time. He's like, if you keep this up, you know, you two might end up in a relationship together. I was like, okay, Dad. The only problem is like I started saying that joke too. Bye. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me today. It was so much fun. Thank you. I'll be back Friday. We're gonna be doing what are we doing? We're doing Nikkei and what's the other thing? Oh, we're doing League of Legends and Nikkei on Friday for more redeems and stuff. It's gonna be chaotic and crazy. Nikkei with eye tracking, by the way. Okay. Bye. 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 Bye.